The hype is real as the demonic Muram Alliance, a force to be reckoned with. Also known as the legendary Demon Palace, is the place to be. A massive crowd of hopefuls is pouring into the Demon Palace, each one eager to prove their worth. Bu Jianyang, taking in the sheer volume of the crowd, can't help but sigh, remarking on the insane amount of people showing up. His companion confirms the rumors, spilling the tea that the Alliance is taking anyone with potential, no matter their background, to teach them demonic martial arts. He even admits, with a touch of FOMO, that he'd have applied himself if he were younger, because who would pass up this chance? But then, his face drops, and he blurts out, "Did someone die?" And there, amidst the chaos, stands Bu Yunseal, her iconic Undertaker gear making her instantly recognizable. But Bu Jianyang quickly shuts down the dramatics, pointing out that the competition hasn't even begun and asking if his friend is jumping to conclusions again. His eyes then land on the mysterious young woman, and he can't help but wonder, who is that young Undertaker? The ground remains silent, giving no clues to the mystery. Bu Yunseal, lost in a moment of reflection, stares into the distance. With her eyes burning crimson, she recalls a past that started way back, a past forever linked to her grandfather. His strong, gentle hands flash in her mind, bringing forth the name she cherishes, grandfather. That name, and her own, Bu Yunseal, were his precious gifts. She recalls the name her beloved grandfather bestowed upon her, a name that defined her. He discovered her, a forsaken child, amidst a vast, snowy wasteland. From him, she mastered the grim art of an undertaker, a path he knew all too well. Even as a kid, she witnessed his lightning-fast swordsmanship, a skill he wielded with silent expertise, and he'd always challenge her to see what she could spot. Their existence was tough, and society often shunned them for their work, but they pushed through, finding strength in their bond. She honed her observational skills, noticing how a seemingly frail man could have incredibly sculpted and defined muscles in his left leg, especially the calf's front section. This sharp insight, she understood, was a telltale sign of certain swordsmanship techniques. Her grandfather, seeing her gift, would affectionately pat her head, commending her incredible perception. He always told her, with a knowing smile, that she was a heaven-sent undertaker, destined for greatness. His wise, kind face, always beaming with pride, was her rock, her ultimate comfort. No matter what insane trial she went through, she was always with her grandfather, his presence her unbreakable shield. Their unbreakable bond, a force of nature, held strong, until. But then, like a cruel twist of fate, that day came. Golden sunlight pierced the quiet room, making dust motes shimmer like tiny stars. Inside, a young woman was lost in slumber, her peaceful form a stark contrast to the impending storm. Beyond the walls, a tranquil bamboo forest swayed, its gentle rustle a deceptive calm before the chaos. The old man stared out at the peaceful vista, a deep, thoughtful look clouding his features. His traditional robes, a testament to his enduring spirit, hinted at the profound wisdom he held within. He let out a heavy sigh, a profound truth escaping his lips. They say the kind ones never seek you, and those who do seek you are never kind. Then, with a tender touch to her head, he whispered, "Seol, wake up." She stirred, a soft escaping her as she slowly came to. "Let's play a game of who can play dead better," her grandfather declares, a mischievous glint in his eye, setting the stage for an intense challenge. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face as she questions, "This late?" But then, the ultimate incentive drops, "If you do well this time, I'll get you the clothes and sword you wanted so badly." Her eyes widen, "Really?" "Yes," she shouts, pure determination igniting within her. A knowing smirk plays on his lips as he lays down the true gauntlet. "This time, try enduring until sunrise." The realization hits her, she whispers, the weight of the task settling in, until sunrise. Trapped within the chilling darkness, her hand slams against the wall, a faint, desperate blue energy sparking around her. Her grandfather, a silent observer, watches her struggle from the outside. The legendary sword, a beacon of her ambition, awaits its rightful owner. With a fierce resolve, her hand closes around the hilt, ready to claim her prize. Imprisoned but unbroken, she stares out from behind the bars, prepared to conquer the night. A pristine white robe, hanging in a desolate, dimly lit room, just waiting for its moment. But elsewhere, a sharp voice cuts through the silence, spitting, "You've hidden yourself away so well, like some rat." The white-robed figure, radiating an intense aura, confronts a shadowy, dark-robed individual, his voice dripping with contempt. "Isn't that so?" A faint, ethereal blue energy pulses from the dark-robed figure's leg, a silent testament to her hidden strength. Cloaked in deep shadow, her form barely discernible beneath the hood, the blue glow around her pulses with growing intensity. The legendary seven-branched demonic blade, Bu Jianyang, now fully revealed, locks his gaze onto his mysterious opponent. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he muses, "I haven't heard that name in a while." The hooded figure retorts, her voice echoing with a history of betrayal, "You let go of the Vice Palace Master position." But as the tension explodes, a furious, crimson energy erupts around Bu Jianyang, his rage manifesting as a terrifying, violent aura. The crimson energy flares, echoing his furious, incredulous question, just to be eking out a living with such inferior work. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, the crimson energy lashes out, striking with devastating, overwhelming force. The hooded figure is instantly engulfed by the violent crimson aura, her entire form consumed by the destructive power. The devastating crimson energy from Bu Jianyang's assault rages on, intensifying, swirling with raw, destructive power. Bu Yunseal is utterly consumed by the explosive force, a tiny silhouette swallowed by blinding red light and chaotic particles. As the energy violently expands outwards, radiating with an almost unimaginable power, threatening to consume everything in its wake. Then, a voice cuts through the chaos, revealing a shocking truth: I took on the Undertaker job. Bu Jianyang, his hand crackling with that same fierce red energy, clarifies, not to eke out a living, but to repent, he declares, crimson particles swirling ominously around him. But even amidst the overwhelming assault, Bu Yunseal's eyes ignite with an intense crimson glow, a fiery testament to her unyielding resolve. Meanwhile, in a different locale, Hyuk Ryanyoung faces down a mysterious cloaked figure, boldly stating, I'll give you my life, but let's take this fight elsewhere. He emphasizes, I refuse to let innocent people get caught in the crossfire. The cloaked figure's response is a chilling, drawn-out cackle, Gahaha. Then, with a curt nod, the mysterious figure accepts the challenge, all right. Hyuk Ryanyoung, his gaze piercing, delivers a chilling final warning to the cloaked challenger, don't even think about running. An intense close-up of an elder's face, his white beard flowing, eyes sharp and full of resolve. Then, a sudden, heavy thud breaks the silence, signaling a shift in the scene. The thudding intensifies, getting closer, a door creaking open. And with a final, dramatic clatter, a closet door bursts open, revealing Bu Yunseal, huddled and wide-eyed, trapped inside. She's barely holding it together, her mind screaming, desperate for the power of a real uniform and sword. She's literally shaking from the cold, it's just too much. Peeking out, she scans the room with a worried look, where's Grandpa? He's gone. She's left wondering where he vanished to, especially when he's always there for their games. Did the enforcers drag him away again? A wave of raw frustration washes over her, energy crackling, as she seethes about how undertakers are treated like they're not even human. Her eyes snap open, a sudden realization hitting her, as the pieces click into place. Then, with a resolute step, she leaves the house behind, venturing into a mysterious bamboo forest, sunlight piercing through the canopy. But then, a sudden, piercing clang echoes through the air, and her eyes shoot open, locked onto something unseen, a clear sign of impending danger. A frantic thumping echoes in the silence, a sound that could be a heart-pounding or hurried footsteps, as a deep sense of unease settles over her. She races through the dense bamboo forest, her movements a blur against the dappled light, each step a desperate search for answers. Her boots pound against the earth, the rhythmic thudding a testament to her urgency. Then, with a sudden, jarring halt, her feet dig into the soil, bringing her momentum to an abrupt stop. Gasping, she stares ahead, her breath catching in her throat as a horrifying sight unfolds before her. Her grandfather lies there, his face streaked with blood, his eyes closed, a testament to the brutal assault he must have endured. A cry of pure anguish escapes her lips, as she reaches out to the bloodied form of her beloved elder, Grandpa. Her heart sinks with every beat, the sight of him so broken, so vulnerable, tearing at her very soul. He lies sprawled on the damp ground, his white robe stained crimson, a stark contrast to the serene bamboo around them. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, a faint thump of recognition stirring within him as he murmurs, How, what? Is that you, Sol? Tears welling in her eyes, she confirms, Yes, Grandpa, it's me, her voice thick with emotion. As she desperately asks, what happened, he can only offer a weak, I'm sorry. His voice is barely a whisper, but the old man knows his time is up, accepting his fate. He's coughing up a storm, but he's still trying to get out one last warning, don't you dare continue the Undertaker's work if he's gone. But she's not having any of it. Bu Yunseal screams his name, tears absolutely pouring down her face. She's begging him to just stop talking, but he's got one last message, calling her by her full name to make sure she hears him. His face is a bloody mess, etched with pain and regret, but he's still pushing his final wish, never, ever think about revenge. His words hit her like a truck, her eyes wide with pure agony, tears just streaming down as her world crumbles. A single, broken syllable rips from her throat, a raw, guttural no, against the crushing reality. Her face twists into a silent, agonizing scream, her eyes blazing crimson with pure, unadulterated despair. She can't accept this. A burning rage ignites inside her, a furious declaration that she will never forgive those who did this to him. Her hand reaches out, and a terrifying thought sparks, what if she just goes with him? He always said hell and here were the same anyway. She's on her knees next to him, barely holding it together, whispering that she'd rather be in hell with him than live a single second without him. His eyes, still bleeding, show the crushing weight of his final, heartbreaking moments. In his last breath, the old man's mind was racing, a shocking realization hitting him about how hard it was to just let go. With his eyes fixed on the devastated young woman, he choked out his final plea to Seol, "Get out of here. Go far, far away." A ghost of a smile flickered across his face, a final, bittersweet memory, remembering all the joy they'd shared. His eyes, once so vibrant, now streamed with blood, a gruesome final image of his tragic demise. Pure, unadulterated shock ripped through her, her hands shooting out, desperately trying to cling to what was already gone. Everything around her became a hazy mess, her shaking hand unable to process the horrifying truth. His body went completely lifeless in her embrace, and a gut-wrenching scream tore from her, a desperate plea for her grandpa. Tears poured down her face, her voice breaking with pure agony. His death had just ripped her entire world apart. His face, finally at peace in death, showed the faint echoes of a life well fought. Her usually fierce eye, now a floodgate of sorrow, each tear a crushing weight of her unbearable loss. The tears finally stopped, but only left a terrifying void, her eyes now blank, staring into nothingness, a soul completely shattered. Her once lively face, now a chilling mask of despair, scarred by an unimaginable sorrow. Her voice, just a whisper, reaches out, a desperate plea hanging in the air. Kneeling beside the cold slab where his body rests, she just stares at the still form of her grandfather. His last words echo in her mind, a haunting question forming, was telling her not to get revenge really just to protect her? A trembling hand reaches out, gently caressing the grizzled beard of the man she loved. But the grief and despair inside her start to twist into something else, her crimson eyes flaring with a fierce, unyielding resolve. Staring at his bloodied face, she whispers that she just can't listen to him this time. A single tear, glowing with the same fierce red as her eyes, escapes, a testament to her profound sorrow and burgeoning fury. Her mind flashes back to the horrific scene of his death, recalling how his arms were brutally severed at the exact same moment. The image of his mutilated body, his arms ending in ragged stumps, burns into her memory. She remembers the precise technique used, a rare move involving an upward slice downwards. The blade, a streak of light and blood, carved through him with brutal efficiency. And on top of that, she recalls the horror of his eye being forced open, a final indignity. The attack. It still burns in her mind, a searing red energy that totally switched up its trajectory mid-move. This destructive force, radiating with an ominous glow, was absolutely wild, unlike anything she'd ever seen. And then, the absolute horror. The attacker went full savage, even stabbing his eyes with that brutal Tianju yoga technique. As she replays the gruesome details, she realizes this wasn't just any blade, but some kind of strange sword, hinting at something seriously sinister. The technique, the execution, it was all too clear, this could only have come straight from the demonic path. Kneeling beside her grandfather's lifeless form, Woo Yunseol's mind is racing, trying to pinpoint the perp. Out of everyone she knows, only one could pull off wounds like these. The meticulous cruelty didn't stop there, it even extended to his back, absolutely covered in tiny cuts. She's recalling the sheer number of wounds, noting that there were 93 traces of hidden weapon usage, blowing past even the 66 of the sky full of falling flowers technique. This level of precision and sheer volume screams that it wasn't some group effort, but rather a single, super specialized method. The wounds on her grandfather's face, too many to count, could only be from some hidden weapon device that can blast out hundreds of projectiles at once. And the torture didn't even stop there. She remembers the horrifying detail of the underside of his tongue, also showing signs of brutal abuse. Even his fingernails were discolored, a final, chilling testament to the prolonged agony he went through. Woo Yunseol is locked in on the glowing document, the horrifying truth of her grandfather's end laid bare, a lethal poison that literally rotted his flesh and spoiled his blood. This wasn't just any killer, this was the work of a terrifying individual from the demonic path, someone steeped in dark, forbidden arts. And get this, the killer had also mastered the insane Tianju yoga technique, a brutal, eye-gouging style. But wait, there's more. They also wielded a hidden weapon of insane caliber, designed for maximum destruction. This wasn't just a kill, this person used lethal weapons that literally made flesh rot and blood spoil, leaving a gruesome, unforgettable scene. This level of unique, brutal skill. There's no way there are many people like that out there. And she swore, "I will." Her crimson eye blazed with pure, unadulterated resolve, the haunting image of her grandfather's face, peaceful yet brutally scarred, flashing in her mind, igniting an inferno of vengeance. Her gaze was razor-sharp, locked onto her ultimate goal. A single, defiant drop of blood, or was it a tear, escaped her eye, as she made her chilling vow, "Find you no matter what." Those drops fell, stark against the white, a chilling crimson promise of ultimate retribution. Then another drop, clear and reflective, descended, hitting the surface with a soft, determined splash. It landed right on a document, blurring the names Janyang Clan Buyunseal and Janyang Clan Bukins, a critical list she was meticulously tracking for her revenge. Kneeling, head bowed, she faces the imposing Bu Janyang, a chilling memory of the moment her world shattered. Tension hangs heavy in the air as she stays frozen, a tiny, vulnerable figure in that massive hall. But above her, Bu Janyang's voice drips with pure contempt, mocking the Janyang clan as mere country bumpkins, laughing at anyone who'd be scared by agreement papers and giving up their own body. His words sliced through the silence, a brutal command to get out if she wouldn't stamp her finger, his face twisted in pure rage. But her eyes, wide with terror, are locked on something unseen, a silent scream tearing through her soul. A primal scream rips from her throat, her crimson eyes blazing with pure agony as blood drips from her mouth. Kwajik. Her hand claws at her own throat, a single drop of blood mirroring the fatal wound that shattered her entire existence. Bu Janyang and the others reel back, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief at the sheer, raw grief exploding before them. The instant her grandfather died, everything changed forever. His bare feet, soaked in blood, lie lifeless on the cold floor, a brutal monument to the violence that just erupted. Her life utterly broke down, shattered into a million pieces, as she pressed her own bloody finger onto the document, sealing her destiny of vengeance. With absolutely nothing left but the path of revenge, she stands next to Bu Janyang, both staring down at the very document that chains her to this dark future, the paper rustling with her unbreakable resolve. Jian Beg. A serious-looking dude with a sharp goatee drops a bombshell, announcing that this competition is about to go down, and it's gonna be huge. But for her, with her eyes glowing with fierce determination, this isn't just any competition, it's the first move in her epic quest for revenge. With her crimson eyes practically burning through the screen, she tightens her fists, absolutely locked in and ready to unleash pure fury. Alright, so in the Murim world, we've got these two massive powerhouses, the orthodox and unorthodox sects, constantly clashing. Their epic, brutal fight for supremacy has been going on for literally ages. Now, the orthodox sects, they're all about justice, and they're led by the powerful Murim alliance. And on the other side, the unorthodox sects, totally obsessed with power, were all about the demon palace, and for a long time, these two giants kept each other in check. But then, the orthodox sects got ambitious and decided it was time to make a move. And that's how they ended up creating the legendary 18 Martial Masters. A super powerful squad whose very presence glowed with raw energy. These guys were famous, known throughout the land for fighting for the greater good. But with the Murim alliance stepping up their game, the demon palace wasn't about to be left behind, so they cooked up a plan to boost their own power. Bringing together their own terrifying warriors deep within their shadowy palace. And that's how they unleashed the 10 Demon Masters, a crew whose sheer power was just wild, untamed, and absolutely terrifying. Forget your past. The Demon Palace was about to pick 10 prodigies, training them in the deadly arts of the 10 demonic sects. This wasn't just any offer, it was a chance to learn the true martial arts of the Demon Palace, no questions asked about your past, and it grabbed everyone's attention. This was the kind of chance that made young warriors rush straight to the Demon Palace. Crowds were forming, and one young man, with an intense gaze, was watching them all, sizing up every single hopeful. His dark hair was a whirlwind around him as he kept up his silent, intense assessment. And among the sea of faces, another powerful figure, with his dark hair pulled back, was also watching the whole thing go down, his aura practically screaming for attention. He chatted quickly with a younger guy, but meanwhile, Buyunseal was still laser-focused on the crowd. He just had to say it, feeling a seriously powerful vibe from more than a few of these guys. His eyes narrowed, a spark of pure resolve igniting as he realized that right here, in this crowd, there was probably someone connected to the monster who murdered his grandfather. The spectral form of his grandfather materialized, a chilling, silent promise of the revenge he craved, and his determination solidified with every beat of his heart. The killer. That's all that mattered, a relentless obsession burning deep within him. And he knew, deep down, that this person was a martial master on a whole other level, a power he couldn't even comprehend. To get his revenge on that monster, he had to become just as strong, just as terrifying, but with no master, no sect, no power, how could he ever hope to catch up? His hand reached out, a silent, burning desire for power, a desperate reach for a path forward. Then, with a burning resolve in his crimson eyes, he clenched his fist, realizing the only way, the fastest way, was to become one of the 10 demon masters. It was his destiny. This was the only way to power up, to get strong, to get his revenge. No other path existed. Meanwhile, a sudden, jarring sound ripped through the air, making one young man jump out of his skin, while his buddy just watched, cool as a cucumber. Then, a blinding, explosive flash erupted, swallowing everything in its brilliant, chaotic light. When the dust settled, a mighty warrior was down, defeated, surrounded by shadowy figures, the very air crackling with raw power. The aftermath was clear, a brutal fight had just ended, leaving the powerful warrior broken on the ground, surrounded by the victor's lingering aura. But even on the ground, this warrior's eyes blazed crimson as he roared his name, "My name is Head Instructor, Hyok Ryanyoung." And his full, legendary title, Head Instructor Gold Dagger Blood Eyes Hyok Ryanyoung, was a name that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. The head instructor, Hyok Ryanyoung, steps forward, and the crowd immediately erupts, realizing they're in the presence of the legendary Gold Dagger Blood Eyes himself. With a booming voice, he lays down the law, announcing this is the ultimate proving ground to find the absolute best prodigies from every single demon sect. And the stakes couldn't be higher, only the ones who conquer every single trial, will even get a shot at becoming a candidate for the legendary 10 Demon Masters. The tension is palpable as everyone holds their breath, waiting for the first challenge to be unveiled. He then drops the bomb. The Demon Palace's own elite martial artists are going to personally put everyone's physical aptitude to the ultimate test. And just like that, Bu Yunseal, now rocking the intimidating dark robes and hat of an examiner, is already on the move, heading straight for the testing grounds. The very ground seems to rumble, signaling the start of the real action. Back with the other students, jaws are dropping and heads are shaking, as they can't believe this is the trial and demand to know why there's no epic competition. And just like that, Bu Yunseal is already in action, proving his new status, effortlessly pushing back a burly student with one hand, showing off his insane physical prowess. With a swift, confident motion, he gives the student the green light, telling him to move on to the next level. His eyes, piercing through the shadows of his hat, burn with an intense new authority, ready for anything. Watching the chaos unfold, another student can't help but wonder, maybe this whole competition thing is totally unnecessary after seeing this brutal trial. The physical aptitude test kicked off, a simple rope standing between them and the next level, but everyone knew it was just the beginning. The crowd was buzzing, and then, the whisper went around, "He's here." The main event was about to begin. No time to waste, a hand shot out, grabbing hold of destiny. Yunseal, rocking his new conical hat and signature wooden box, was locked and loaded, with Janyang's eyes glued to him. One student couldn't believe his eyes, totally flabbergasted by this young lad's nerve. Janyang's hand tightened on his robe, a chilling thought echoing in his head, he's totally screwed. That student was still shook, utterly baffled that he even dared to show up. But then, things took a wild turn, as his crimson eyes ignited with an intense, chilling glow. His face was pure steel, a silent, terrifying power just oozing from him. That eye flared even brighter, and then it hit them, pure, unadulterated killing intent. Yunseal stared down, and Janyang, feeling the pressure, cleared his throat, knowing a big decision was coming. Even after seeing that insane power, Janyang's decision was final, no way was he letting him pass. Bu Yunseal's eyes drop, a heavy realization hitting him as he thinks, just as I expected. Meanwhile, a flashback or a quiet moment reveals his grandfather's grim wisdom, "My entire life has been about tending to the dead." The younger man looks utterly defeated, his small frame dwarfed by the weight of the conversation, the sound of a soft rustle filling the space. But his spirit isn't broken, his gaze sharpens, "I couldn't pass that test. But this isn't over." He stares across the massive arena, the sheer number of participants fueling his resolve, a silent vow forming in his mind, this is not the end. Suddenly, a booming announcement cuts through the air, the first trial is over. But not everyone is accepting the results, one student's face contorts in pure rage, his jaw locked tight. His eyes blaze red as he unleashes a furious cry, "This is so unfair." Waving his hand in disbelief, he demands answers, if it's all about physical strength, why even bother with a competition? High above the fray, Bu Janyang watches the student's furious display, his expression unreadable. A flicker of thought crosses his features, "Unfair, you say?" He ponders, "Your physical foundation is everything when." His internal monologue visualizes a glowing, perfect human form, underscoring the fundamental truth, it's all about mastering martial arts. This competition was designed to find the best of the best from across the land, yet some still had the audacity to complain when they couldn't even clear the absolute minimum requirements. One student, absolutely fuming from the first trial's outcome, shouts that they deserve at least a chance, but Bu Janyang just stands there, observing the chaos with an unreadable gaze. But a searing golden glow ignites within his eyes, a silent testament to his unyielding belief in what it truly takes to be strong. Elsewhere, Bu Yunseal, his determination burning brighter than ever, reassures himself, because he knows the next trial is where he'll truly shine. Then, a booming voice rips through the silence, a golden, explosive aura erupting from Hyok Ryanyoung, as he lays down the law, he's picking the ones who can master martial arts, even if their physical stats are trash. He's practically glowing with raw power, his face set in a fierce glare, doubling down on his promise to unearth hidden talent, no matter the physical limitations. And just like that, the decree echoes through the entire arena, the second trial is kicking off right now. Hyok Ryanyoung looms over the anxious crowd, a force of nature in his own right, his gaze sweeping over the participants as Bu Janyang takes it all in from the side. The head instructor's voice drops like a hammer, revealing the savage truth of the next trial, it's a free-for-all, a fight to the death. His chilling command echoes, a stark directive for every single participant, just survive. The objective is crystal clear, he states, this brutal struggle will rage on until only one warrior remains. The entire crowd is absolutely floored by the sheer brutality of this trial, as Hyuk Ryan-young's final, chilling word reverberates, alive. The shocking announcement of a death match sends ripples of disbelief through the crowd, with one student immediately crying out, how could they be forced to kill each other when they were all allies? Was this trial for real? Meanwhile, Woo Yun-seol's crimson eyes blaze with an unholy fire, his entire being vibrating with a dark, thrilling energy as he clenches his fist, ready for anything. A cold, calculating smile plays on his lips as he thinks, if this is how it's going to be, then it's perfect for him. If he has to kill, then he will. His intense stare locks onto the other competitors, two terrified female students caught in his deadly crosshairs. There's no turning back now, the crimson fire in his eye burning brighter than ever. Then, in a flash, he snatches his sword, a surge of raw power crackling around his grip. The blade sings as it leaves its sheath, a deadly gleam in his eyes mirroring the steel. And with a chilling declaration, he announces his first target, then I'll start with him. No hesitation, no mercy. He explodes into action, a deadly blur, his sword already descending on an unsuspecting rival. His glowing blade slices through the air, a terrifying arc of pure, unadulterated power. And with a savage roar, he screams, die, as the blade plunges towards its mark. The victim's face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror, his eyes wide with the chilling realization of his impending doom. A hand, cloaked in shadow, grips a deadly staff, its dark form blurring with incredible speed. As the weapon arcs down with a terrifying, blood-red glow, leaving a trail of pure destruction. The razor-sharp tip plunges down, ready to unleash absolute chaos. Boom! The weapon slams into its target, sending them flying, as raw red energy erupts. A sickening crack. Blood explodes from the impact, a brutal testament to the sheer power unleashed. The assault intensifies, more blood spraying, the air practically screaming with violence. Blood rains down, a chilling spectacle against the void. The red-haired aggressor, eyes burning with crimson light, flashes a savage grin and snarls, this is it. Today, I end you. Then, with a roar that shakes the very air, he proclaims his identity, Red Dragon. A chilling, toothy grin spreads across his face as he hisses, W. Won-chung. And there she is, the victim, Woo Yun-seol, her face a mask of blood, her body shattered from the relentless assault, the sheer force still vibrating through her. The brutal impact from Woo Won-chung's attack just keeps tearing through her, a crimson spray exploding from the sheer force of the blow. Overwhelmed by the sheer pain and shock, Woo Yun-seol can only manage a choked gasp, blood rising to her lips as her body completely rebels. Nearby, another observer recoils in absolute horror, the violence so extreme it leaves her face splattered with crimson, her mind reeling from the sight of a blow that narrowly avoided the ribs to strike directly at the heart. Woo Won-chung, despite his seemingly weak frame, moves with razor-sharp reflexes and incredible agility, his staff a blur of red energy as he lands another precise strike. Standing over his latest victim, he issues a chilling challenge, daring anyone else who wants to end up skewered to step forward, declaring himself Woo Won-chung, ready to take care of them. From the sidelines, Woo Jan-young observes the whole chaotic display, acknowledging Woo Won-chung's decisive actions but lamenting his utter lack of common sense, concluding that this place is indeed full of worthless fools. Hyuk Ryan-young, standing right beside him, just nods in agreement, the chaos unfolding before them. A younger observer, wearing a traditional hat, reflects on the harsh reality of such battles, if you show yourself as a threat, you're absolutely bound to become a target. Woo Jan-young, however, sees a completely different opportunity, believing that this aggressive display should still stir the others into motion. Meanwhile, a distressed woman wonders aloud, totally uncertain of what to do if things keep going this chaotic way. True to his word, Woo Won-chung continues his brutal assault, striking down another opponent who screams in agony and defiance. A crushing blow lands, and one poor soul realizes, too late, they've just walked straight into a death trap. He's sent flying, his pristine white robe instantly ruined by a sickening splatter as he fights to stay upright. Bam! Another lightning-fast, crimson-streaked hit lands, and the poor fighter can only groan in agony, completely outmatched. A blur of red steel cuts through the air, and Hyuk Ryan-young watches it all, his eyes like lasers, missing nothing. As the carnage unfolds, he just watches, a chilling thought crossing his mind about these rookies who've never truly faced death before. Suddenly, it's a bloodbath of red and black. Fighters are getting absolutely shredded, their screams of "ak" and "kya" lost in the chaos. The beatdown just keeps coming, a symphony of pain and destruction as crimson energy rips through everything. Red Dragon, the absolute menace, just grabs a fighter's head, while a female warrior bravely draws her blade, ready to face the impossible odds. Hyuk Ryan-young's eyes are glued to the brutal spectacle, watching the red-soaked chaos as countless fighters are just getting absolutely demolished. It's true, these greenhorns, totally unprepared for this level of brutality, will have their minds completely frozen when death stares them down, making them easy targets for the relentless assault. A lone fighter tries to block with his blade, but the crimson power of the attack is just too much, threatening to shatter his defense. And through all the carnage, Hyuk Ryanyoung's face is stone cold, his glowing red eyes soaking in every brutal detail of the lesson unfolding. The relentless assault rages on, and even the seasoned grandfather is left gasping, his face a canvas of blood and disbelief as the chaos consumes him. But amidst the bloodshed, a young man can only watch, a shocked "oh" tearing from him as the sheer brutality unfolds. But Hyuk Ryanyoung, ever the cold observer, simply watches, a chilling thought crossing his mind. It seems not all of them are fools, he muses, unfazed by the carnage. Even Bu Yunseal, blood streaking her face and hand, can only watch, a grim realization dawning on her as the battle rages. The fortress walls become a backdrop to pure pandemonium, as martial artists are utterly crushed in a brutal, one-sided war. A masked warrior, a blur of lethal intent, carves through the opposition, leaving a crimson spray in his wake. The blade flashes, a terrifying arc of steel, and then, a sickening impact, painting the air with dark, viscous splatter. A martial artist's scream is cut short, as dark blood explodes from his face, his eyes burning white with pure, unadulterated terror. Bu Yunseal, watching the merciless slaughter, can only scoff, what a bunch of fools, she thinks, her gaze unwavering. And it's true, the martial artists are utterly broken, completely consumed by the paralyzing, all-encompassing fear of death. Their faces are twisted masks of pure horror, as they can only gasp and choke, utterly helpless as the slaughter rages on. Hyuk Ryanyoung's orders were absolute, survive until only one was left standing. And for him, that meant the real game was survival, not killing. He was sure he could guarantee his own survival by thinking rationally and acting cold-bloodedly. Elsewhere, Bu Yunseal was on her knees, blood everywhere, reaching out to a fallen warrior, a desperate whisper escaping her, "I." She flashed back to the red dragon, broken on a cold slab, with Bu Janyan watching, his voice burning with pure defiance as he swore, "I will live, no matter what." That memory snapped her back to her own bleeding arm, the crimson staining her sleeve, a brutal, undeniable reality check. The red dragon, once bound and fighting for his life, now stood over a field of bodies, his past self roaring, "I'll kill you myself." He scanned the battlefield, a soft escaping his lips as he took in the fallen, his eyes sharp, calculating every detail. He focused on one specific corpse, thinking, what's up with this guy? He looks like a total loser. Must have been hiding the whole time. Bu Yunseal, still lost in thought, saw the thin, precise sword marks on her hand, and it hit her. These guys were taken down by lightning-fast swordplay, a deadly dance with a slender blade. The red dragon's eyes blazed with a fierce, yellow glow, his will to survive now an unstoppable force. From the shadows, a hand emerges, chained and ready to strike, launching a dark, heavy projectile with devastating force. That heavy object, now just a blur, rockets through the air, picking up insane speed. Boom! It connects, sending the target crashing to their knees as debris explodes everywhere. The force sends them flying, leaving them utterly defeated as the projectile keeps on going, a true wrecking ball. The ground literally explodes, red energy bursting forth from the impact zone, showing just how much raw power was behind that hit. And the weapon? It's a massive, chain sensor, still swinging like crazy, a whirlwind of destruction. The dust clears, leaving behind only a crumpled piece of fabric, a chilling reminder of the brutal attack. Suddenly, a smug young punk, grinning like a maniac, points at the chaos and taunts, what was that box for? You some kind of relic peddler or something? Meanwhile, in a stark contrast, a younger Bu Yunseal is seen sitting on the ground, her dark hair framing a pensive face as she stares at something off-screen. Her gaze snaps up, a sudden spark of surprise or understanding flashing in her wide eyes. Later, she's at a desk, her hands reaching for a sheathed sword, a mysterious wrapped gift sitting right next to it. What could it be? And in her hand, a simple piece of paper reveals the heartfelt words, "Happy birthday." Talk about a plot twist. A poignant memory, a sheathed blade and a paper etched with happiness, then a whisper, "Grandfather." The past shatters, replaced by a terrifying reality, as those crimson eyes ignite with pure menace, her dark hair a curtain around a face promising pain. She stares down from on high, a silent, deadly hunter sizing up the situation. Far below, a lone figure looks tiny and exposed, completely oblivious to the coming chaos. A hand, coiled with a deadly chain, reaches out, and Bu Yunseal's chilling challenge rings out, "Well now, you wanna go?" The young man below stares up, pure terror etched across his face, a stark, pathetic sight against her icy calm. She strikes, the chain a blur of lethal force, her voice dripping with contempt, "With a pathetic sword like that, what do you even hope to accomplish?" The young man scrambles to defend, his hand clutching a chain, a desperate, useless gesture against her overwhelming might. Then, out of nowhere, a new fighter, sword blazing, charges in, his blade a streak of pure power, aiming to cut her down. The blade flashes, a golden arc of death, slicing down with incredible speed. But before that blade can even touch, a brutal counterstrike connects, a bone-shattering impact that sends the attacker flying. And just like that, it's over, multiple bodies lie broken and defeated on the ground, their fight ended in a flash of overwhelming power. Check out this dude. A young warrior, sharp green eyes, a battle scar, he's ready for anything, his dark robes just adding to the mystique. With a hand on his blade, he drops a savage line, calling out the pathetic trash for making his job too easy. He's got his eyes on a kneeling woman with flowing dark hair, but his expression is totally unreadable. What's going on here? He's got a smirk, throwing shade at someone off-screen, telling them they've got good eyes but zero martial arts skills. He's bringing the pain with a lightning-fast strike, and his inner monologue is pure menace. I could kill someone like you anytime. That blade is glowing with a golden aura, slicing through the air with insane precision. The young woman's face is a mask of worry, her dark eyes totally locked on the intense scene unfolding. Then it hits her like a ton of bricks, she gasps about that boy wielding the legendary extermination sword. Elsewhere, an ancient master with a flowing white beard and intense red eyes is deep in thought, wondering why this kid has the legacy sword of Black Soul, the weapon of the strongest wanderer swordsman ever. The young woman drops a bombshell, revealing the warrior's name, Nung Wongang. The old master keeps dropping lore bombs, revealing that Nung Wongang supposedly found Black Soul's secret manual and sword hidden deep in some forgotten valley. He's still spilling the tea, with another guy hanging on his every word, explaining that Nung Wongang's training was only from the manual, leaving his moves unpolished and full of openings. This kid's got insane potential, but right now, he's the one and only disciple of Black Soul. A legacy he absolutely owns with every lightning-fast, devastating strike, his moves a total blur of pure, raw power. Forget physical strength, this guy's skill alone makes him a top contender for the 10 Demon Master selection, he's a total powerhouse, no matter what. With that kind of raw talent, he's absolutely going to win. The old man keeps going, admitting the kid's still a total rookie, not even worthy of the extermination sword's hilt, but seriously, right now, nobody's stronger than him, and his young friend is totally on board with that. Her eyes go wide as she thinks about it, unless something totally wild and unexpected happens. She's locked in, staring into the unknown, as that unexpected event feels like it's just around the corner. She's staring down at a bloody corpse, and she's like, whoa, those cuts are super rough. Talk about a brutal finish. Just a beat of pure, chilling silence. Up above, the sky's going wild with dark clouds, and you can hear these distant, echoing sounds of pure chaos. A classic building just sits there, totally unfazed under that crazy sky, watching everything go down like it's seen it all before. And then, bam. Nung Wongang's got this epic, triumphant smile, his blade literally dripping with fresh blood, the sounds of his absolute domination still ringing in the air. A piercing yellow eye locks onto its target, the voice dripping with a twisted sense of surprise, didn't think you'd be the last one standing. The battlefield is a gruesome spectacle, a sprawling graveyard of fallen warriors, each one a casualty of the brutal conflict that just tore through this place. From high above, the sheer devastation is undeniable, and only 2 warriors stand tall, their presence a beacon amidst the fallen, ready for the next round. The yellow-eyed challenger, a sinister smirk spreading across his face, lays down the ultimate gauntlet, take you out, and I'm in the running for the 10 Demon Masters. But Nung Wongang isn't backing down, his gaze unwavering, a simple, powerful challenge echoing across the silent battlefield, come at me. Elsewhere, Buyunseo's intense crimson eyes focus, her inner voice cutting through the tension, yeah, that guy. He's the real deal, the strongest one out here. Then, a sudden, explosive force rips through the scene, a moment of pure power, but hold on. With her crimson eyes blazing with insight, she drops the bombshell, I've already figured out his Achilles heel. After the brutal fight, Nung Wongang, with a bandaged arm and a blood-soaked blade, can only smirk, fully aware of the insane situation he's in. But from the shadows, a chilling yellow eye watches the bloodbath unfold, as bodies are strewn everywhere, a brutal monument to the sheer chaos that just went down. Just 2 warriors are left standing in this absolute massacre, their silhouettes haunting against the pale, blood-soaked earth. The yellow-eyed antagonist, with a terrifying, twisted grin, screams his ambition to the heavens, vowing to become one of the legendary 10 Demon Masters. He points a blood-soaked finger, throwing down the gauntlet, but Buyunseol just stares him down, completely unfazed. Her plain robe hides a storm of thoughts as she looks down, processing everything with intense focus. Then, a chilling thought hits her as she tightens her grip on her sword, realizing the real threat is the strongest one left standing. Her hand stays locked on the hilt, but a moment of hesitation, or maybe pure determination, flashes through her. She closes her eyes, taking in the sheer gravity of the moment, her face a blend of exhaustion and absolute, unbreakable resolve. Then, bam. The scene cuts to her standing triumphant over Nung Wongang's defeated body, the entire courtyard still a graveyard of their enemies. She kneels, sword by her side, and Buyunseol's resolve becomes ironclad, her voice booming with an unshakable promise of victory. Her crimson eyes locked in, a fierce resolve burning in her gaze as she geared up for the ultimate showdown. Her long, dark hair whipping around with a lightning-fast move, a subtle shift in her stance screaming, "Game on." Then, with a lightning-fast, decisive move, she unsheathed her blade, the sound of steel ripping through the silence. Poised and ready in the courtyard, sword in hand, she stared down the yellow-eyed antagonist, who was just waiting for the fight to begin. With a cocky smirk, the antagonist's yellow eyes practically glowed, as he threw down the gauntlet, asking if he should test her skills a little. Responding to his taunt, she exploded into action with blinding speed, a total blur across the stone ground. Her body contorted, hair whipping, as she barely dodged an unseen attack. Keeping up her insane, almost ghostly movement, she weaved through the falling rain, leaving streaks of pure speed behind her. The yellow-eyed antagonist, his eyes absolutely blazing, unleashed a storm of glowing blue energy projectiles, forcing her to react in a split second. One of those projectiles just barely grazed her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood as she kept up her insane dodging. Watching her insane moves, the antagonist just scoffed, acknowledging her incredible ability to dodge his attacks. From the sidelines, Hyuk Ryan Young's voice booms, totally trashing the opponent's moves as clumsy, but hey, even he's gotta admit they've lasted way longer than expected. Seriously, if you're just glancing, it looks like a total beatdown, like they're getting absolutely wrecked. But Jan Yang, with his sharp eyes, sees the real truth if you just zoom in a little. They're actually twisting their body with insane precision at the very last second of every single attack. It's a desperate, high-stakes dance of evasion as those glowing red slashes just rip through the air all around her. She's somehow dodging fatal blows, even as blood starts spraying across her face from the insane speed and near misses. The relentless assault just keeps coming, every single blow a hair's breadth away, leaving her face totally splattered. Those rapid, glowing attacks are just crushing in, forcing her to literally dance on the razor's edge of defeat. Then, it hits her like a lightning bolt, her eyes going wide with a chilling realization. Did this guy seriously memorize Num Wongang's attack patterns by studying the freaking corpses he left behind? That's just an absolutely mind-blowing level of observation. And the blood dripping from her chin is just a brutal, undeniable trophy of this insane exchange. But even with all those injuries, Yunseal's voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and totally dismissive, straight up calling her opponent's sword techniques pathetic. After taking a brutal onslaught, Yunseal is still standing, and she's not just standing, she's straight up taunting her opponent, telling him all he's done is scratch her. Her sheer audacity makes someone wonder, is she actually trying to get him even more fired up? Bu Jianyang, watching from afar, can see she's dodging like a pro, but he's also thinking, how is she going to hit back with that body? Yeah, a real hit? That's gonna be tough. Bloodied and bruised, her face tells a story of pain, but her eyes? Pure fire, pure defiance. The yellow-eyed antagonist, with a chilling grin, is totally done with her attitude, basically asking if she's got a death wish for talking back like that. Then, in a blur of pure speed, he whips out another sword strike, a deadly arc of steel. His eyes are practically burning yellow, as he charges in, pure aggression radiating from him. But Bu Yunseal isn't backing down, she's throwing it right back, shouting, "Then I'll grant your wish," as blue energy explodes around her. Then, a voice screams, "He's coming," as Bu Yunseal blasts off, a literal streak of light, closing the distance in an instant. That explosive move. That's it. That's the opening she needed. Her face is still a bloody mess, but her eyes are laser-focused, locked onto her opponent, ready to unleash hell. After checking out all the bodies of his victims, a shocking truth hit hard. The pattern was crystal clear, his finishing moves always went for the opponent's weak spots. Yeah, you guessed it, straight for the heart and the head. When he was really going for the kill, his blade always went for the upper body. So if that's how it was, then it was time for a game-changing move. Suddenly, with a blinding flash, the yellow-eyed antagonist unleashed a lightning-fast, supercharged attack, leaving sick green energy trails behind him. But just as he was about to land the hit, he got rocked, flying backward with a sickening kwok. Then, in a shocking reversal, Bu Yunseal went for the kill, burying a knife deep into him, blood exploding everywhere as she landed the ultimate counter. Her eyes, burning with pure fire, locked onto her target with insane focus. Watching the whole thing go down, Bu Jianyang knew that Yin-to acupoint was super tough to train, even for a martial arts legend. He just kept his eyes glued to the insane fight. Bu Yunseal unleashes a devastating blow, driving her knife deep into the yellow-eyed antagonist with incredible power, a strike so potent it could instantly drop even the toughest warrior. His eyes ignite with a furious crimson glow, his face twisting in a silent, agonizing roar as blood explodes from the wound. The sheer force of the impact rips through him, sending a violent, crimson spray arcing through the air, splattering across the battlefield in gruesome droplets. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupts, swirling into the inferno-like sky, a clear sign of the raw power just unleashed. Then, through the swirling chaos, Bu Jianyang emerges, his blade glinting, standing over the defeated. His piercing gaze sweeping across the scene, assessing the aftermath with chilling precision. A tense, almost suffocating silence descends before the yellow-eyed antagonist is brutally dragged across the ravaged ground. His form lifeless and drenched in blood, his face a mask of pain, eyes shut against the torment. Every ragged breath is a desperate struggle, a harrowing testament to the critical wounds he sustained. The very air crackles with the aftermath, a silent, shimmering testament to the absolute chaos that just erupted, leaving everyone wondering what's next. And through the smoke and shattered earth, Yunseal emerges, an absolute force of nature, standing triumphant over every single opponent, leaving no doubt who reigns supreme. But the yellow-eyed antagonist, once so formidable, is now utterly shattered, his mind reeling, barely able to grasp that his reign of terror might actually be finished. Meanwhile, Bu Jianyang and Hyok Ryanyoung, watching from afar, are absolutely stunned, their faces a perfect blend of shock and disbelief at the wild card that just flipped the entire game. Hyok Ryanyoung, with a critical gaze, can't help but feel a little let down, thinking he'd expected way more from something hyped as the Sword Art of Black Soul. The sheer force of the clash still reverberates, a visual symphony of unleashed power. Then, out of nowhere, Hyok Ryanyoung's voice explodes, shouting her name with undeniable force, Bu Yunseal. And just like that, Bu Jianyang steps up, his voice booming with absolute certainty, "You have passed the second trial." And as those words echo, her crimson eyes ignite with an otherworldly, blazing intensity, a raw display of the sheer power she just unleashed. Her figure, draped in flowing robes, is a stark, powerful silhouette of pure victory against the dying light. And now, in a realm beyond the battle's fury, she stands solitary on the edge of an abyss, her gaze fixed on the vast unknown, ready for what comes next. She's screaming into the void, her voice desperate, trying to find someone in the crushing darkness. Then, bam. A memory hits, a younger her, a total cutie, shouting with pure joy, her little voice just bursting with happiness. The kid's shouts are bouncing around, a total lifeline in this creepy darkness, like, "I'm right here, Grandpa. Come get me." Adult Yunseal is pushing through, her own voice joining the frantic search, a soft, almost broken whisper of her name. But that kid's happy vibe just crashes, her face twisting into pure heartbreak as she screams, "I can't see you." It's brutal. A total mind warp hits adult Yunseal, her brain just short-circuiting trying to figure out what's real. Her crimson eye is practically on fire, glowing with this insane internal light, showing just how much she's freaking out. Then, the vision snaps into focus, her grandfather's face, covered in blood, his eyes just black voids, it's a nightmare come to life. Her eyes are practically melting with a fiery red glow, the kid's terrified words screaming in her head, and the whole memory just hits her like a truck. She lets out this primal scream, her face a mask of pure agony, her fangs showing as her inner demons just take over. This nightmare vision just crushes her, making her double over, a choked gasp tearing from her throat. But hold up. The scene totally shifts to a busy hall, where Nung Wongang is standing there, sharp as ever, just scoping out all the other people chilling around him. Totally disoriented, Nung Wongang hits the ground, a confused gasp ripping from him as he stares up at blurry figures. His vision blurs, the world around him just a swirling vortex of light and shadow. A wild, chaotic dance of churning water and blinding reflections. Splashing water crashes around him. A relentless, rhythmic reminder of his totally messed up situation. Then, the abstract chaos shatters, replaced by the hard reality of a ship's hull, the water sounds now clearly external. And he slowly pushes himself up, totally confused, asking himself if he passed out and how he even got on this ship, remembering the insane amount of blood he'd lost. Even though his injuries were super serious, he feels almost zero pain now, which is just wild. His bandaged hand rests on his leg, making him wonder if some legendary doctor, maybe even one from the demonic palace, was called in to fix him up. But putting that thought on the back burner, he zeroes in on what's happening right now. The other people on this ship immediately grab his attention, their bodies are clearly ripped and well-trained, and some of their faces even look weirdly familiar, a detail that totally sparks his curiosity. He can't help but wonder, are these the guys who actually passed the first trial? A crew member, rocking a top knot, throws a seriously condescending smirk at the young woman, and you can just feel the icy vibes from everyone else on this ship. Because she's totally getting hit with all the contemptuous gazes from everyone else. Bu Yunseal, with her epic long dark hair, is looking totally bummed out, her crimson eyes just screaming quiet resignation. And honestly, she's probably thinking, yeah, this is pretty much what I expected, I guess. Then, out of nowhere, that same crew member just yells, "Disembark." Bu Yunseal heads down a ladder to the ship's lower deck, looking up, maybe at the sky she's about to leave behind. Then, some serious-looking dude in a wide-brimmed hat drops the bomb, "Alright, people, we've hit the next trial area." And then drops the name of this terrifying place, Hell Island. The ship's sails are just dark shapes against this insane blood-red sky, and the whole atmosphere is just thick with this fiery, oppressive glow. Gnarly, dark rock formations are just stabbing into the fiery horizon, shooting up from a wild, dark red sea as the ship rolls up to this totally desolate shore. The sky is a blazing crimson, painting the churning waters below in fiery reflections, and the ship's mast groans with an almost terrifying intensity. This massive vessel, sails unfurled, is a dark silhouette against that insane, burning horizon. And the water? It's a shimmering, chaotic canvas of red and orange, mirroring the bizarre, otherworldly glow above. A weathered wooden dock, solid and strong, kisses the lapping waves, its surface shimmering with tiny specks of light. Then, a figure in dark robes, absolutely owning the scene, strides across a narrow bridge, their silhouette perfectly framed by that insane, vibrant sky. Bu Jianyang, without even looking back, drops a clear command, his voice cutting through everything. His mouth is open, the red tassel on his hat barely moving, as he pushes them forward. The ocean just stretches forever, crashing into these jagged, rocky cliffs, all of it drenched in that same wild, fiery sky glow. And just like that, the ship is finally resting at the base of those cliffs, its epic journey ending on this desolate, yet stunning, shore. That red-orange sky, still blazing with scattered particles, just hangs there, heavy over the new arrivals, hinting at the absolute chaos about to drop. They've arrived at a brutal, rocky wasteland, and the first command drops, everyone's crashing here. Bu Jianyang, ever the leader, lays down the law, ditch your old gear, grab the new threads and blades, and get out here. After the gear swap, the next directive is simple, pick a cave, any cave. And just like that, everyone's in their new uniforms, ready to claim their spot. Even Bu Jianyang is in the new uniform, his gaze sharp as he takes in the chaos. Bu Yunseal's piercing crimson eyes miss nothing, her gaze sharp and calculating. Standing with Bu Jianyang at a cave mouth, she coolly assesses, this spot looks decent. She's pleasantly surprised by her chosen cave, thinking, humid. Nope, this is actually comfy. But the peace is shattered by a frustrated, ugh, it's tight, and a territorial, hey, I called dibs. A pink-robed woman and a blue-robed man are already bickering, the man snapping, seriously. I was here first. You can't just claim stuff because you feel like it. Bu Jianyang, watching the petty fight, coolly interjects, chill out, guys. Plenty of good spots to go around. He even lets out a little chuckle, clearly amused by their antics. But Bu Yunseal's thoughts are far darker, a silent judgment forming, these rookies have no idea what the second trial even was. They're all letting their guard down. The female contestant sheepishly confesses, yeah, I was too, and the guy replies, my bad, I was out of line. It's obvious that a lot of the first trial survivors are rocking some seriously expensive threads, making you wonder if this whole group is just a bunch of rich kids from elite clans. The truth hits hard. She's staring at a torn paper, and it's clear, this, second trial isn't just a test, it's a brutal culling, designed to weed out the weak and kill them off. This isn't just some game, the stakes are deadly real, and the tattered document is screaming the grim truth. But before she can dwell on it, a sharp voice snaps her back to reality, demanding to know if she's picked her spot yet. She looks over, a hint of annoyance in her eyes, as the voice presses on, telling her she's been too slow and it's time to make a move. A random contestant, rocking a conical hat, shouts at her, telling her to stop wasting time. With Bu Jianyang right there, Yunseal just watches, taking in every move the other contestants make. She remembers that guy's intense stare, shocked he even made it this far, and now she's totally locked in, waiting to see what wild choice he'll pull next. The conical-hatted guy, eyes bugging out with pure panic, screams that time's running out and they need to pick a cave, now. No hesitation, no second thoughts, he just points, calling out his pick for a cave. Yunseal just stares, standing there in the middle of this barren wasteland, as he picks his cave from all the shadowy entrances. His finger shoots out, pointing straight at a super dark, super creepy cave entrance, its shadowy depths just begging for trouble. A quick thought flashes through his head, maybe a little, oh well, or, whoa, just at how many crazy places there are to pick from. She's absolutely repulsed, pointing with a sneer, calling out the cave as a dump fit only for trash, and making it clear she's totally disgusted. But Bu Jianyang. He's just grinning, totally seeing the genius move in her cave pick, even if she's hating it, thinking, this guy's a total genius. He's laying it all out, saying that yeah, the cave looks tiny and gross from the outside, but that's just the front door to something way bigger. And boom, the cave opens up into this massive underground world, all lit up with this crazy, otherworldly glow. This place is huge, seriously massive, with tons of space just begging for some intense training sessions. Plus, that tiny entrance is a natural fortress, keeping out any unwanted guests. Most people would totally skip this humble-looking spot, but the person who picked it? They clearly saw the bigger picture. Bu Jianyang flashes a smug grin, facing the crowd of contestants, Yunseal among them, and drops the bomb, alright, everyone, get ready. Yunseal's watching him, and you can practically see the light bulb go off in her head, as his words finally click into place. And get this, deep inside that cave, Nung Woongang is already there, totally prepped, exuding pure, unshakable resolve. His feet are planted like roots on that cave floor, showing off his rock-solid, no-quit attitude. Outside, Wu Jianyang's got everyone's attention, Yunseal included, ready to drop the next big challenge, announcing, "Alright, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's next." He's pulling out the map, revealing Hell Island, a legendary spot packed with 10 insane martial arts facilities, each one a battleground waiting for them. Check out this insane map of Hell Island, revealing a gnarly central mountain with paths branching off to multiple martial arts facilities. And get this, in each of those buildings, you can learn one of the 10 demonic sects' martial arts. Bu Jianyang lays it out, saying it's totally up to them, whether they want to master everything or just go all in on one thing. And get this, he even says they've got total freedom with their schedule, so they can chill, play, or train however they want. He makes it super clear, learn martial arts, train solo, just do whatever you want. But Yunseal's not buying it, her face a total frown, thinking this second trial is a hellhole and there's no way they'll get to train in peace. Meanwhile, the other contestants are already buzzing, one asking what to learn first, and another immediately shouting out, "Fire Rain Sword." Someone else jumps in, confirming it's the Fire Rain Sword sect's moves, because everyone knows they're the strongest. Suddenly, everyone's rushing, all making a beeline for one place, the Fire Rain Sword sect. The chatter among them just reinforces it, everyone's heard they're the absolute strongest of the demonic sects. Yunseal, with the crowd, finally hits the epic entrance of the Fire Rain Sword sect, and you can just feel the power radiating from that place. She's thinking, yeah, learning from this sect would be huge, even though she's never had any formal training herself. She'd never learned martial arts, but she was confident she'd be fine without them, even if it was some legendary technique. But what she really needed now, was something else entirely, her determined footsteps pounding the earth. She pressed on, her figure a lone shadow against the fading light of the forest. The path ahead was long, but she pushed forward, undeterred. Then, through the dense foliage, a building appeared, shimmering with an otherworldly light. She kept moving, the mysterious structure looming larger and larger. The leaves themselves seemed to guide her, unveiling the final stretch of her journey. Her eyes, sharp and focused, betrayed a flicker of unease as she neared her goal. She finally stood before the ancient, crumbling structure, a single thought echoing in her mind, is this really the place? The very building seemed to groan in response. This was it, the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Once mighty, its power had crumbled so much it barely clung to its spot among the 10 demon sects. Their only saving grace, the only reason they weren't completely wiped out, was their legendary past, having birthed countless martial legends. The spirits of those legendary masters, their fierce determination and triumphant roars, practically vibrated through the very stones of the place. Her eyes narrow, locked in deep thought, remembering her grandfather's epic tales of the Murim. Her grandfather had dropped hints about this very place, the Wandering Beast Pavilion, a name steeped in legend, and now, standing right in front of its crumbling ruins, she can't help but think, my grandfather told me about them when he was talking about the Murim. A determined glint in her eye, she's ready to make her mark, so here, I will. Perched precariously on a crumbling edge, she surveys the vast, empty expanse, but then, bam. A massive tremor rocks the entire structure. Her eyes dart down, a weird feeling tingling through her boots, the ground. A worried frown creases her brow as she instinctively reaches out, feeling the ground beneath her getting seriously unstable. Then, boom. The ground explodes, debris flying everywhere, and she lets out a shocked, huh. A huge, gaping hole now dominates the landscape, and she can only stare, utterly bewildered, asking, what is it? Out of the dust and rubble, a powerful figure rises, his piercing gaze locking onto her as he throws down the gauntlet. Have you come here wishing to become one of the 10 demon masters? This is Sa Wu, the secret pavilion master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, now fully unleashed from his underground hideout, and his power is absolutely off the charts. Yunseal spins around, her fists already balled up, totally prepared for the epic showdown that's about to go down. She strikes a respectful pose, eyes locked on her target. And with unwavering conviction, she states her mission, I'm here to master the Wandering Beast Pavilion's martial arts. A determined glint in her eyes, she braces for what's next. A soft escapes her, but the pavilion master's gaze sharpens, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he looks down. A dismissive, ho. Escapes him, his stance unyielding, radiating an unspoken challenge. His voice cuts through the air, sharp and decisive, I'm not teaching martial arts to anyone. And with a dismissive gesture, he adds, especially not to a weakling like you. Trapped, with only her head above the shifting ground, she remembers the legend, they say the Wandering Beast Pavilion's arts grant ultimate survival. Sa Wu lets out a contemptuous mocking her knowledge of arts he claims are on their last legs. He presses on, even the most brilliant struggle with our techniques. As jagged, crystalline spikes erupt around her, she stands unyielding, her gaze unwavering. Sa Wu lays down the law, dropping a bombshell. Their martial arts demand body modification, and in her current state, she'd be toast in a day. He's not holding back, telling her to scram if she gets it, even as her head barely breaks free from the crushing earth. She's totally swallowed by the earth, just her head showing, a stark image of her struggle against the desolate, crushing landscape. But from the depths of the mud, she fires back, asking him what exactly he thinks she's up to. She doubles down, declaring that since he's on board to teach her, she's gotta show proper respect to her new master. Her inner monologue screams pure, unshakable resolve, even as the earth tries to swallow her whole. Sa Wu, witnessing her sheer stubbornness, can only think, this girl is absolutely insane. A raw, powerful grunt rips from her as she fights the earth, her eyes clenched tight in a desperate struggle. And just like that, he gives in, agreeing to take her on. But hold up, he's quick to set the record straight, don't get it twisted, he's only teaching her because the Demon Palace gave the order. He looms large, his powerful leg dominating the frame, while she's still stuck, a tiny figure in the background. Then, with an intense stare, he drops the bomb, revealing he is none other than the Wandering Beast Pavilion Master, Sa Wu. Just look at that raw power. His chest is absolutely ripped, showcasing a dragon tattoo that screams legendary strength and discipline. And just like that, the master drops the new rules, telling her straight up to call him Mr. Sa from now on. Bu Yunseal tries to introduce herself, standing there, ready for anything, but he just shuts her down, no questions asked. No debate, no discussion, she's just, trainee number 1, deal with it. But Bu Yunseal? She's not even fazed. Her eyes are locked, her resolve unbreakable, ready to take on whatever comes next. Then, bam. Sa Wu's hand ignites with a fierce, crackling blue energy, showing off some serious power. That same intense blue energy now wraps around his leg, showing he's ready to unleash his full power, and he's not wasting any time, training starts now. The legendary Wandering Night Pavilion Master, Sa Wu, makes his grand entrance, announcing himself with an undeniable aura of power. Then lays down the law, demanding to be called Mr. Sa by his new trainee. But before Yunseal can even finish her introduction, he shuts her down cold. His voice cuts through the air, branding her as nothing but trainee number 1. Yunseal's face hardens, a storm of emotions brewing beneath her calm exterior. Then, without warning, Sa Wu's hand ignites with a blinding blue energy, charging up for a devastating blow. His arm coils, the blue power surging, and with a chilling grin, he announces, "Let's get started." In a flash, an invisible force slams into her, her eyes snapping wide open in pure shock. The force of the strike rips through her, a brutal, unseen hit connecting with her neck and shoulder. Her world explodes in agony, her eye widening to an impossible degree as the shock registers. Suddenly, Yunseal's world went black. Her eye dilated, red energy ripping through her senses as she was plunged into total darkness. But even with her vision gone, she snapped into a defensive stance, her body coiled and ready in the pitch black. A panicked thought screamed through her mind, she was completely blind. But then, Sa Wu's voice sliced through the void, a chillingly calm, "Don't worry," echoing in her ears. Her hand remained clenched, a silent testament to the sheer confusion and bizarre training she was enduring, as the pavilion master finally started to explain this madness. He dropped the bombshell, he'd sealed her vision with a secret technique from the Wandering Night Pavilion, all part of some twisted training. This wasn't just random torture, he declared, it was a vital step to master the Wandering Beast Path, a core martial technique of the entire Wandering Night Pavilion. Yunseal, still reeling, could only manage to repeat the name, the Wandering Beast Path. This technique, Sa Wu explained, would supercharge all her senses, giving her the lightning-fast reflexes of a savage beast. He then dropped another bomb, their martial arts were totally unique, morphing and adapting based on the individual, making every master's path completely different. But here's the kicker, that very adaptability made mastering the Wandering Beast Path insanely hard, which is why almost no one even tries to reach true mastery anymore. A single bead of sweat traced a path down Yunseal's face, her eye now open but still fighting, as the full gravity of his explanation hit her like a truck. The voice of her master cut through the darkness, a stark reminder that mastering this path wasn't just a goal, it was a transformation waiting to happen. Then, bam. A shockwave of purple energy slammed into her, forcing her back as her entire perception shattered, plunging her into a maelstrom of sensory overload. Her eyes burned, a searing, blinding agony, as her vision completely gave out, leaving her stranded in a void of pure black. But from the abyss, something new emerged, a primal force taking shape, a phantom wolf, its eyes blazing with electric blue, signaling the awakening of her true beast senses. This was the ultimate goal, the Wandering Beast Path, in full effect, promising her the razor-sharp instincts and senses of a true apex predator. The blue energy surged, wrapping around her, transforming her very essence, as she became one with the beast, its phantom form a terrifying shadow of her unleashed power. The shift was instantaneous, her form a blur of pure energy, a living testament to the insane power coursing through her veins as she embraced her new reality. Sa Wu, ever the pragmatist, couldn't help but smirk, reminding her that this insane power came with an even crazier death toll. Most people just didn't make it. Even amidst the sensory storm, her stance held firm, a silent testament to her iron will as she battled to stay upright in this terrifying new reality. His voice, a cool, unwavering command, sliced through her agony, telling her to get used to this new blindness, because she had just 1 hour to adapt or fail. Sa Wu loomed over her, a towering figure of absolute authority, a constant pressure, as she, head bowed, took in his brutal truth, her resolve hardening with every word. But as his words sank in, a fire ignited deep within her soul, her crimson eyes flaring with an unstoppable, burning resolve, ready to conquer the wandering beast path, no matter the cost. Her body was absolutely pumping with the raw power of the wandering beast path, a force she was totally committed to mastering. A total throwback to what came before. And she was seriously struggling with her sealed vision, totally confused why her other senses weren't kicking in like they should have. And her master's voice was still ringing in her ears, making her wonder if an hour was even remotely enough time to get this down. But for her, waiting was absolutely not an option. Because she had to adapt, and she had to do it fast. Her body just fumbling and stumbling around in the pitch black. Just blindly groping, trying to figure out this whole new reality. With the sheer weight of her ambition crushing down on her. Because she knew, deep down, that countless martial artists were out there, all fighting to become one of the 10 demon masters. And if she got ambushed in this totally exposed state, it was game over for her. Suddenly, a surge of glowing red energy erupts from the shadows, threatening to engulf her. And she snaps her head around, her intense gaze cutting through the red haze as she prepares for impact. Her eyes flash wide, hair whipping around her as she pushes her body to its absolute limit, dodging the incoming threat. The attack streaks past, a blur of crimson and white, barely missing its target. Mid-air, she contorts her body with impossible agility, a blur of motion against the red-hot energy. The sheer force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, a deafening "keck" echoing through the training grounds. Her expression is pure focus, a silent declaration, my vision is gone, but my balance. That's everything now. But far above the chaos, under a breathtaking, star-filled sky, the world watches on. And Sa Wu, watching from afar, can't help but think, she's gotta be totally lost out there, right? He moves with silent speed, his steps leaving faint, glowing blue trails on the earth. He closes the distance, his eyes locked onto Yunseal's struggling form, a quiet thump marking his presence. He watches her, a silent, assessing escaping his lips. Most trainees just sit there, waiting for their other senses to kick in after losing their sight. But not her. She's out here going wild, fighting an imaginary foe. She's a total blur, hitting hard with red energy sparking off her every move. And maybe that's exactly why she's adapting so incredibly fast. She's airborne, a purple energy vortex ripping around her as she sets up for another insane hit. She slams down, her hand shooting out, absolutely crackling with purple power. Then a brutal downward strike, glowing with pure purple power, slicing through the shadows. Her leg whips out, a purple-powered blur delivering a crushing blow. Her crimson eyes blaze, and she's surrounded by a dark purple aura, having adapted to these invisible attacks at lightning speed. She drops into a low crouch, her whole body buzzing with purple energy, totally locked and loaded for whatever comes next. Watching her go, Sa Wu finally admits she's got this down, and now he's thinking, what's the next challenge? Then, with one last, epic move, she slams down her weapon, blazing with a brilliant blue glow, marking the insane peak of her training. Nung Wongang lets out an absolute battle cry, his entire being screaming with power as he unleashes a sword strike so fierce, he dares anyone to try evading my sword. Screaming, my sword, he unleashes a flurry of blinding blue energy slashes, a chaotic dance of destruction. Those slashes aren't just random, they converge into a massive, concentrated wave of blue energy, ready to obliterate anything in its path. The sheer force of the attack stretches out, its vibrant blue light shimmering and then slowly dissipating into the void. And just like that, the explosive energy fades, leaving behind only ghostly trails that hint at the raw power just unleashed. Then, a dramatic shift. A chilling wash of wind and rain, and suddenly, we're plunged into a bleak, storm-battered world. The relentless rain blurs everything, turning the majestic mountains into mere ghostly silhouettes against the stormy sky. And just like that, we fast forward, 3 days later. 3 days later, and the struggle is real. With a desperate BBAK of effort, he's absolutely drenched, his face a mask of pure exhaustion as he battles the never-ending rain. Every single step is a heavy splash, his boots squelching deep into the mud, a brutal reminder of how far he's come. The wind screams a chilling HAAH, amplifying the sheer misery of this storm-battered wasteland. Through the endless rain, a faint biddle rings out, as he pushes on, a lone warrior against the unforgiving mountain storm. High above, a shadowy figure looms on a rain-drenched cliff, eyes locked on Nung Wongang, who stands defiant, sword at the ready, as the storm rages around him. Then, in a flash, the figure explodes into action, unleashing a devastating, crackling blue energy strike that rips through the air. Nung Wongang is sent absolutely rocketing backward, his body twisting violently from the sheer power of the attack. A brutal blue energy blast crashes into his arm, his face contorted in agony, but his spirit unbroken. But Nung Wongang is built different. He shrugs off the blows, his bandaged arm a badge of honor, and points, ready for more. Bu Jianyang, watching from above, can't believe it. He's thinking, is this seriously day 3? He expected questions, doubts, anything, but Nung Wongang just takes it all in stride. The rain pours down, washing over Nung Wongang's exhausted face, but his grip on his blade is iron, his eyes fixed on something beyond the storm. Then, a quiet voice cuts through the downpour, Nung Wongang's eyes downcast, a single tear mixing with the rain as he challenges, "Why aren't you asking me anything?" The silence is broken by his profound question, a challenge to his master, "Aren't you curious about how to avoid the attacks, or the theory of it all?" Bu Jianyang stares down, as Nung Wongang lays it all out, "You said the Wandering Night Pavilion's martial arts were about enlightenment. So I figured there had to be a reason for all this. He's not just enduring, he's trusting the process." Bu Jianyang's face registers a flicker of genuine surprise, a rare moment of contemplation for the relentless master. Then, a rare, knowing smile breaks through, and Bu Jianyang, with a sigh of acceptance, admits, "Yeah, you got me." The training was far from over, and Bu Jianyang was just getting started, unleashing another lightning-fast assault, crackling with electric blue power. Screaming for more, Bu Jianyang became a whirlwind of blue energy, his sword a deadly extension of his will. Meanwhile, Nung Wongang, with his back to the storm, could only prepare, his sword a desperate shield against the incoming fury. Then, a massive explosion of power. The clash created a blinding blue sphere, shaking the very ground. The sound barrier shattered with a thunderous kwang, the raw power twisting reality itself. His face twisted in agony and determination, the relentless assault threatening to break him. A jolt of pure energy ripped through his body, a silent scream of pure intensity as the blows kept coming. But even amidst the chaos, he could feel it, the very core of the attack resonating within him. Suddenly, a moment of pure genius. He saw it, the hidden trajectory, the very path of the blade. The blade kept coming, a blur of deadly intent, the air screaming around it as it closed in. But even with this incredible insight, a chilling realization dawned, he could see it, but he couldn't dodge it. The sword's hilt filled his vision, the final blow about to land, and then, the ultimate test of his endurance. The training just hit overdrive. A blinding golden flash explodes, kicking off Bu Jianyang's next brutal assault. The raw power of the strike just blasting outwards, a brilliant, explosive burst of light and energy that could wipe out anything in its way. But even with those blue and orange energies closing in, Nung Wongang's eyes are locked on, his face a picture of pure, unadulterated focus as he steels himself for the hit. Then, bam. The attack smashes into him with explosive force, a blinding flash momentarily swallowing him whole as he takes the full, brutal impact. But the relentless pressure just keeps coming, those vibrant energies grinding against him, threatening to shatter his entire defense. But deep down, a fire ignites in his soul, a primal scream in his head, instead. "I'll block it." He lets out a primal roar of effort, teeth clenched, sweat pouring down his face as he shoves back against the insane power. His eyes, even under that insane pressure, are still razor-sharp and locked in, every single muscle in his body screaming as he refuses to yield. And then, against every single odd, he actually holds it. The attack is contained, but his face tells the story of an absolute, brutal struggle. Witnessing the absolute impossible, Bu Jianyang's eyes go wide with pure shock, one thought screaming in his head, did he just block this silent attack? Still reeling from that insane hit, Nung Wongang was gritting his teeth, the raw power of the attack still coursing through him. That explosive, vibrant energy from the strike finally started to fade, leaving behind nothing but shimmering particles in the air. He just slumped to the ground, admitting he couldn't even properly block that attack, when Bu Jianyang suddenly showed up, handing him a container and telling him to chug it. Even with blood streaking his face, he managed a grateful look, taking the container without hesitation. He brought it to his lips, the liquid sloshing around inside with a soft sound. As he started to drink, you could see Bu Jianyang's reflection in the container, his mentor watching his every move. Then, it hit him like a lightning bolt, this was not just water. An insane surge of energy blasted through his veins, totally revitalizing him, and he could literally feel the blood he'd lost rushing back into his body. Glowing with a vibrant green aura, he had to ask himself, what in the world was this miraculous liquid? From his perspective, Bu Jianyang knew exactly what it was, the ultimate spring spiritual water, a treasure he'd literally saved his entire life for. But still, looking at the young man's insane potential, he didn't think it was a waste at all. He mused to himself that he had just met someone truly extraordinary, someone who could literally change the game. Whoa, check out this intense energy. A mysterious figure's long, light brown hair is practically flying back, surrounded by a fiery, glowing aura that screams raw power. You can practically feel the heat as sweat drips down his face, a menacing, fanged grin spreading across his lips, and those eyes? They're absolutely blazing with a terrifying, glowing red power. And check out that insane tattoo on his shoulder and chest, practically pulsing with the same fiery energy. It's like a visual warning of the sheer power this guy holds. Then, with a chilling, guttural declaration, he drops the bombshell, a once-in-a-lifetime genius whom I have been waiting for all my life. Talk about a grand entrance. Above a serene landscape, the sky stretches, dotted with soft clouds, hinting at a calm before the storm. A traditional thatched roof building sits nestled amongst the mountains, the quiet broken only by the faint clang of metal. Suddenly, a blinding burst of azure energy erupts, shattering the tranquility with explosive force. The radiant impact continues to expand, its brilliant light momentarily obscuring everything else. Buyunseal, a blur of motion, unleashes a powerful sword strike, his blade arcing with a trail of vivid blue energy. The attack continues, multiple slashes of light tearing through the air, each one carrying immense force. He presses his assault, another swift, glowing cut following the last, a relentless barrage of power. Despite the ferocity of the strikes, the yellow-eyed antagonist simply grins, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. Buyunseal, his crimson eyes narrowed, challenges his opponent, demanding he try receiving this again, as another wave of blue energy erupts from his blade. From behind, the protagonist's flowing black hair whips around him, as the blue energy continues to crash against his foe. The final impact radiates outward, a powerful burst of light and force marking the end of the rapid exchange. He's still going all out, a blazing blue energy blade ripping through the air with insane power. But his enemy just shrugs it off, a taunting voice yelling, "Not good enough." With purple energy exploding around the bad guy, a whole new player jumps into the fight, two new faces popping up in the middle of all the madness. One, with those crazy glowing yellow eyes, gets ready to strike again, while the other, Nung Wungang, is all business, his green eyes locked onto the action. Buyunseal's eyes narrow, processing the wild turn the fight just took, his face a mix of shock and pure grit. But his blue energy attacks are still coming down hard, hitting with massive impact. Then, out of nowhere, Nung Wungang cuts in, his sword slamming into the yellow-eyed antagonist's attack in a blinding explosion of light and power. The clash sends shockwaves of blue energy everywhere, showing just how insane their power is. Nung Wungang flinches back a bit, sweat dripping down his face as he thinks, did he just stop attacking? Meanwhile, the mysterious figure is just soaking it all in, a huge, creepy grin plastered on his face as he lets out a wild, maniacal laugh, ha 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 ha. His glowing red eyes are practically burning with dark glee as he whispers, "Can you believe what I was looking for was right here the whole time?" Suddenly, everything snaps into focus. His eye widens, seeing the world with a whole new clarity. Facing the mysterious individual, he exclaims, "My eyes. I can see again." The mysterious figure, with a sly grin, scoffs at the 10 demon masters, and drops a bombshell, join his pavilion as an official disciple instead. Then, a hand lands on his shoulder, a clear sign of the figure's powerful influence. Buyunseal's face is a mask of contemplation as the figure lays out an insane promise, he'll make him one of the top 10 strongest martial masters in a demonic faction in just 10 years. His bandaged hands tighten, the tension palpable as he grapples with the offer. He can't help but wonder about the sheer power involved, becoming one of the demonic faction's strongest masters. That's next level. He knows the figure isn't lying about his power, but there's a but that's holding him back. His mind flashes back to his grandfather's killer, a highly skilled opponent whose memory burns red hot. The killer's dark silhouette dominates his thoughts, a chilling reminder of the strength he needs to get. He makes a firm decision, in this high-stakes game, just learning the Wandering Beast Pavilion's martial arts won't cut it. Buyunseal's face is pure determination, his gaze locked on his goal. Looking up with an unshakable resolve in his eyes. And then, the declaration that changes everything, I will become a demon master. The mysterious figure takes it all in, his face a mask of contemplation. But then he scoffs, shutting down the young man's grand ambition. He tells him that trying to master all 10 demonic sex martial arts is a pipe dream, even for a genius like the Grand Heavenly Demon Emperor. He breaks it down, explaining that each martial art is custom-made for a particular body type and energy flow. Shown by a figure glowing with golden energy. He drives the point home, even the biggest prodigies can only handle 2 or 3 martial arts, and the real secret to becoming a powerhouse in a demonic faction is to go all in on just one. But Buyunseal isn't swayed, standing his ground and simply saying, apologies. The mysterious figure's eyes narrow, a hint of annoyance flashing across his features. Wondering if there's any way to get through to him. Before finally giving in with a frustrated sigh. He throws his hands up, saying, fine. I'll teach you a different martial art now. He was utterly bewildered, staring back with a confused expression, wondering how he could possibly know anything beyond the absolute fundamentals of the Wandering Beast Pavilion. But his mentor just dropped a bombshell, explaining that the pavilion's martial arts weren't just about theory or steps, it was something far more profound. Then, in a flash, the mysterious figure exploded into motion, a raw, purple aura erupting around him, his eyes burning with an otherworldly crimson glow. He was a pure blur, leaving behind dazzling trails of purple energy, a mind-bending display of pure speed and power. The very air crackled with raw power, leaving behind ghostly blue and green energy trails that shimmered in his wake. Suddenly, a deafening chol-keek ripped through the air, followed by an explosive burst of green and yellow energy, signaling an instantaneous, powerful strike. Bu Yunseal's instincts took over. His eyes went wide with pure shock as he drew his sword in a blinding flash of yellow, his body reacting faster than thought. His hand locked onto the hilt, the blade now fully unsheathed and poised for action. A sly, knowing grin spread across the mysterious figure's face as he watched the young man's stunned reaction, dropping the bombshell that Bu Yunseal had been unknowingly mastering the wild beast path all this time. The hooded master's hand pulsed with a soft yellow glow, a silent, powerful confirmation of the incredible revelation he'd just dropped. Then, it hit him like a lightning bolt, a single, earth-shattering realization that changed everything. The sheer magnitude of this revelation absolutely crushed him, his face twisting in a raw, visceral scream of shock and profound understanding, still enveloped by the residual purple energy. The truth hit him like a truck, a mind-blowing revelation. Every single sword strike the mysterious figure had unleashed on him. They weren't just random attacks, they were actually the real forms of a martial art he'd been unknowingly mastering. The absolute core of the wild beast path itself. Snapping back to reality, Bu Yunseal looked at the figure with total reverence, calling him, "Sir." But the mysterious figure just brushed off the thanks, claiming it was just an order from the Demon Palace, nothing more. But Bu Yunseal wasn't having it, feeling a massive debt, pointing out the elixirs he'd received and swearing eternal gratitude. The mysterious figure just cut him off, a sharp "forget it," leaving no room for argument. Stunned by the blunt dismissal, Bu Yunseal could only manage a bewildered pardon. With a deep, knowing gaze, the mysterious figure laid down the law, declaring that's just how the Jianghu rolls. He dropped some serious wisdom, explaining that when it comes to favors and grudges, the best move is always to just forget them if you can. Bu Yunseal absorbed every word, his face etched with deep thought as he grappled with this intense philosophy, his eyes dropping to the dirt. After a beat of heavy silence, he finally started to speak, just one word hanging in the tense air. With a profound bow, Bu Yunseal accepts his fate, declaring, "I'll be on my way," his grip firm on his blade, ready to face whatever comes next. Above, the endless sky unfolds, with clouds painting a serene, yet fleeting, picture. Sunlight pierces through, casting a glow over the tranquil scene. He pivots from the majestic mountains, embarking on his next adventure, alone. He fades into the horizon, a fleeting shadow against the vibrant world. The heavens remain indifferent, as the world below shifts with new purpose. Perched high in the mountains, the mysterious figure observes his departure, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he wonders aloud, seriously, where did such a hidden dragon come from? This kid is something else. But a dark premonition looms, a chilling whisper foretelling that a bloody storm will sweep through Hell Island soon. Get ready. Oblivious to the coming chaos, Bu Yunseal treks onward through a peaceful forest, lost in thought. With every determined step, he moves deeper into the unknown, a lone figure against the wild. Golden light dances through the leaves, a fleeting moment of peace before the storm, as he vanishes into the depths. He's trying to figure out why his senses are going absolutely wild, thinking it might be because of the wild beast path he's been mastering. The whole world is practically screaming at him, and he's sensing way too much. He stares up at the warped trees, totally drained, because even when he's just chilling, this insane awareness is absolutely wiping him out. His eyes are practically begging for sleep, but he knows there's no way he's getting any real rest like this. But then, a fierce determination flashes across his face, because he knows he absolutely has to get this under control. He takes a deep breath, a sudden resolve in his voice, and vows that from this moment on, he's going to shut down his senses as much as humanly possible. He zeroes in, his entire being fixated on one tiny water droplet, a challenge as insane as trying to stop a water droplet dead in its tracks. Suddenly, golden energy particles ignite around the plummeting droplet, making its fall shimmer with an otherworldly light. The golden power surges, creating a swirling vortex that perfectly cradles the droplet, freezing it in an impossible, delicate suspension. The droplet is absolutely motionless, perfectly suspended in that glowing golden pillar, a mind-blowing display of his total mastery. Then, with a low, powerful hum, the droplet doesn't just fall, it explodes upwards, a perfectly controlled, gravity-defying burst of water. His eyes snap open, razor-sharp and locked in, a crisp, pat sound echoing his absolute, perfect concentration, proving he's finally mastered those wild senses. Alone on a forest path, Woo Yunseal is feeling himself, thinking his training has hit peak levels. But a tiny sound snaps him back to reality, reminding him of the brutal truth, as he pores over a beat-up map. His face twists with worry, as the map's secrets hit him hard. He knows the Demon Palace isn't playing nice, they wouldn't just trap people on Hell Island for some endless training montage. Lost in thought, his finger touches his lips, a quiet sign that things are getting serious. He suddenly gets it, time is running out fast, and if that's true, he's gotta make a move, now. His eyes harden as he grips a scroll, realizing he's got no other option but to dive headfirst into danger. He's gotta track down the demonic sect founder, a total legend who went toe-to-toe with the great heavenly demon emperor 7 centuries ago, his name echoing through a blazing inferno. Hanging by a thread, a mysterious figure is engulfed in a fiery storm, radiating pure power. It's the legendary Fire Rain Sword Emperor, Ji Hwawan, himself, his eyes burning with an insane yellow glow, mirroring the fiery chaos. His epic robes are lit up by the wild flames, a clear sign of his absolute power. For Woo Yunseal, hitting up the 10 demonic sects that Ji Hwawan started, is literally his only move left. After an epic journey, he finally arrived. The legendary Fire Rain Sword sect stood before him, looking absolutely massive and awe-inspiring. Golden rays of sunlight pierced through the heavens, shining down on the sect's entrance, making it look even more epic. He finally reached the colossal, ancient doors, each one a masterpiece emblazoned with the sect's powerful symbol. This wasn't just some martial hall like the Wandering Beast Pavilion, this was a full-blown palace. Talk about an upgrade. He gave a gentle knock, announcing his arrival at the legendary sect. The massive doors slowly opened, and a serious-looking martial master peered out, demanding to know who dared disturb them. His vibrant red robe, emblazoned with the sect symbol, screamed, "High-ranking master," from a mile away. His eyes snapped open in surprise, realizing exactly who was standing there. He let out a shocked gasp, barely managing to get out a single, stunned word. With a deep, respectful bow, Woo Yunseal confirmed the master's suspicions, showing he knew exactly who he was dealing with. The master, clearly impressed, turned and gave the command, inviting him to step inside the legendary Fire Rain Sword sect. Once inside, the master dropped a bombshell. The sword arts here weren't just the most powerful demonic martial arts, they were also the most insane and time-consuming to master. This was going to be intense. Standing before the instructor, the man in red robes lays it out, everyone else who got here early has already crushed the elementary trial and moved on to the intermediate phase. And then, with a sharp gesture, he demands to know why he's only showing up now, half a month late. But Woo Yunseal, cool as ever, just walks along and drops the bomb. He's been training at the Wandering Beast Pavilion for the last half-month. The instructor practically stumbles, his mind reeling at the name, and he can't help but blurt out, asking if he actually learned the wild beast path. He knows Woo Yunseal is a genius, sure, but there's no way he could have mastered the wild beast path in just half a month. Meanwhile, in a hilarious chibi thought bubble, Sawu is totally convinced he must have annoyed the kid and just brushed him off, but he's still scratching his head wondering what he even did. The instructor's face is a priceless mix of shock and confusion, his mind clearly blown by the revelation. Pulling himself together, he finally introduces himself as Jean Gak, the man in charge of the beginner trial, and tells Woo Yunseal to call him instructor. His eyes are still locked on Woo Yunseal, a silent question burning within them, clearly still trying to wrap his head around the whole Wandering Beast Pavilion thing. Meet Jean Gak, the Fire Rain Sword Sect's beginner trial instructor. Then, with a serious tone, he asks if Woo Yunseal is really committed to learning the Fire Rain Sword art, even hinting that he might be better off finding another trial. But Woo Yunseal just stares back, completely unfazed, and coolly replies that he appreciates the concern. Woo Yunseal, absolutely locked in, lays down the gauntlet. He's here to conquer the Fire Rain Sword Sect's legendary techniques. Facing off against instructor Jean Gak, he's about to unleash his power, the tension practically crackling between them. Jean Gak gives the signal, and Woo Yunseal explodes into action, his foot hitting the ground like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the very foundations. And just like that, a blinding orange energy erupts from the floor, a raw surge of power unleashed. He's a whirlwind of motion, a golden explosion of pure martial arts fury, leaving everything in his wake. His speed is unreal, leaving behind blazing orange afterimages, a visual symphony of raw power. After that insane display, Jean Gak pulls out a scroll, revealing the secrets of the Fire Rain's legendary moves. Jean Gak lays it all out. This scroll holds the foundational moves of the Fire Rain's 13 forms, telling him to hit the books and get to training. But Woo Yunseal just stares at the scroll, his face a total blank, utterly lost and letting out a bewildered "ah." He turns to Jean Gak, completely baffled, asking, "Seriously, what am I even supposed to do with this?" Jean Gak is stunned by the question, firing back, "Wait, you're telling me you can't even read a sword manual?" Woo Yunseal's crimson eyes widen, confirming the instructor's worst fears, as he sheepishly confesses, "I can't." Bu Yunseal is totally stumped, trying to figure out what this manual even means for him. He's hit with a major realization, confessing that he's never even touched a sword before this whole adventure began. He stares at the manual, seeing instructions like relax your body and let it flow, but it's all just gibberish to him. Bu Yunseal is totally zoned out, while Jin Gak and Num Wongang are still checking out the manual, completely unaware of his secret struggle. Then, bam. A massive crackle of red energy explodes from Jin Gak's chest, showing off some insane power, probably trying to teach them without all those pesky words. Instructor Jin Gak can't believe his ears, staring down at the kid and demanding to know if he seriously never picked up a sword before. The kid just casually confirms it, but the real shocker is that all his past records only show him using the legendary Fire Rain. Yunseal's mind races, remembering how even back at the second trial, he wasn't even using a proper sword technique. Jin Gak is still scratching his head, wondering how this kid could be so clueless about even the most basic sword footwork. But hold on, a new thought hits. What about his insane observational skills and lightning-fast reactions from that second trial? We flash back to Num Wongang's intense combat, and that mind-blowing insight he showed when he picked the cave door. A hand points directly into the shadowy maw of the cave, a place brimming with untold power. The realization hits hard. If he's truly a blank slate with that kind of raw talent, then with the right teaching, he's going to explode with power. Yunseal's face hardens with a fierce resolve, the sheer magnitude of his potential now burning in her mind. Even if you can't see the sword steps, you can still read, right? So the lesson begins. Instructor Jin Gak is here, ready to drop some serious knowledge on Bu Yunseal. The core idea. Full body relaxation, softly flowing into one. This is the secret sauce for next-level swordsmanship. It's all about relaxing and using your body with insane flexibility for every single sword move. Jin Gak is laying down the law on these basics, his face totally serious. He's all about relaxing that core and waist, and Yunseal's already trying it out, asking like this. Watching Yunseal try, Jin Gak's mind is blown, thinking about how wild it is to teach these absolute basics in a place where they're picking the 10 demon masters. He's fine-tuning Yunseal's stance, telling him to stand properly again. Jin Gak breaks it down, tense body equals tense core. You gotta control your mind, chill out, and let everything flow into one epic move. Yunseal is soaking it all in, his stance already transforming as he gets it. Boom. Just like that, his posture is fixed, showing off some serious natural talent. Jin Gak's mind is blown again, thinking, did he get it that fast? Then he gives the ultimate approval, good, your posture is sufficient. Instructor Jin Gak, looking a little nervous, drops a bombshell, he's about to teach the legendary Fire Rain 13 forms. But before Jin Gak can even finish, Bu Yunseal is already on him, sword flashing with insane speed, forcing the instructor to react instantly, his face a mask of pure shock as he tries to keep up. Bu Yunseal's focus is absolute, pushing his attack with everything he's got, his sword clashing hard against Jin Gak's arm, a testament to his raw power. Jin Gak's arm glows with intense red energy, barely holding the line, the sheer power of Bu Yunseal's attack making the air crackle. Bu Yunseal's hand moves like lightning, adjusting his grip, already setting up the next devastating move. Bu Yunseal goes all out, his sword a blur of crimson energy, clashing against Jin Gak's blade in an epic display of skill. Bu Yunseal's eyes burn with intense focus, his body radiating a powerful crimson aura as he pushes his limits. Jin Gak's body is practically vibrating with red energy, taking the full force of Bu Yunseal's onslaught like a boss. Then, boom. A massive explosion of red energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the training hall as their powers collide. Jin Gak is absolutely floored, his jaw practically on the floor, as he realizes the truth, this kid is a total prodigy. After that mind-blowing display, Jin Gak tells Bu Yunseal to keep practicing, but with a twist, imagine a real enemy. And Bu Yunseal's like, wait, an enemy? Instructor Jin Gak drops a bombshell, revealing this whole thing is actually the exam to get into the intermediate chamber. He elaborates, saying it's all about seeing the raw sword intent hidden in their basic moves. Bu Yunseal takes it all in, realizing this chance came way faster than he thought, and now, he's absolutely gotta prove what he's made of. Then, with a powerful, echoing stomp, he launches into action, the floor groaning beneath his foot. He snaps into a battle-ready pose, his mind already locked onto the command, conjure an enemy. He explodes forward, driven by the burning image of an opponent he absolutely has to crush. A lightning-fast, crimson slash rips through the air, leaving a searing red afterimage. He transforms into a terrifying, glowing silhouette, a phantom of raw, crimson power, sword blazing. Pure power explodes from him, his legs burning with an insane, fiery red glow, ready to unleash an absolute tidal wave of destruction. His eyes, now blazing with that same insane energy, lock onto an invisible foe, his grip on the sword an ironclad promise of devastation. The sword's hilt pulses with a faint glow, a direct channel for the insane power coursing through his veins. Then, in an explosion of crimson power, he unleashes the full, devastating force of the Fire Rain 13 forms, ready to absolutely annihilate any foe, real or imagined. Buyunseal just goes for it, unleashing the first technique in a devastating downward strike that explodes with crimson energy. Then he smoothly transitions into the Peerless Whirlwind, a swirling vortex of pure destructive energy that lights up everything in a blinding red glow. Meanwhile, Instructor Jean Gak is just watching, like, You can practically see his brain trying to keep up with the sheer intensity of the moves. Yunseal is just going off, a total blur of motion, every single strike leaving a scorching trail of red energy in its wake. The whole place is practically vibrating with the power of the Fire Rain 13 forms, it's a total crimson light show of pure destruction. Then, without missing a beat, he unleashes the third technique, a massive upward thrust that sends a wave of red energy absolutely skyrocketing. His movements turn into this insane, complex dance of intersecting strikes, every single one a razor-sharp blade of pure, concentrated crimson power. And then, the grand finale, foggy drifting clouds. Normally this move is all soft and flowy, but Yunseal just unleashed it as a massive, diffused explosion of red energy. The final echoes of the Fire Rain technique just hang in the air, a silent testament to the insane power he just unleashed. His crimson eyes are still blazing with residual energy, and you can see the intense focus, maybe even a little shock, on his face after pulling off that insane sequence. His foggy drifting clouds technique, typically a gentle, flowing art, is now unleashed like a storm, akin to how clouds drift and fog spreads, but with an undeniable, raw power. But the way he's executing it is absolutely wild, a complete departure from tradition. Buyunseal's eyes are burning crimson, and a fierce red aura explodes from him with every move, each strike radiating pure, unadulterated power. His blade isn't just cutting, it's burning with that raw, crimson energy, a terrifying display of power that defies the technique's gentle origins. Jean Gak watches, a shocking realization dawning on him, is he actually rewriting the technique on the fly? Jean Gak understands the gravity of this, to fundamentally change a sword technique honed over generations, that's grandmaster-level stuff, an impossible feat for anyone else. But those modified sword moves, they're not just powerful, they're radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. It's like he's fighting the ultimate enemy, the one who wronged his master or parents, every single move a desperate, furious attack. The Fire Rain sword sex swordsmanship is the gold standard, the orthodox path among all sword styles, and yet, he's completely rewriting it. Jean Gak is absolutely stunned. Staring at Buyunseal's burning, crimson eyes, Jean Gak can only wonder, what kind of brutal life has this guy lived to forge such terrifying intent? A look of pure shock washes over Jean Gak's face, as he can only whisper, strange. And Buyunseal? He's feeling it too, that subtle, incredible shift within him, the flow at his fingertips bending the sword paths to his will, a power he now fully commands. Still pushing his limits, he balances precariously, his mind racing, could the wild beast path be the secret behind his insane growth? Every move of the Fire Rain 13 forms he executes, the more his wild beast senses go absolutely wild, his blade practically screaming with golden energy. He's desperate to merge these two insane styles, but he knows the sheer power that would unleash. If he pulls it off, it won't just be the Fire Rain 13 forms anymore, it'll be something entirely new, something terrifying, as he trains with fierce focus, totally unaware of the eyes on him. He's got to get back to the absolute basics, and fast. His eyes, now glowing a terrifying crimson, burn with raw, untamed power. But as he flows through his movements, a dark, chilling memory slams into him. The shadowy figure, the one who brutally murdered his grandfather, appears in a flash of malevolent red energy, a vision of pure hatred. That's the same menacing silhouette, those sinister red eyes burning through his thoughts, appears again. The monster who killed his grandfather. His face twists with an explosive mix of fury and iron will, one eye still blazing crimson, as that memory ignites an inferno within him. His face twisted in a silent, guttural scream, every fiber of his being pushed to the absolute breaking point. Then, a blinding, explosive flash of light ripped through the air around him as he unleashed a devastating, mid-air assault. Crimson energy pulsed and warped the very air, coalescing into the terrifying form of the technique, the Fire Rain overturning 4 seas. His mind locked onto a singular point, drawing forth the raw power of the 13 form's 7th technique. His eyes, now blazing with an infernal crimson, locked onto his target as he gripped his sword, his resolve forged in fire. Then, a blinding blur of motion as his sword tore through the very fabric of reality, leaving searing trails of crimson energy in its wake. He unleashed it once more, the earth-shattering technique, the Fire Rain overturning 4 seas, erupting with cataclysmic power. The very air screamed as he unleashed a whirlwind of strikes, a relentless barrage of pure power. Every swing a brutal declaration of his honed skill and unyielding will, the crimson energy a raging storm around him. He was a phantom, a dark blur of impossible speed, a whirlwind of destruction amidst the crimson maelstrom. His eyes, wide and unblinking, burned with a primal, feral intensity, a terrifying reflection of the raw, untamed power he now wielded. Then, with a final, earth-shattering whoosh, he brought his blade down in a cataclysmic arc of pure, crimson destruction. A crimson blade slices through the void, leaving a scorching trail of raw power. As the figure blurs with impossible speed, a whirlwind of crimson fury and lightning-fast motion. Every strike is a blur, a downward slash ripping through the air with devastating force. He realizes the insane challenge before him. This opponent is faster than anyone he's ever fought until now. Without a second's hesitation, he thrusts a glowing spear-like weapon forward, its tip absolutely radiating with intense crimson light. The weapon glows fiercely, its energy trailing behind as he follows through with the brutal attack. But the relentless assault takes its toll, and he's momentarily forced to his knees, engulfed by swirling crimson energy. He quickly recovers, launching a powerful, energy-infused upward kick. A flurry of crimson slashes follows, each strike a testament to his unwavering resolve. A pained grunt escapes his lips, his face contorted in a grimace of sheer exertion. He grips his weapon tighter, vowing, I can't give him any space to dodge. His hand, surrounded by faint blue energy, clutches a short, deadly blade, poised for an unstoppable strike. Ready to unleash everything he had in one epic move, Woo Yun-seol gripped his sword, blue energy practically exploding from the blade. His eyes, now burning with an intense white-blue glow, locked onto his target, ready to obliterate it. Then, with a roar that shook the very air, he unleashed everything, a blinding blue explosion of raw power. He became a whirlwind of destruction, leaping into the air, his sword a blur of devastating blue slashes. Every single swing was pure speed and precision, leaving behind dazzling blue light trails that screamed power. And then, a thunderous kwang. His attack landed with explosive force, shaking everything. Sparks flew as his blade found its mark, a raw, crackling pajik sound erupting with a sudden, furious burst of crimson energy. A guttural kuaah ripped through the air, proving his strike was devastating as red energy exploded everywhere. But he wasn't done. He unleashed a relentless, crimson barrage, each slash ripping through the air with insane power. His eyes were now blazing crimson, a terrifying reflection of the sheer, unbridled power coursing through his veins as the red energy went absolutely wild. The air itself screamed with the force of his attacks, every red slash leaving behind a dazzling, deadly trail of glowing particles. Then, with a final, earth-shattering arc, he brought his blade down, unleashing a cataclysmic, sweeping strike of pure crimson power. The very atmosphere ripped apart, as a cataclysmic impact exploded, bathing everything in a furious storm of crimson and violet energy. Residual energy warped reality, leaving behind phantom echoes of the sheer power that had just been unleashed. A lone warrior, a mere silhouette against the inferno, was violently hurled backward, crashing down with an earth-shattering impact. The sheer force carved a gouge into the very floor, a brutal reminder of the raw power unleashed. Woo Yun-seol was down, gasping for air, his face a mask of shadow and sweat, his entire body shaking from the sheer, brutal effort of that last move. Every muscle screamed in protest, his form shattered, yet his grip on the sword remained, a testament to his unbreakable will. Sweat poured down his arm, his hands shaking violently, barely clinging to the blade that had just unleashed such devastation. Then, with a deafening clang, the sword finally gave way, crashing onto the ornate floor. Instructor Jean Gak, who'd been watching the entire brutal display, stared down at the spent warrior, a deep, calculating look in his eyes as he weighed the results. His crimson robes, emblazoned with intricate patterns, billowed around him, a stark, powerful image against the ravaged training ground. A subtle, knowing smirk played on his lips as he delivered the final verdict, his voice resonating with authority, "You've passed." Woo Yun-seol is still gasping for air, the raw intensity of his trial etched onto his face as he faces instructor Jean Gak. Jean Gak's voice booms, laying down the truth, the elementary chamber isn't just about brute force, it's about mastering the blade, executing the Fire Rain 13 forms with absolute precision in a real-deal fight. And to drive that point home, two blades dance in the air before him, a mesmerizing display of the sheer skill and control he demands. One blade drops with a sharp clang, the other still humming with energy, as Jean Gak gets ready to drop the next bombshell. Then, with a flourish, he offers a sword to Woo Yun-seol, declaring, "You absolutely crushed it, you proved everything." Woo Yun-seol's hand grips the hilt, and Jean Gak's hand settles over his, a silent, powerful sign of mentorship and respect. That blade, now locked in Woo Yun-seol's grip, is the ultimate trophy, proof of his triumph. Facing him, Jean Gak beams, exclaiming, "Your Fire Rain 13 forms. Absolutely mind-blowing." Then, with a decisive nod, he commands, "It's time. Head straight to the intermediate chamber." Woo Yun-seol's mind races, a wave of gratitude washing over him. Instructor Jean Gak, man, it must have been a nightmare teaching me, a total noob at swordsmanship, but he stuck with it, showing me every single thing, step by step. Then, with a profound bow, Woo Yun-seol pours out his gratitude, seriously, thank you for everything, for all this time. A rare, soft smile touches Jean Gak's face as he delivers his parting wisdom, now go out there and keep pushing, keep working even harder. Bu Yunseal's gaze sharpens, a fire igniting in his soul, totally hyped for what's next, and then. His instructor drops a heavy truth, pointing out that his sword is absolutely dripping with killing intent. And then drops the mic, telling him to watch out and not let that killing intent mess with his head. Bu Yunseal takes it all in, a serious look on his face. Before dropping into a respectful bow. Fully absorbing the profound teaching. It all clicks into place for him. Jean Gak can't help but marvel at the kid's insane progress, remembering how he absolutely crushed the wild beast path in just 2 weeks. It's gotta be because his learning speed is just off the charts. Now, standing tall before the epic entrance to the intermediate chamber. The massive, intricately carved doors, proudly displaying intermediate official, just dominate the scene. And Jean Gak's thoughts race, realizing that Bu Yunseal is absolutely blasting his way to the intermediate chamber way faster than anyone could have predicted. A soft thud reverberates from the door. And Jean Gak wraps up his internal monologue, confessing that he totally doubted if the kid could even reach the intermediate chamber at first, but now, there's zero doubt. The doors to the intermediate chamber are just waiting. Bu Yunseal just walked through those epic doors, officially leveling up to the intermediate chamber. Get ready for what's next. But hold up, the instructor in this chamber. He's no joke, and he's already proven it. That confident smirk. Yeah, he's already judging everyone, and he's not impressed. Other students are already wiped out around him, proof of his insane strength, and he's not even done talking, dropping some serious shade. He's literally waving them off, saying he doesn't even know who they are, talk about a power move. His face gets serious as he lays down the law, telling them the spots are full and to just buzz off. And the man dropping these harsh truths? It's Cheon Wongang, the intermediate trial instructor of the Fire Rain Sword sect. But here's the kicker, this guy has no idea that despite his current attitude, he's going to end up totally obsessed with Bu Yunseal. Stepping into the intermediate chamber, a whole new level of training is about to drop. And Bu Yunseal is absolutely hyped to conquer whatever challenges are thrown his way. But instructor Jean Gak, chilling on the floor, isn't buying it, giving him some serious side-eye. Calling him out for barely scraping by the elementary chamber, and taking forever, like 20-something days, just to master the 13 forms of Flower Rain. Jean Gak straight up declares that with that kind of talent, Yunseal's just gonna be wasting his precious time sticking around. But Yunseal, cool as a cucumber, drops a bombshell explanation for his tardiness, revealing he was actually chilling for 2 weeks at the Wandering Night Pavilion. Jean Gak's face totally changes as he puts the pieces together, figuring out Yunseal must have ditched the wild beast path training halfway through at the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Even with all that shade, Jean Gak finally gives in, telling Yunseal, alright, you passed the elementary chamber, so go ahead and grab a seat with the rest of them. Yunseal strides confidently towards the other students, but Jean Gak's voice echoes, throwing some serious doubt on how well he'll actually keep up. Instructor Jean Gak drops some serious knowledge, revealing the Fire Rain Thundering Sword is all about lightning-fast movements. But watch out, because if you're not skilled, this technique can seriously backfire. He's not holding back, warning everyone that if you're not on point, you're just gonna hurt yourself. And get this, it's a martial art, just like the Fire Rain 13 forms, that's super tough to use in a real fight. But don't get it twisted, it's still a basic martial art everyone has to learn. He makes it clear, winning isn't the goal here. It's all about sharpening your skills and becoming a total powerhouse. Then, Jean Gak drops the bomb, Byak Hansung, step up. Pick your opponent for a duel. Byak Hansung steps up, a sly grin on his face, and asks, can I really pick anyone? With a confident yes from the instructor, he points and declares, then, I pick him. That mischievous grin on Byak Hansung's face says it all as he points his finger straight at Bu Yunseal. Bu Yunseal, chilling in the background, suddenly looks up, totally caught off guard by the call-out. Even Nung Wongang is shocked, letting out a little gasp, but Byak Hansung just doubles down, hey, you said I could pick anyone. Jean Gak's face just goes dark, and he can only manage one word, fool. Instructor Jean Gak is absolutely stunned, his face contorted in disbelief as he challenges the audacity of picking an elementary chamber graduate for a duel, practically begging the challenger to pick literally anyone else. A subtle gasp escapes her, as Bu Yunseal takes in the instructor's shocking reaction. But her face gives nothing away, a steely resolve already forming within her. But Byak Hansung isn't backing down, not for a second. He locks eyes with Bu Yunseal and boldly proclaims, he's going to duel her, end of story. A quick flashback hits her, a younger version of herself training hard with instructor Jean Gak in the elementary trial, that's where it all began. Her eyes burning with resolve, she accepts the duel. She knows that clashing blades with others is the fastest way to level up, and she's ready to grind. Jean Gak can barely contain his frustration, his face a mask of worry and annoyance, he's clearly not happy about this. Jean Gak's mind races, realizing Byak Hansung is just trying to save face, flexing his barely there elementary chamber skills. Byak Hansung, meanwhile, is practically radiating smug confidence, hands on his hips, he's got a plan, and he thinks he's brilliant. From above, Jean Gak gives a grudging nod to Byak Hansung's determination, declaring that self-awareness is key for any martial artist, and then throws a subtle jab, hoping he's actually good enough for the advanced chamber. Byak Hansung is practically cackling inside, thinking this is pure genius. He knows it would have been impossible to get noticed among all the other prodigies, but this duel. This is his ticket to the top. With Bu Yunseal's back to him, Byak Hansung's true, dark intentions are revealed, he plans to straight up murder her, all to boost his own street cred. The air crackles in the training hall, two warriors locked in a silent standoff, their reflections shimmering on the polished floor as three students watch, utterly captivated by the coming storm. Every eye glued to the center, the kneeling students hold their breath, knowing they're about to witness something epic. Bu Yunseal's gaze sharpens, a silent challenge in her eyes, her thoughts cutting through the tension, you've got guts, but Byak Hansung just grins, a chilling taunt on his lips as he raises his wooden sword, ready to unleash his Murim power. The wooden sword becomes a deadly extension of his will, his grip a promise of pain. Then, a blinding flash. The wooden sword smashes into the ground, a shockwave of dust and debris erupting as a brutal feint. But that was just a distraction. He vanishes in a flash of light, blitzing across the hall, leaving glowing trails in his wake. His eyes, now burning with an unholy white glow, betray his true, sinister intentions. This isn't just a duel, it's a hunt. He's a whirlwind of destruction, the very air warping around him, a relentless assault of pure speed and power. He unleashes a devastating overhead strike, but in a blink, Bu Yunseal sidesteps, a ghost in motion, dodging the lethal blow. But she's not just dodging. Before he can even react, Bu Yunseal unleashes a lightning-fast counterkick, slamming into him with unexpected force. The kick connects, sending a jolt through Byak Hansung, who, despite his shock, can only manage a stunned, not bad, as he reels from the unexpected counter. The wooden swords collided with a shocking, metallic clang that ripped through the air. Byak Hansung, eyes blazing with pure malice, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, but his target, with lightning-fast reflexes, parried every single one. Then, in a flash of golden light and pure speed, she dodged his follow-up, leaving him stunned by her unexpected quickness. A shockwave of realization hit him, his face contorting in disbelief at her sudden display of power. But that surprise quickly morphed into a cocky smirk as Byak Hansung declared, "Oh, this feeling of our blades clashing. It's absolutely thrilling." His arrogance soaring, he scoffed, seriously, that guy was a total noob. Then, a golden energy exploded from him as he roared with laughter, ha ha ha. You absolute fool. Fueled by his own arrogance, he unleashed his trump card, screaming, prepare yourself. I'm about to unleash the fire rain thundering sword. Then, with a blinding flash, golden energy exploded from his weapon, carving multiple, razor-sharp slashes through reality itself, a truly terrifying manifestation of the fire rain thundering sword. Bu Yunseal, however, remained focused, her body tensing, ready to counter the incoming storm of golden blades. And through it all, Byak Hansung's maniacal laughter ripped through the air, his golden power surging as he basked in his own perceived glory. Yet, as the golden blades converged, Bu Yunseal's face registered a genuine shock, a single, bewildered, escaping her as the attack bore down. She's still in the zone, dodging every single golden energy slash with insane precision. The attacker's mind is blown, this brat is dodging literally everything. Byak Hansung lets out a frustrated roar, his face twisted in pure rage. The battlefield is a whirlwind of action, just pure speed and raw power. But the golden slashes just keep coming, a non-stop barrage of pure energy. Bu Yunseal, analyzing Byak Hansung's moves, realizes he's actually not that good with a sword. Meanwhile, Jean Gak is totally locked in, seeing that she's not just fast, she's predicting his every move. Her eyes burning with power, Bu Yunseal's mind races, could she have actually learned the Wild Beast Path? The Wild Beast Path, a core martial art from the Wandering Beast Pavilion, is seriously next-level stuff. This isn't some beginner's move, it's incredibly tough to learn and pull off, only the most seasoned martial masters can even hope to get it right. Jean Gak's mind is blown, thinking, no way, even a super genius couldn't learn that in 2 weeks. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, as Byak Hansung stands ready for his next attack. The duel raged on, but Bu Yunseal was a blur of motion, her evasion so perfect that her opponent couldn't even get a read on her true power, making it impossible to judge her skill. She was a ghost, weaving through his attacks, a mere afterimage as his wooden blade cut nothing but air. Byak Hansung, her frustrated opponent, made it clear, this wasn't just about dodging, it was a full-on test of sword mastery. But Bu Yunseal was totally unfazed, her crimson eyes burning with calculation as she predicted his every single move. Then, in a flash, she didn't dodge. She blocked his strike with her forearm, a faint red energy bursting from the collision. Her face was still calm, a chilling testament to her absolute focus even in the heat of battle. Then, in a blink, she struck. Her wooden sword became a blur, wreathed in a savage, pulsing crimson aura of pure power. The crimson blade slammed into Byack Hansung's leg, a shockwave of red energy exploding on impact. Her attack ripped through him, a blazing red streak against his dark uniform, showcasing a technique of insane speed and precision. Instructor Jean Gak saw it and his eyes went wide, shouting out that it was the legendary Fire Rain 13 forms. The other students were absolutely speechless, their faces frozen in pure shock at the insane power unfolding before their eyes. Then, with one last, brutal strike, Woo Yun-seol landed another devastating blow, forcing a pained grunt from Byack Hansung as the red energy exploded around them. With a blinding flash of crimson energy, the question ripped through the arena, could this really be the legendary Fire Rain 13 forms? Her crimson eyes burned with fierce focus, a silent testament to the power she wielded, but there was a twist, a subtle variation that only the most astute could perceive. No, this wasn't just a mimicry, it was subtly different, a whole new level of mastery. But Byack Hansung, oh, he was still living in a dream world, laughing off the threat, thinking he could dodge it with his eyes closed. Big mistake. His arrogance was instantly shattered by a relentless torrent of crimson slashes, each one hitting with bone-jarring impact. A guttural "urgh" ripped from his throat, his cocky grin replaced by a mask of pure agony as the hits landed. Instructor Jean Gak, the seasoned veteran, watched with growing alarm, a chilling realization dawning on him about the true power on display. The onslaught was relentless, each strike a brutal confirmation of the instructor's chilling thought, this wasn't just a variant, this was the actual Fire Rain 13 forms, unleashed with terrifying mastery. Woo Yun-seol was a whirlwind of destruction, her wooden sword a crimson blur, delivering a final, earth-shattering blow that sent Byack Hansung flying. Completely outmatched, Byack Hansung could only scream in frustration, his mind racing, had she been hiding her skills? Was this all a setup? Instructor Jean Gak's face was a storm of conflicting emotions, was she using a variant of the sacred 13 forms just to mock them? The entire spectacle begged the ultimate question, was this all a calculated move to impress the instructor and fast-track her way to the advanced chamber? An observer is absolutely stunned by the sheer intensity of the battle, their minds screaming, shit, at this rate. As Byack Hansung's face contorts in a grimace, his teeth grinding as he fights to withstand the overwhelming pressure. But Woo Yun-seol is absolutely unstoppable, a whirlwind of power, shouting her ambition for all to hear, I will be the one who rises to the advanced chamber. Her strikes are pure, unadulterated devastation, unleashing the full, terrifying might of the Azura sword style. And then, she unleashes the ultimate, bone-shattering move, the blood-shattering strike. Every single hit exploding with raw, crimson power as she absolutely dominates the battlefield, giving her opponent zero chance to recover. Instructor Jean Gak watches, absolutely captivated, his mind racing through the trial's rules. I didn't say they only had to use the Fire Rain sword, but this kid. He can't help but notice the opponent's incredible stability, even amidst the chaos, his legs haven't lost balance in such a situation. Unbelievable. Woo Yun-seol keeps up the pressure, a whirlwind of pure skill and power, dancing through the crimson energy with lethal grace. Her attacks land with brutal force, sending shockwaves through Byack Hansung, his face a mask of pure agony and disbelief. Jean Gak, absolutely floored by the incredible display of skill, starts to wonder if there's more to her power than meets the eye. Could this kid actually have mastered the wild beast path? Byack Hansung lets out a guttural, pained irk, but even as he's getting pummeled, he can't help but yell, you dodge well, damned brat. She unleashes a devastating attack, a wide, sweeping motion of pure, glowing energy. Her eyes burning with an intense white light as she declares, but this is your end. Her opponent's face contorts in disbelief, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. As the impact strikes, a blinding flash of white energy. She continues her assault, a whirlwind of crimson slashes. The technique's name echoing in the air, bloody wind warding moon. The force of the blow rips through the air, leaving trails of dark energy and glowing particles. Its momentum carrying through in a violent blur of motion. His grip on his sword hilt is met with overwhelming power. As a massive red impact ripples outwards. The final, explosive strike detonating and engulfing the area in a blinding red and white burst. A group of students watches, their faces etched with shock and awe. As the duel reached its absolute peak, one student couldn't tear his eyes away, a mix of dread and pure awe washing over him. Just as Woo Yun-seol unleashed the full, devastating power of her ultimate technique, the Fire Rain 13 forms, 13th form, erupting in a blinding, swirling vortex of blue energy. Her blade sliced through the very fabric of reality, delivering the infinite and boundless strike, a cataclysmic torrent of power that completely overwhelmed her foe. A horrifying, guttural gurgle tore from Byack Hansung's throat, as the full, unbridled power of the technique absolutely pulverized him. His head snapped back with brutal force, a torrent of blood exploding from his mouth in a horrifying crimson spray. The sheer impact sent him careening to the ground, a bone-jarring thud reverberating through the now silent arena. His robes were ripped to shreds, utterly unable to withstand the cataclysmic power that had just torn through him. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Buyunseal stood absolutely motionless, her expression utterly serene and composed, as if nothing had even happened. Her hand rested casually on the hilt of her sword, the weapon now sheathed, its devastating work flawlessly completed. Two students in the stunned crowd stared, their faces drained of all color, absolutely unable to process the sheer, overwhelming display of power they had just witnessed. All around them, other students recoiled in sheer terror, their faces contorted in a horrifying mixture of fear and disbelief at the duel's brutal, decisive conclusion. And there, on the cold ground, Bayak Hansung lay utterly motionless, a dark, ever-growing pool of blood beneath him, a chilling testament to Buyunseal's absolutely devastating power. After that insane power flex, a chilling thought hits her, did her opponent actually just die from that final move? A soft clatter rings out. And Buyunseal is just standing there, cool as ice, over a defeated opponent sprawled on the polished wooden floor, his red robes a stark, defeated splash against the dark wood. He's just chilling, hand on the railing, taking in the scene. The gray-haired warrior, clearly in agony, slowly looks up, his face a mask of shock and pain. Blood drips from his mouth, a brutal testament to the fact that he got hit right in the vital spot. The guy's barely sitting up, and Buyunseal hits him with the question, was he always a disciple of the Wandering Night Pavilion? His answer is quick and to the point, no. Buyunseal's face is priceless, totally skeptical, like, you mastered the wild beast path in 2 weeks. But the guy just shrugs it off, saying he only learned the basics. Buyunseal's eyes narrow, uttering, the basics. But the defeated guy just smirks, firing back, does the Wandering Night Pavilion teach their disciples how to lie these days too? Buyunseal isn't having any of it, his face a mask of stone as he shuts down all excuses. With a dismissive turn, he just tells the guy to clean up his own mess. The unspoken rule echoes through the hall, murder in a sparring match. That's a whole new level of messed up. The crowd is buzzing, totally freaking out, wondering what kind of crazy nonsense this is and if the guy who just tried to kill someone is actually going to get away with it. A terrifying red glow erupts around Buyunseal, his eyes burning, as he mentally reminds himself that just because they call it a martial chamber doesn't mean it's some safe training ground. His eyes practically blaze, and he lays down the law, this isn't some friendly dojo, it's Hell Island, and if you try to kill, you better be ready to die. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Buyunseal explodes into action, unleashing a brutal strike that sends the other guy flying, the impact ripping through the air. The opponent hits the deck, completely wiped out, no match for the sheer power Buyunseal just unleashed. The rest of the students are absolutely floored, their jaws on the floor, completely silenced by the raw power they just witnessed. Buyunseal stands victorious, a towering presence of pure power, as the defeated opponent and all the other students are forced to bow down, recognizing who's truly in charge here. The instructor's voice just drops the hammer, a final, brutal declaration that echoes through the hall. You guys have failed the trial, Nung Wungang declares, his eyes burning with absolute conviction, then drops the mic, leave immediately and find another martial chamber to take you. But one student, Bayak Hansung, can't believe it, his face a mask of shock as he stammers, W8, that was just one test. Can't we get more chances? But the instructor's reply is instant, a brutal, absolute blow, just one word that shatters all their hopes. No, he snaps, a cold, hard truth in his voice, you probably just scraped by the beginning trials because you're physically fit. Then he lays down the law, his voice dripping with the harsh reality of their world, but to truly master the Fire Rain sword, you don't just need potential and talent, you need to bleed, sweat, and cry to shatter your own limits. The students are crushed, their faces falling as he delivers the ultimate verdict, you failed because you just don't have what it takes. Judgment dropped, Nung Wungang spins on his heel, leaving the stunned students behind, his final command cutting like a knife. Now, screw OFF, he barks, his figure already fading into the background. His boots hit the wooden floor with a soft, rhythmic thud, each step a final, undeniable exit. But just as he's leaving, a quick, almost imperceptible glance over his shoulder reveals a hidden depth, a flicker of something more in his gaze. He just keeps walking, abandoning the martial chamber, his back to the now empty space where the failed students once stood. After dismissing the students, Nung Wungang is like, yo, why are you still here? But she's not having it, asking if she really has to leave. He's like, dude, you won. You passed, telling her to just move on to the next level. But plot twist. She's actually like, nah, if I gotta go higher, I'd rather just chill here. Her face is serious, you can see the fire in her eyes. He's totally confused, like, why would you even do that? She drops a bombshell, saying the only thing she's actually mastered is the Fire Rain 13 forms, and she hasn't learned squat in the intermediate chamber. The intermediate chamber sign is right there, showing exactly where she wants to stay and level up. Nung Wongang is shook, calling her out, like, hold up. You mastered the wild beast path and saw through the Azura sword sex moves, and you're telling me you learned nothing? Her intense gaze, it's all about that unwavering belief. He takes a beat, processing her words, and then a light bulb goes off with a quiet, huh. Then, out of nowhere, he's like, alright, I'll teach you the Fire Rain Thundering Sword. It's the next level after the 13 forms, but there's a catch. Nung Wongang's eyes narrowed, a deep growl escaping him as he laid down the law, making it crystal clear he had zero tolerance for anyone trying to pull cheap tricks for attention. Leaning in, his voice dropped to an icy whisper, a chilling threat hanging in the air, master only the Fire Rain 13 forms, or face the ultimate price. The sheer intensity of his warning hung heavy, forcing her to internalize every single word. His face twisted into a terrifying snarl, the final, brutal warning ripping through the air, he'd take her head without a second thought. That bone-chilling threat hung heavy, a suffocating weight pressing down, his terrifying aura still looming right over her shoulder. Fast forward 4 days, and Nung Wongang was deep in thought, a contemplative look etched on his face as he processed everything that had happened. Sweat beaded on his brow, a clear sign of his internal struggle or a sudden, shocking insight, his mind racing with new information. He breathed out a single, stunned thought, this person was absolutely unbelievable. He watched her from afar, a whirlwind of thoughts in his head, because after 4 days of intense scrutiny, he'd confirmed it, she had absolutely zero sword fundamentals before this. But here's the kicker, she was moving with insane agility, her sword blazing with golden energy, a mind-blowing display of how fast she was picking this up. Every single strike was a burst of pure, swirling power, her technique sharpening with unbelievable speed. Then it clicked, hitting him like a lightning bolt, his eyes practically popping out, this person, this absolute prodigy, had literally just started learning the sword. Bu Yunseal's focus and sheer will during her training are absolutely mind-blowing, showcasing her insane natural talent. She's pushing past every single limit, her face a mask of pure, raw determination, even with a hint of blood on her cheek from the sheer intensity, like she's about to shatter reality itself. And Nung Wongang, watching this absolute beast, can't help but crack a smile, finally understanding how someone could conquer the wild beast path in just 2 weeks, it's pure, unadulterated talent. Her blade is a blur of electric yellow energy, each swing packing an insane punch. Then, bam. She unleashes the full, devastating power of the Fire Rain Thundering Sword, a golden explosion of pure energy ripping through the air around her. Her blade comes down with a thunderous OH, absolutely crackling with untamed lightning power. This display is absolutely extreme, a blinding, golden storm of slashes tearing through the very air. Every single move is lightning fast, leaving behind trails of pure, concentrated, electrifying power. Then, out of nowhere, a voice booms, shouting, stop, at the top of its lungs. Bu Yunseal freezes, her glowing blade still humming with power, as the voice declares, alright, you can stop now. Looks like you've already got the core principles of the Fire Rain Thundering Sword down. Nung Wongang, watching her from the shadows, is totally blown away by how fast she's picked up the core principles of the Fire Rain Thundering Sword. Strolling away, he mentally breaks down the Fire Rain Thundering Sword, a technique all about twisting your body like crazy to chain together insane combos. Yunseal's sword work is flawless, but Nung Wongang sees right through it, declaring her moves are just for show, not for the brutal reality of combat. He stops her cold, his expression intense, then drops the bomb. You're not just practicing, you're fighting to the death. Every move screams, kill shot. But Yunseal, unfazed, fires back. Isn't that the whole point of a sword? He then drops a bombshell, demonic martial arts crave murderous intent. But here's the twist, to truly master the Fire Rain Sword, you have to ditch that killing edge. He drives the point home, his finger pressing against her very being. If you can't purge that killer instinct, he warns, your own art will destroy you. Yunseal's mind races, a shocking realization hitting her, Jean Gak said the exact same thing. Her mind plunges into the depths of her own history. A gruesome battlefield erupting in her memory, as she confesses, I've always lived with murderous intent. And that dark truth still burns within her, her crimson eyes glowing with an eerie power, a silent testament to the killer she truly is. A shadowy figure from the past recounts a brutal era, where he absolutely dominated, slaying all who dared to cross his path. But that unchecked power came at a cost. He lost everything, honor, pride, his very soul, his face a mask of pure agony, screaming as blood and spectral figures of his fallen foes swirl around him. And his once legendary martial prowess crumbled, the raw, destructive red energy around him twisting into chaotic, abstract shapes. Then, a voice cuts through the chaos, a direct command to Bu Yunseal, you need to ditch that murderous intent. Nung Wongang stands firm, his words hitting hard in the dusty training arena. Her crimson eye glints, a flash of recognition as she hears Seol, and the chilling truth sinks in, those who wield the blade are often haunted by a past drenched in despair and misfortune. This is the harsh reality of the Muram world, a truth she grasped even as a child, her innocent face already bearing the subtle, heavy burden of understanding. They absolutely dread talking about their pasts, as a younger, bandaged Num Wungang stares into the void, consumed by his own haunting memories. A brief, stark transition, leaving only the echoes of their troubled histories. Bu Yunseal, clearly shaken, demands to know why he's spilling all this, her intense gaze locked onto Num Wungang. He just states, "I told you," his back to us, his words heavy with unspoken history. Then, he turns, his scarred face a testament to his past, confessing that he, too, once harbored murder in his heart, his green eyes burning with the resolve to transcend his dark history. This bombshell drops us into a flashback, a younger Num Wungang, face to face with a legendary figure in red robes, his eyes blazing with yellow light, asking the ultimate question, "What is your name?" A truly pivotal moment in his origin story. Bu Jianyang, with a serious gaze, calls out to the young martial artist. Bu Yunseal glances up, her face a mask of calm, ready to hear what's next. A knowing smirk crosses his face as he recognizes her as the survivor of the second trial, the one Jean Gak couldn't stop talking about. But the mood instantly darkens, as he drops a bombshell, "She's got a huge problem." Unfazed, she simply asks, "What exactly is this problem?" He doesn't mince words, hitting her with the harsh truth, she's missing the absolute fundamentals of martial arts. The impact of his words is palpable, a heavy truth for her to swallow. He lays out the brutal reality, her rivals have been training since they were kids, a massive head start she can't ignore. She stares at the ground, absorbing his stark warning, if she wants to master the fire rain sword in the advanced chamber, that skill gap is only going to explode. He drives home the point, stressing that she needs to rapidly master the martial arts basics, his intense gaze unwavering. Because without that rock-solid foundation, she'll never truly master the legendary fire rain sword. His lips part, ready to drop the next command, about to dictate her path forward. "Get ready." A voice booms, offering to teach the insane, unrivaled lightning and thunder technique, a power he literally forged himself. Golden energy absolutely explodes around his hand, lighting up his entire form in a blinding flash. But hold up, he's not done yet. He drops a bombshell, revealing he actually fried his own nerve endings trying to master this very power. That hand, still sparking with raw power, is a terrifying reminder of just how risky this whole thing is. His gaze sharpens, driving home the insane risk, telling her that if she messes up, she could lose her entire arms. That golden lightning just keeps pulsing, a super intense visual of how wild this power truly is. Bu Yunseal is locked in, her face dead serious, as he challenges her, asking if she's really ready to end up a cripple. That question just hangs there, making her face the nightmare scenario of losing her arms. Her hands clench tight, a faint red aura already sparking around them, showing off her absolutely unbreakable will. It's all about revenge, and that thought is pumping her up. Her eyes are absolutely burning crimson, those scars on her face glowing with the intensity, as she clasps her hands, totally ready to take on this insane challenge. A soft, "thank you," slips out, proving her dedication is next level, because she's ready to give up everything for her goal. Scroll in hand, he breezed past the other students. He strode through the massive doors. He'd already crushed the elementary chamber's basic martial arts and the intermediate chamber's sword arts. He sat down with the squad. His long, dark hair flowed down his back. He had a small bandage on his left cheek. From the back, he was pure quiet power. Up front, the ancient, wise instructor, rocking a long gray beard and holding a book, was totally owning the room. Stepping into the advanced chamber, Bu Yunseal immediately feels it, a profound shift in the atmosphere, a totally different vibe. He checks out the other trainees, and wow, there's a distinct ferocity in their demeanor. A stark contrast to the disdain he used to get. There's a whole new level of ferocity among these trainees. And get this, nobody's looking at him with disdain anymore. A change he totally attributes to his recent actions. It's gotta be because he killed Byak Han-sung. He's thinking about the crazy irony of their world, cleaning a corpse is a job everyone looks down on. Yet killing people with a sword gets you praise. As he gets settled, an elderly instructor calls him out directly, totally acknowledging his reputation, "So you're Bu Yunseal. I've heard of you." The instructor then invites him to join the lesson. "I was just about to begin the lesson. Please, sit." With the new trainee in the house, the elder announces he's about to drop some serious knowledge, explaining the central reading of the Fire Rain Sword, and the 7 teachings. Bu Yunseal takes his spot among the other students, totally ready to absorb these advanced teachings. The advanced martial arts teachings were hitting different, and he could feel the understanding clicking into place, whispering, "I see. I." He was totally locked in, soaking up every word about balanced stances, chest in, back out, and spreading his energy instead of just one big hit, the legendary Fire Rain Sword Emperor's golden, glowing form practically materializing to mentor him. He knew for a fact he wouldn't have understood any of this without his intermediate chamber training, but then, the instructor's voice snapped him back to reality, announcing the verbal lessons were done and commanding, "Buyunseal, follow me." A quiet intensity settled on his face, a subtle fatigue etched around his gaze, as he got ready for the next phase of his training. He dropped his eyes, a silent nod to the journey unfolding, fully committed to whatever came next. Next thing he knew, they were strolling down a winding path, the instructor dropping some serious knowledge amidst the vibrant scenery, his words hitting deep. "Listen up," the instructor started, "there's a whole other level where you don't even need a sword to beat someone who has one." He kept going, laying down the truth that, to be precise, someone at that level doesn't even need a physical sword to master sword arts. A hand reaches out, grabbing a bamboo stalk that's practically radiating with some kind of mystical energy. And the light just keeps getting brighter, like the bamboo is about to unleash some serious power. Then, bam! A massive burst of glowing green energy just explodes, shooting out with insane speed. Buyunseal gets absolutely rocked, totally blindsided as instructor Jean Gak's conceptual attack, coming from out of nowhere, smashes into him. The whole area just explodes with green light from the impact, showing off the sheer power of a sword art that doesn't even need a sword. Instructor Jean Gak's eyes are just burning with intensity, he's not backing down as he keeps dropping knowledge. He throws down the gauntlet, telling Buyunseal to picture getting ambushed just like that, but with no sword in hand. Buyunseal is totally locked in, his mind racing as Jean Gak keeps pushing, asking the ultimate question, how do you fight with sword arts when you don't even have a sword? Jean Gak drops a bombshell, revealing that while Buyunseal was still grinding in the intermediate chambers, everyone else was already mastering the Shining Mystique, the first form of the legendary Fire Rain sword. He points to the advanced level sign, making it clear that now, those other students are already debating complex theories. Jean Gak's tone gets super serious, laying down the law. If Buyunseal can't even get what he's asking, then the lessons are over. The tension is palpable, the very ground vibrating with his intense demand, as Jean Gak just waits for an answer. He lunges. But then, a crushing, invisible wall slams into him. How did he even get behind him? The speed was insane. Buyunseal goes for the attack, but Jean Gak just ghosts him, leaving a trail of pure energy. His eyes are bugging out, he can't believe how fast Jean Gak is. But Jean Gak. He's chill, just thinking about how he didn't even expect Buyunseal to catch him. He just can't keep up, it's like Jean Gak is moving in another dimension. Jean Gak's foot touches down, his movements are just too smooth, too fast, too perfect. He's sweating, he's straining, his eyes are practically vibrating trying to follow the instructor. Jean Gak sees his struggle, and he's ready to unleash the wild beast path to its fullest, reading every single move. But Buyunseal isn't giving up. He clenches his fist, pure resolve burning in his eyes. He's making a promise to himself, he'll catch Jean Gak, even if it's just for a second. His hand reaches out, ready to grab onto that elusive speed. Fingers spread wide, he's going for it, no matter what. Buyunseal explodes into motion, a blinding yellow streak tearing through the air. But just as quickly, Jean Gak is already gone, a phantom blur of green and gold, leaving his student in the dust. A devastating, unseen blow sends Buyunseal spiraling. His form a chaotic blur of defeat. Before he slams into the ground, a massive dust cloud erupting from the impact. Utterly defeated, he lies there, staring at the dirt, pure frustration burning in his eyes. Then, footsteps. He looks up, his face a mask of exhaustion and simmering rage. A casual tap on his head, Jean Gak's touch a stark reminder of the power gap. The instructor lets out a booming, triumphant laugh, as Buyunseal glares up at him. Still sprawled on the ground, Buyunseal grapples with the crushing reality of his failure. His mind racing, he couldn't even graze his master. How could he ever hope to catch up? But then, Jean Gak's voice cuts through the despair, a promise of new power, you'll learn the Shining Mystique tomorrow. And don't be late. Jean Gak drops a truth bomb, noting his student's dedication. Up, morning, earlier than the others. Buyunseal, locked in, simply replies, I understand. He snaps into a ready stance, hands poised for action. His master, Jean Gak, watches from afar, a silent judge. Jean Gak holds a simple branch, a profound thought brewing. The leaves shimmer, hinting at hidden power. His gaze sharpens, seeing beyond the surface. Then, a raw, untamed wolf spirit erupts, eyes blazing with primal fire. Buyunseal's own eyes flare with a matching golden intensity, a phantom wolf roaring behind him as a voice declares, so a cub is still a wolf, huh. Pure golden energy explodes from his hands, a torrent of power. Jean Gak can't help but let out a satisfied heh. A booming, ho-ho, echoes, followed by a declaration, I have high expectations for you. The sky above is just, epic, a massive canvas of soft blues and whites, setting the scene for something big. But down below, the forest is absolutely popping off, bathed in the golden embrace of the rising sun, leaves shimmering with this insane, vibrant glow that's just next level. And there, on a hidden path, Buyunseol is just walking away from the light, wrapping up his intense training session. He's like, alright, that's it for today's lesson. He turns his head, deep in thought, mulling over whether to chill and circulate his chi, or maybe just bail on Hell Island for now. His thoughts drift back to the chaos of the second trial, realizing that if he keeps thinking about it, a fight could literally erupt right here, right now. The forest around him is getting super dark, the light just vanishing as dusk rolls in, and that subtle shift in the vibe totally matches his growing unease. Then, out of nowhere, he hears it, a faint sound of footsteps, and his head snaps to the side, instantly on alert. His eyes narrow, because he's not just sensing one person, it's way more. He's like, multiple presences. His senses are on overdrive, and he starts doing a mental head count, trying to figure out just how many enemies are rolling up. The footsteps get louder, totally confirming his suspicions, and he's counting them out, 1, 2. He keeps counting, the numbers climbing with every approaching step, hitting 3, 4, as the figures get dangerously close. And then, boom. A small squad of dark-robed figures just pops out of the forest, their synchronized footsteps cranking up the tension to 11. He stands there, alone, eyes locked on the ground, as his internal radar confirms the number of incoming threats. Suddenly, a voice shatters the calm, calling him out by name, declaring he's been out of line since the intermediate chamber and they're about to teach him a harsh lesson. Another attacker jumps in, shouting that it's all his fault for starting the fight, so they're not to blame. The leader, a smug grin plastered across his face, taunts him, telling him to brace for impact. His crimson eyes flash, a cold sweat breaking out as the chilling truth dawns on him. There's not just 4, but a 5th, unseen enemy lurking. The chilling truth slams into him, confirming the existence of that extra, unseen threat. His fist tightens, every muscle in his body coiling as he braces for the coming storm, his dark hair obscuring his fierce expression. But before the unseen enemy can even make a move, a lightning-fast strike connects with the man in the headband, making him scream in shock. The man with the top knot, mid-threat, gets absolutely rocked, his taunts abruptly silenced by an invisible force. The headband guy gets absolutely blasted, his face twisting into a silent scream of pure pain, red energy exploding around him from the sheer power of the hit. Buyunseol, a total blur, unleashes another brutal strike, his fist smashing into the guy's face, sending him airborne. His form is pure, fluid power, already reset and ready for the next move after that explosive hit. He's still going, absolutely wrecking another foe, sending them flying with a crushing blow that shakes the very ground. Moving like lightning, he snatches another foe, their hands locked down in his vice-like grip. Meanwhile, 3 onlookers are absolutely freaking out, their faces screaming panic, as one of them yells, "Seo Jinha." But he doesn't even flinch. His long hair flies as he snatches his sword, his eyes now blazing with an insane crimson power. He explodes forward, landing a crushing hit right to another enemy's gut, and red energy just erupts from the impact. He stares down at the defeated foe, when suddenly, a voice from the darkness snaps, "Buyunseol." His stare is absolutely icy cold and unyielding, a pure declaration of his unbreakable will. His eye still burning with that intense power, he simply states, "To talk." And then, in a sudden, intense beat, he closes his eyes, either focusing his power or getting ready to unleash pure chaos. The tension is palpable as Jinha, one of the challengers, can only utter a single name, his fear already showing. With one foe already down, another challenger can only stammer out a question, demanding to know why she's even on the scene. Her crimson eyes blaze with an unholy, terrifying glow, a clear sign of the immense power she's about to unleash. The 2 remaining foes are absolutely petrified, their faces screaming pure terror, as she coldly states, "I have no business with you losers." And just like that, the humiliated group makes a mad dash for it, yelling a pathetic threat to come back, leaving the protagonist victorious and unchallenged. Meanwhile, Nung Woongang, watching from afar, can't help but be impressed, muttering to himself about her incredible power. He stands there, taking in the raw display of force he just saw, his eyes locked onto the powerful figure in the distance. Alone on the battlefield, the protagonist surveys the empty ground where her enemies once cowered, a single, dismissive word escaping her lips. Those eyes, still burning with an infernal red glow, are a testament to the raw, untamed power she holds within. Under the breathtaking sunset, Nung Woongang finally makes his move, stepping forward, and cutting straight to the chase with Buyunseol. He stands tall, facing her head-on, bracing himself for the intense discussion that's about to go down. The sun dips below the horizon, signaling a shift in the narrative, leaving the previous battle in the dust. Then, with a sharp, chiak sound, Buyunseol is back, eyes blazing with fierce resolve, ready for whatever comes next. She's not holding back, mentally confronting someone with a direct challenge, "Whose side are you on?" With her hair whipping around, her determined face shows she's ready to throw down, no matter the odds. Suddenly, we're in a training hall, where an ancient master drops some serious wisdom on his students. They've all got the basics of the fire rain sword down, but that's just the beginning. He lays down the law: you haven't truly mastered it until you've made it your own, infusing it with your personal style. Now, the moment of truth. The master announces it's time to check out the fire raindrops his students have forged, and the tension is palpable. But then, his gaze locks onto one student, and he calls her out directly, Bu Yunseal. And with a simple, powerful command, he tells her, try it out. The master, with a knowing look and a book in hand, waits to see what Bu Yunseal will unleash. The pressure is on. Bu Yunseal gets into position, sword ready, about to unleash something incredible. The tension is building. And she lets out a focused breath, eyes closed, getting into the zone. Suddenly, with a gasp, her eyes blaze open, radiating pure, unyielding resolve. And just like that, she explodes into action, her sword a blur of red energy and glowing particles. Moving so fast she's practically invisible, her eyes burning with an otherworldly white glow. The sword itself is a blazing arc of pure red power, a visual spectacle of her unleashed might. She launches herself skyward, unleashing a massive explosion of crimson energy, a breathtaking spectacle of raw power. The flurry of attacks keeps coming, a whirlwind of motion and power, each hit landing with devastating force. Then, just as suddenly, she lands, the technique finished, standing calm amidst the dissipating energy of her incredible display. Watching from the shadows, the wise old master strokes his beard, impressed, and declares, That's one seriously grounded and precise technique. After absolutely crushing her demonstration, the master's voice booms, recognizing the sheer, deadly intent she poured into her technique, then tells her to get back to her spot. With the last challenger dismissed, the master surveys the kneeling crowd, ready to drop the next name. Then, the master's voice slices through the air, announcing, Seo Jinha. From the sea of kneeling students, a red-haired warrior snaps his head up, his eyes burning with intense focus. A subtle rustle of his robes, and he's already on his feet, his face a mask of fierce determination. Each step is precise as he pivots, his dark hair flowing like a crimson tide. Zooming in, his eyes are practically burning, a laser-like focus radiating from them. And just like that, his power ignites, a chilling, crimson glow sparking in his eyes. Then, in a flash, Seo Jinha whips out his blade, a menacing, dark aura exploding around him as his eyes blaze with a terrifying, pinkish-red glow. That dark energy just keeps building, swirling around him, as he gets ready to unleash his move, leaving no doubt, it's Seo Jinha. His eye, now a blazing, pinkish-red supernova, is practically exploding with raw power, about to unleash pure chaos. And then, in a blinding burst, he unleashes a technique so wild, it would have countered the master's own move, not just some basic fire rain sword copy. Seo Jinha's unique technique explodes with blinding speed, his sword a blur of motion, leaving trails of vibrant blue energy that absolutely shatter the master's defense. His body a blur, a whirlwind of pure power, he keeps the pressure on, every single move packed with devastating force. Then, with one last, earth-shattering strike, that blue aura around his blade just explodes, finishing off his insane, unconventional technique. Bu Yunseal's jaw drops, her eyes practically popping out of her head, totally blown away by the sheer, raw power she just saw. But then, Seo Jinha's voice just rips through the silence, practically screaming, what the heck do you mean, whose side am I on? His eyes are practically on fire with a furious red glow, as he roars, don't play dumb. Pure, unadulterated rage twists his face, showing just how furious and defiant he truly is. Bu Yunseal, ever the sharp observer, starts thinking, realizing that not everyone here is actually trying to become one of the 10 demon masters. She's thinking, wait a minute, just getting to learn the martial arts of the 10 demonic sects. That alone is a huge opportunity. But then she gets real, admitting that the actual way they're running this whole thing is just terrible. This amazing opportunity, she thinks, is also something way deeper, as a mysterious fox with glowing eyes emerges from a fiery scene. The epic vision of the fox just kept going, its powerful legs slammed down, surrounded by shimmering golden particles. The ground itself was practically dissolving into pure light, with golden dust swirling around this incredible creature. Suddenly, a blinding light just exploded, swallowing the creature in a burst of raw power. The fox-like beast let out a primal howl, completely consumed by fiery energy, its form practically fading into myth. Its massive head appeared, and then the thought hit, a trap to catch something. That fiery energy then morphed into a super dense thicket of glowing golden bamboo, completely trapping the ethereal beast inside its shimmering prison. Bu Yunseal's eyes went wide, her hand shooting up to her chin in deep thought, and then the question hit her, is there a spy? Her crimson eyes instantly narrowed, a flash of realization hitting her, and the truth just clicked, that face and tone. He's not lying. Her face just hardened, a mix of disappointment and frustration in her eyes, as she flat out dismissed someone, it's not you. Her hand casually rested on her sword hilt, a slight smirk playing on her lips, and she let out a playful, almost dangerous, thought, "TCH. I wanted to have some fun." She subtly turned her head, her long, dark red hair perfectly tied back, and you could see the sheer determination in her eyes. Then, her voice dropped, delivering a chilling warning, "Stop acting out of line from." Her eyes blazed crimson, a chilling promise escaping her lips, "Keep pushing me, and I'll end you too." Her dark hair, shimmering with raw power, frames a face etched with deadly resolve. Leaving the tension behind, she strides into the forest, each step a silent declaration of her unyielding will. A new understanding washes over her, the game is far deeper than she ever imagined. Mid-swing, she reflects on her intense training, realizing her tunnel vision on the Wandering Beast Pavilion and Fire Rain Sword sex styles might have left her vulnerable. Every move is a blur of lethal grace, her training honed to perfection. Spy or demon, it doesn't matter, she's ready to fight anyone who stands in her way. The very heavens scream a warning, the real battle is about to explode. A breathtaking, yet ominous, vista unfolds, jagged peaks piercing a sky ablaze with fiery hues. Underneath the storm-racked sky, a tiny rat innocently crosses the path of destiny. Then, a lightning-fast strike, a brutal impact ending the small creature's existence in an instant. The rat's life is snuffed out, a chilling display of raw power and unyielding resolve. Under a sky that's straight up menacing, all dark clouds and a creepy red glow, the world is literally holding its breath. While a massive, shadowy bird just glides over the thick forest, like a silent guardian watching time tick by and an era come to an end. And from way up high, you can see the classic training grounds just chilling among the trees. And then a voice booms out, dropping the news that today is officially the last day of training. A student's hand, brush hovering over a scroll, freezes, totally taking in that massive announcement. While the master keeps talking, totally getting that a lot of them probably thought learning all those laws was super boring. The wise old master, with that knowing smile, looks out at his students. Dropping a truth bomb on the students, reminding them that even the most battle-hardened martial masters still hit the books to study the deep laws and principles of their art. He hammered home the point, just knowing martial arts isn't enough to actually do it, and even if you can do it, that doesn't mean you truly get the art itself. The master then shared his conviction that all the law analysis he drilled into them is going to be the ultimate launchpad for their epic journey into the Murim. And with one last intense look, the elderly master wraps it up, basically kicking off the real start of their journey. With the master's wisdom still echoing, a solemn voice cuts through the silence, dropping a final, impactful, good luck before the real challenge begins. But the real spectacle is above them. The night sky, painted in ominous reds, unveils a monstrous, jagged structure, pulsing with mysterious, glowing energy lines. This is no ordinary mountain. This isn't just a mountain, it's a monument. A dark, colossal mass dominates the horizon, covered in glowing, arcane rings that scream ancient power. The students are clearly shaken. A wave of confusion washes over them, with one student blurting out the question on everyone's mind, "What's going on?" But the master isn't waiting. His hand shoots out, a powerful gesture, as he dramatically announces, "It is time." He's not just talking, he's commanding. His face is a mask of fierce determination, as he points with unwavering resolve towards their terrifying destination. No time for questions, just orders. The master's voice rings out, sending them straight to the stone mountain in the center of the island. And there it is, the destination. The terrifying stone mountain, bathed in the blood-red sky, a fortress of craggy peaks promising danger at every turn. Zooming in, the mountain isn't just rock, it's a masterpiece of ancient power. Glowing cracked spiderweb across its dark surface, practically screaming ancient magic. The moment of truth. The elderly master and Num Wungang stand ready on a platform before the mountain's gaping maw, as a shimmering, almost magical rain of light begins to fall on the anxious students. The tension is palpable. The students, a silent, determined army, stand ready, their gazes locked on the ominous, shadowy entrance, knowing their lives are about to change forever. One student, ponytail swaying, hangs on every word, as the master's voice booms, a final, all-encompassing command to everyone. The ancient master, his white beard practically radiating authority, scans the assembled students, making sure every single one is accounted for. And Buyunseal, her intense dark eyes locked on the unfolding scene, can't help but let out a nervous gulp, the tension almost palpable. Then, his voice absolutely thunders, cutting through the silence with one powerful word, "Now." The master's jaw is clenched, his words hitting like a hammer, each syllable loaded with undeniable power. His eyes flaring with an explosive crimson glow that lights up the entire dark, swirling atmosphere around him as he drops the ultimate, non-negotiable command. And beneath that fur-trimmed robe, the master's absolutely shredded, powerful physique is on full display, a clear warning of the sheer force he commands. The tension is still thick in the air as two participants try to make sense of the trials, one asking if this is the third, the other wondering if they somehow skipped the second. But the truth drops like a bombshell, that insane fight to the death they just survived. That was the second trial. Yunseal, looking out at the aftermath, can only wonder, what happened to everyone else? Then, a new directive drops, all the caves are getting locked down. The stakes are raised even higher, no going back to their rooms until the 10 demon masters are picked, so they better grab their gear now. The crowd starts buzzing, a wave of shock washing over them, as the implications of the announcement sink in. Everyone's thinking the same thing, how are they going to pick these 10 demon masters? One participant's face says it all, pure dread as the reality of their predicament hits. Instructor Jean Gak just rolls his eyes, seriously, how can these wannabe Demon Palace members not get it yet? And then, the brutal truth drops, the way to become a demon master is to kill each other. The chilling command echoes across the arena, a death sentence for all but the strongest. The ultimate, brutal command just dropped, eliminate each other until only the 10 of you are left. With a single, glowing red eye burning through the darkness, the instructor's voice cuts through the silence, demanding, do you understand? A collective gasp rips through the crowd, their faces contorting in pure shock and terror. But while others freak out, Nung Wongang just stands there, a chilling smirk playing on his face like he's already got this in the bag. The instructor lays out the grim options, run if you want, it's your choice, he warns, his words hitting hard as the elderly master looks down, but you can't escape this forever. An ominous red glow pulses from the shadows, engulfing the terrified participants, as the instructor hints at where they might be safe. The terrifying red light flares even brighter around the group, and he drops another bombshell, and those that reside in restricted areas. His silhouette, eyes glowing with pure menace, drops the ultimate threat, will be slain by these killer demons. Meanwhile, Yunseal's face twists in a grimace, a chilling wave of pure killing intent washing over her. She can feel it, their killing intent from here. The red aura around her flares up, her eyes going wide with a mix of terror and fierce resolve. The raw power she's sensing is off the charts, forcing her to realize, these guys must be incredible martial artists. As the horrifying reality sinks in, one participant bravely asks the question on everyone's mind, wait, are we not allowed to attack those killer demons? The elderly master's booming laugh just shatters the silence, clearly loving the candidate's intense ambition. He's totally hyping up their ambition, then casually drops the bomb, they're allowed to fight each other. Jean Gak, ever the pragmatist, cuts straight to the chase, stating bluntly that if they've got the power, they can absolutely kill each other. But wait, there's more. The elderly master drops a huge bombshell, take down a killer demon, and you're instantly one of the 10 demon masters. That predatory grin just widens, his eyes burning with a fierce yellow glow, as he lets the weight of his announcement sink in. A participant's face twists in shock, the chilling realization hitting them, taking down even one of these killer demons is going to be insanely tough. Jean Gak's voice slices through the fear, laying out the brutal options, it's either take down a demon, or take down everyone else in this arena. Yunseal's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down her face, as Jean Gak's chilling reminder rings in her ears, remember. Jean Gak keeps laying down the brutal rules, making it clear, you can team up, or you can backstab each other. The elderly master's voice thunders again, his command chillingly clear, if you can kill, you better do it, no matter the cost. His face twists into a savage snarl, eyes burning with a primal, yellow fire, driving home the sheer, brutal ruthlessness they'll need to survive. Jean Gak's imposing figure dominates the frame, his final, chilling words hanging heavy, a brutal echo of the trial's true, unforgiving nature. The ultimate challenge to become one of the 10 demon masters is laid bare, a brutal path where only the absolute strongest will make it out alive. Way up high, the desolate, rocky landscape stretches out beneath an endless sky. A harsh and unforgiving view. Then, a.m. A violent impact explodes from the ground, sending a massive shower of debris and dust flying. But through the chaos, Yunseal is already gone, sprinting across the treacherous terrain, her dark hair a blur as she pushes forward with insane speed. She's gotta move, and she's gotta move fast. Her mind is locked on one thing, escape. One quick look back confirms it, shadowy figures are still on her tail, a relentless group closing in. She knows exactly why they're after her past actions drawing way too much attention from other trainees. Her eyes narrow with fierce determination, her resolve burning brighter with every single stride. If she doesn't get out of here now, she's gonna get jumped by a whole group, just like last time. No way she's letting that happen again. The massive, empty landscape stretches out before her, a brutal canvas offering both a desperate path to freedom and endless places to disappear. She's still on the run, pushing hard to get to safety, no time to waste. And then, boom, she spots a lone house in a clearing, could this be her temporary sanctuary? Her boots kick up due as she blazes through the tall grass, moving with insane speed and stealth. But then, she slams on the brakes, feeling something off about the ground, like the whole landscape just got a major update. The ground looks normal, but her gut is screaming danger. So she reaches down, her fingers brushing the dirt, trying to figure out what's really going on. Her eyes lock on, a sudden, intense focus as she realizes she's not alone out here. Then, the chilling thought hits her, someone is definitely coming. Then, a wild, glitchy vision explodes in her mind, three figures clashing in a chaotic, stylized battle, a total mindfuck of a premonition. She snaps back, spinning around instantly, her eyes laser-focused on the forest where the threat is coming from. But it's not her usual enemies, instead, some random dude with wild hair is screaming his head off, begging for someone to save him. His face is pure panic as he looks up at her, his voice cracking with desperation, shouting that someone's literally trying to end him. Bu Yunseal takes a moment, her eyes locking onto her blade's hilt, a silent promise of what's to come. The polished metal catching the light just so. But then, a frantic cry shatters the calm, "Help me, and I'll make it worth your while." She stares down at the kneeling figure, a young man begging for his life, and for a split second, she wonders if it's a setup, but her gut tells her otherwise. The raw agony on his face, the fresh crimson staining his shoulder, this guy's injuries are no joke. A brutal close-up of his arm and side shows deep, bleeding gashes, this kid is seriously hurt. But her attention snaps to the real threat, three glowing figures, closing in fast from behind him, and she can't help but wonder if they're working together. Her first thought. Stay out of it, she's got her own problems. But then, a cold calculation, if this kid keeps screaming, he's going to blow her cover, and that's a hard no. Meanwhile, the young man, completely unaware of her internal struggle, just stares up at her, eyes wide with terror, his hands clasped in a desperate plea. Then, a soft thud hits nearby, a clear sign of approaching danger. Both of them snap their heads towards the sound, a heavy thud confirming the pursuers are now right on top of them. Bu Yunseal isn't wasting any time. She's made her choice and is moving with silent, deadly resolve. But the pursuers are right on their heels. One of them just smashes through the undergrowth, their anger practically radiating as they hear every rustle. The lead pursuer, looking absolutely furious, shouts, "Where did they go?" The injured young man is still trying to hide, but one of the pursuers is already getting suspicious, grumbling, "No way they got away that fast." The leader's eyes are practically spitting fire as he snarls, "That punk is definitely around here. He can't have gone far, so move it." But just as they're about to move, a sudden, explosive impact rocks the ground, a lightning-fast blur that leaves them stunned. The sheer velocity is mind-blowing, a powerful streak of energy tearing through the very air. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, a hidden gem of a house sits peacefully in the mountains, a perfect, quiet sanctuary in the wild. The tension is palpable, a chilling calm before everything goes wild. Then, out of nowhere, the injured young man is skidding across the ground right by the house, like he was just launched by some invisible power. The massive, endless sky looms over the distant mountains, completely oblivious to the insane action happening right beneath it. And with one last, soft thud, Bu Yunseal lands right next to him, both of them now safe on the ground, having completely ghosted their pursuers with unbelievable speed. The rescued young man, still reeling from his ordeal, looked at Bu Yunseal with intense gratitude, exclaiming, "I survived thanks to you." Still shaken, he pressed on, "If it weren't for you, I would've." Leaving the chilling implication hanging in the air. But Bu Yunseal's mind was already racing, a sudden revelation hitting him, that hiding spot wasn't just random, it was a test. Mr. Saw totally set this up for me, he thought, remembering how being buried in the dirt had supercharged his wild beast path senses, pushing them way past their limits. Dropping into a low crouch, his senses were now on overdrive, perceiving every minute detail of his environment. He could practically taste the vibrations of the ground, hearing the faintest sounds of movement as if they were right next to him. And the sharp, unmistakable clang of a sword, every swing and parry, echoed directly into his mind. It was all coming to him through pure vibrations, a secret language of power. This insane new ability meant he could now sense everything as if I'm seeing it with my eyes, a total game changer. It all clicked into place, this was the real deal. With a knowing smirk, he closed his eyes, realizing, he must have wanted to teach him this all along. What a genius move to teach him this way. He let out a breath, thinking, anyway. The immediate danger was over, but the real training had just begun. He opened his eyes, meeting the young man's gaze, a silent moment of connection passing between them, the courtyard now a sanctuary where new powers were awakening. That intense stare, still reeling from the escape, hints at the deep thoughts brewing within him. A subtle tremor runs through his clenched hand, the raw power of his new senses still settling in. But just as he's lost in thought, a new face emerges, a young man with a nervous smile, boldly declaring, "I'm GM Qiaoliang from the Blood Sect." Bu Yunseal's hands remain clasped, a moment of silent judgment, as GM Qiaoliang nervously asks, "Could I get?" But Bu Yunseal just turns to leave, prompting a frantic cry from the new arrival, "W8. W8 for me." GM Qiaoliang quickly spills the beans, revealing he bolted into the forest the second the third trial kicked off. His voice still shaking with terror, he admits he was scared out of his mind and relentlessly hunted. Then, with a hopeful look at the stoic Bu Yunseal, he pops the big question, if it's alright, could I join you? He lays out his reasoning, pointing out that Bu Yunseal's earlier help makes him seem trustworthy. Still, Bu Yunseal offers no reply, his back a silent wall. But GM Qiaoliang, ever the optimist, takes the silence as a yes, grinning as they both bolt through the trees. I'll take that as a yes. Their footsteps pound the ground, a new, unexpected duo charging deeper into the unknown. Underneath a massive, cloudy sky, the world just stretched out, looking all muted and quiet. Then bam, you hit these jagged, imposing mountains that practically screamed with a distant, powerful impact, a sound just blasting through those desolate peaks. And the sheer power of it? You could see the aftermath right there on the ground, with a hand just splayed out amidst the wreckage, screaming that a brutal fight just went down. But then, Bu Yunseal and GM Qiaoliang, they felt that disturbance, and knew they had to reroute, because a serious fight was going down right there. GM Qiaoliang, crouching down, was totally blown away by her ability to feel those vibrations, begging her to teach him her secrets. But Bu Yunseal just gave him a vague answer, her eyes locked on something unseen as she gripped her staff, clearly planning their next move. Elsewhere, a voice, dripping with grim determination, swore, "Oh, we'll see about that. Even if I have to sell my soul, I am going to avenge my fellow disciples." Bu Yunseal just froze, a fierce resolve flashing across her face, her expression turning stone-cold with pure purpose. Nung Wongang stared down at a fallen figure, his eyes practically burning with grief and a raw, unyielding hunger for revenge. And the elderly master. His face was a roadmap of age and sorrow, streaked with what looked like tears or even blood, a raw, profound turmoil etched deep within him. He knew that feeling all too well, a chilling echo from his own past, as he felt a familiar kind of hatred surge within him. GM Qiaoliang is totally confused, looking up and asking what's going on. And Bu Yunseal just drops the bomb, they're jumping into that fight. No hesitation, pure resolve. GM Qiaoliang can only let out a shocked, huh, as she's already on the move. Bu Yunseal is like a ninja, chilling on a tree branch, with GM Qiaoliang stealthily tucked away in the bushes. They're moving like lightning, a total speed blur, disappearing into the woods. They keep moving, totally undetected, ghosting through the forest like pros. Out of nowhere, Bu Yunseal strikes. Her sword flashes, ready to take down her target. But wait. Her attack is blocked in a flash, blade sparking like crazy. The enemy is like, whoa, what? Totally caught off guard by that move. The masked assassin pops out, demanding answers, like, how did you even stop my ultimate stealth move? And then he hits her with the ultimate question, are you an assassin too? Unleashing a devastating sword strike, Bu Yunseal charges into the fray with absolute resolve. Her blade is a blur of crimson, tearing through the air, leaving a bloody trail in its wake. The very air crackles around her weapon, glowing with an intense red energy as she readies for the next brutal attack. Another foe drops, utterly annihilated, as the sheer force of her blow shakes the very ground. She stands, a silent, deadly force amidst the chaos, her piercing gaze scanning for the next target. That assassin's stealth technique? She mentally scoffs, it would have been a real pain. But thanks to her mastery of the wild beast path, it was nothing. Then, a chilling cry of blood rips through the silence. Her eyes snap to the sound, a dangerous glint in their depths, her grip tightening on her sword, ready for anything. Meanwhile, GM Qiaoliang watches the brutal fight unfold, realizing the true scale of the battle. Bu Yunseal's eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow, her decision made. If she takes down these assassins, she wonders, will she finally get the answers she desperately seeks? The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation, multiple assassins lie vanquished, with Qiaoliang standing victorious over one of the fallen. Her long, dark hair flows, a silent warning before the absolute chaos she's about to unleash. But elsewhere, GM Qiaoliang, battered and bloody, is still holding his ground, sword in hand, thinking he's almost done, saying, let's finish this and leave. But then, a chilling voice echoes, declaring, I'll kill you swiftly out of respect since you're the last one standing. But just as the assassin moves, a lightning-fast intervention. Bu Yunseal's blade slams into his with an explosive burst, making the masked killer gasp, huh? She doesn't let up, a blur of pure power and precision, leaving the assassin completely overwhelmed and struggling to keep up. Then, with a flick of her wrist, glowing orange rings explode from her sword, trapping the assassin and completely throwing him off balance. The sheer power of her strike sends him flying back, the masked assassin screaming, what the hell? He stumbles, trying to get his balance back, his mind reeling, thinking, there were more of them. But before she can even finish off the first, another masked assassin ambushes her from behind. Bu Yunseal's instincts kick in, her crimson eye flaring as she spins, letting out a fierce oomph. The new attacker, thinking he's got the upper hand, snarls, we'll just kill you too. His blade slices through the air, forcing her to parry, the impact reverberating across the barren ground. In a flash of pure speed, she's already on the offensive, her blade a deadly silver blur. One assassin gets absolutely rocked, a guttural "uegh" tearing from him as he's drenched in his own blood. Blood explodes from the hit, and the assassin can only snarl, "You bastard," before he's out. She's a whirlwind of destruction, taking down one foe while the rest of the assassins swarm her. With eyes blazing with pure fire, she's already calculating her next devastating move. A lightning-fast slash, and another assassin is down, blood painting the ground. Another assassin lets out a choked "kuk" of agony, staggering back from a devastating hit. She parries a strike with impossible speed, a blinding golden energy exploding around her as she retaliates. With a brutal blow, another assassin is launched through the air, screaming "eek" as they're obliterated. She touches down with effortless grace, her eyes locked onto the next target, blade ready to end it. Just as she's about to strike, the assassin unleashes a furious "die" and charges. The hit lands hard, leaving 3 vicious, glowing red claw marks across her face as blood immediately starts to flow. Even with fresh blood splattered across her face, Bu Yunseo's eyes burn with an icy resolve, showing she's far from defeated. But before her attacker can even think about a follow-up, she strikes back with lightning speed, her blade a deadly blur, leaving the masked assassin no time to react. She doesn't hold back, the blade slicing through the air with a terrifying crimson glow. The impact is explosive, leaving nothing but a searing red trail in its wake. Then comes the barrage, a relentless flurry of attacks that rips through the air, painting everything in a blinding red fury. The assassin is overwhelmed, sent flying by the sheer force of the attack, their masked face glowing ominously in the crimson light. No mercy, no hesitation, Bu Yunseo lands one last, crushing hit, her hand blazing with raw power. She stares down at the defeated assassin, her face hidden by her flowing dark hair, a silent judgment in her eyes. Blood erupts from her hand, sealing the deal and confirming her brutal triumph. Then, a dark chuckle starts, building into a full-blown, terrifying laugh. Bathed in the blood of her foes, Bu Yunseo lets out a wild, triumphant laugh, a true warrior reveling in her victory. And with a final, chilling declaration, she confirms the kill, her victory absolute. Fueled by pure, unadulterated rage, her grip tightened on the crimson blade, a chilling promise of retribution burning in her soul. The battlefield was hers, a brutal dance of death, and with a sickening thwack, another foe crumpled, unable to withstand her onslaught. In a blink, 2 more assassins were down, their weapons useless, their lives forfeit to her terrifying power. Blood streaked her face, a warrior's grim badge, but her gaze was already locked on the next target, another assassin lurking in the shadows. A tense beat hung in the air, her sharp senses instantly pinpointing the last assassin, ready for the next move. Then, GM Qiaoliang emerged from the foliage, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "Yunseo, you're really skilled, but even so." He gripped his blade, a sinister glint in his eye, his words a chilling taunt, "You shouldn't let your guard down." Then, a truly terrifying grin split his face, his eyes burning with an unholy, golden light, promising pure chaos. Yet, Yunseo's gaze held firm, her blood-splattered face a mask of unwavering resolve, ready to unleash her own fury. But before he could even blink, Yunseo exploded into motion, a searing red streak of pure power. Her assault was a relentless, blazing storm, a torrent of red energy that left no room for defense. The very air screamed with power, as her devastating combo painted the scene in streaks of furious red, leaving her opponent no escape. Bu Yunseo's crimson attack lands with an explosive force, detonating in a blinding flash of red and yellow energy as it slams into her opponent's guard. Streaks of vibrant red energy painting the air from her relentless assault, a lightning-fast blur that defies perception. GM Qiaoliang's face contorts in a desperate struggle to parry the sheer power with his blade, the impact ripping shockwaves through the very atmosphere. Yet, before he can even recover, Bu Yunseo is already a golden-tinged blur, unleashing a devastating kick that connects with brutal force. His eyes snap wide in utter disbelief, a stunned, disbelieving, "How," escaping his lips. Towering over the defeated GM Qiaoliang, her voice cuts through the air, cold and absolute, "It's your fault." She glides away with an almost supernatural grace, leaving behind shimmering trails of crimson energy. From his defeated position, GM Qiaoliang roars in pure frustration, "I didn't even get to ask my question because of you." Bu Yunseo halts, her back to him, a silent, utterly dominant presence. Clutching his sword, GM Qiaoliang's voice is laced with desperation as he demands, "You bastard. What are you even talking about? And seriously, when did you figure it out?" Her gaze, sharp and utterly unwavering, delivers the chilling reply, "The very start." That single phrase shatters GM Qiaoliang, his face twisting in a visceral mix of shock, fear, and absolute defeat, cold sweat beating on his brow as his world crumbles. Underground, he'd seen it all. She was totally packing a secret arsenal, hidden right under her clothes. And it was super obvious, because she moved like a total robot. Every twitch, every turn of her back, screamed hidden weapons. And the real reason she'd kept him around, even after all his schemes, was about to drop like a bomb. She just wanted to see what kind of crazy moves he'd pull next. She figured watching someone try to pull a fast one would totally level up her game. That kind of intel, she knew, would be clutch for later battles. His brain was short-circuiting, screaming, "No way." Pure, unadulterated fury exploded from him, his face twisting into a terrifying mask of rage. In a last-ditch effort, he rocketed into the air, his massive blade ripping through the air, but a storm of tiny, deadly needles was already closing in. Those razor-sharp projectiles gleamed like death itself, slicing through the air at insane speeds. Even with everything falling apart, he still believed his performance was flawless. The counterattack just absolutely slammed into him, blood exploding across GM Qiaoliang's face as his own weapon was instantly swatted away. A raw, guttural scream of pure shock and agony ripped from his throat, his face twisting into a mask of utter disbelief. He cursed the absolute bastard, a terrifying thought slamming into him. He'd felt this coming, but how could she possibly predict his every single move, even when he was shadowing her? Across the battlefield, a single, crimson red eye, burning with an almost supernatural glow, locked onto its prey with terrifying, absolute precision. Then, a blinding flurry of razor-sharp, red energy projectiles, absolutely shredded through the air with insane speed. GM Qiaoliang, still suspended in mid-air, was absolutely decimated by the relentless volley, his body violently snapping back as he began his plummet. The crimson energy blades just kept coming, a relentless, tearing storm, ripping through him with terrifying, surgical precision. Blood absolutely gushed from countless wounds as he stumbled, his body finally giving out under the sheer, brutal force. A choked, agonizing gasp tore from his throat as he slammed into the dirt, the sound of his defeat echoing in the air. Lying there, utterly broken, he heard her voice, cutting through the air like ice, reminding him that even the most insane hidden weapons are totally worthless if you get caught holding them. Her face remained absolutely stone-cold, a tiny, wicked blade casually glinting in her hand, a chilling contrast to the fresh blood splattered across her cheek. GM Qiaoliang's face was a twisted, bloody mask of pure, unadulterated terror and agonizing pain, a desperate, choked scream tearing from his throat. Utterly crushed and defeated, GM Qiaoliang collapses, his body a wreck, as Buyunxiu looms over him, a radiant force of pure victory. The sheer impact of her final blow still rings out, a deafening testament to his utter annihilation. His face, a gruesome mask of crimson, is a testament to the brutal beating he endured, blood splattered everywhere as his vacant eyes reflect his crushing defeat. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, revealing GM Qiaoliang standing there, back to us, facing down a shadowy, powerful presence. But before he can even blink, a lightning-fast strike connects, and blood explodes from his back. The hit is absolutely savage, more blood spraying as the sheer power rips through his body. His eyes go wide with pure terror and agony, his face now a canvas of his own blood, utterly overwhelmed by the sudden, brutal attack. The assault is absolutely relentless, a whirlwind of crimson energy slashes ripping through the air, every single one connecting. Buyunxiu, her wild black hair whipping around and eyes blazing with raw power, unleashes another absolutely brutal sword strike, engulfed in a terrifying red aura. The finishing blow connects with a sickening crack, the red energy of the strike detonating on impact. GM Qiaoliang's neck is brutally slashed, blood absolutely gushing out, and he lets out a gut-wrenching scream as his life force rapidly drains. With the fight over, Buyunxiu stands victorious, her blade still drawn, surrounded by the gruesome splatters of blood, a chilling testament to her power. She stares down at the broken form of GM Qiaoliang, his body shattered and bleeding on the ground, utterly, completely defeated. Buyunxiu, still catching her breath, knew this wasn't just some walk in the park. Wiping blood from her blade, she realized just how close it was, only her intel on his hidden weapons saving her from a truly nasty surprise. But the real horror was on GM Qiaoliang's face, bloodied and broken, his eyes staring blankly into the void. The forest floor bore witness to his utter collapse, as she towered over his broken body. She could feel the very essence of his life slipping away with every passing second. That face, contorted in a desperate struggle for survival, was a familiar sight, the same raw obsession for life she'd witnessed in countless others facing their end. But as her gaze lingered on the fallen warrior, something unexpected began to dawn on her. But wait, this guy was different, and that realization hit her like a shockwave. She walked away, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing the weight of her thoughts, but something pulled her back. Dropping to a knee beside the defeated fighter, her eyes narrowed, confirming her gut feeling, this guy was on another level. The brutal aftermath hung heavy in the air, a chilling contrast between fading light and encroaching darkness. But amidst the lingering echoes of battle, a lone figure was a spectral blur, leaving streaks of crimson in their wake. As the dust settled, a chilling thought echoed in her mind, what does it feel like to have successfully gotten revenge? Her bloodied face, still bearing the marks of the struggle, betrayed a deeper, haunting question, once I get my revenge, will I be able to smile like this too? Lying amidst the debris, her eyes remained closed, a silent testament to the brutal toll of her victory. The crimson stains on her face told a story of fierce combat, a grim mask of triumph and utter exhaustion. With a soft rustle, she rose, her hand gripping the hilt of a bloodied sword, the sound of her footsteps echoing faintly. A soft clink of metal accompanied her as she turned, glancing back one last time before departing, two swords now at her side. Her steady footsteps carried her deeper into the forest, away from the scene of her recent triumph and turmoil. Meanwhile, from an unseen vantage point, a new voice shattered the silence, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Is that him?" A soft rustling sound accompanied the unseen observer's movement, as if someone was cautiously navigating through the dense foliage. The rustling continued, a subtle disturbance in the quiet forest, hinting at a hidden, lurking presence. A soft rustling sound cuts through the dense foliage. As an unseen presence lets out a quiet gasp. He's totally sizing up the martial artist's insane prowess, seeing him absolutely wreck assassins with just the basic sword techniques of the Fire Clan's sword art. Nung Wongang, completely oblivious to the intense gaze on him, just keeps on moving down a winding forest path like it's nothing. The observer totally gives him props, muttering, "He's definitely talented." But those glowing eyes tell a different story, a cold, hard truth, but there are tons of people just as talented as him here. He's convinced that unless this guy seriously levels up, he's not gonna make it out alive on Hell Island, a brutal truth hammered home by the bodies scattered around. Suddenly, Nung Wongang's journey gets violently cut short as he plummets into a hidden net trap, his body thrashing wildly in a chaotic burst of dust. A strained huff rips from him, the brutal impact knocking the wind right out of his lungs. The very next day, Nung Wongang is sprawled on the ground, mouth wide open, desperately trying to get his bearings as the ominous thud of approaching footsteps closes in. A squad of figures bursts through the trees, their leader screaming, "Chase him." Nung Wongang is absolutely booking it through the undergrowth, while the pursuer leader yells at his crew, "He's alone. Don't lose him." Still on the run, a lightning-fast whip attack whips through the air, barely missing Nung Wongang as he pushes his limits. His pursuers closing in, their weapons lashing out from every angle. He's a blur through the trees, dodging a barrage of whip strikes from the relentless hunters. One of those wicked whip weapons, a gray and black blur, snaps forward with lethal precision, its segmented design screaming pure destruction. But he's lightning fast, a small blade flashing out to parry the blow, sending sparks flying as metal clashes with the brutal weapon. His footwork is insane, a blur of pure agility, letting him barely escape another devastating sweep. But the whips just keep coming, slamming into the ground around him, kicking up dust and debris with every brutal strike. Again and again, the very ground shakes, as those relentless attacks carve deep furrows into the earth. The sheer number of strikes makes dodging almost impossible, a relentless barrage of blows raining down from his unseen attackers. Then, bam! One finally connects, a whip lashing across his back, drawing blood and sending a shockwave of pain through him. He clenches his jaw, blood dripping from his lips, as the brutal truth hits him, they are not giving up. Even with the injury, his resolve burns brighter, knowing that to make it out alive, he's gotta come up with a plan, and fast. He keeps sprinting through the forest, the leader and his crew still right behind him, their shadows looming large. Above, the endless sky watched, a silent judge over the brutal trials below. High on a towering cliff, a lone silhouette cut against the sky, watching the distant chaos unfold. The desolate peaks echoed with the wind's mournful cry, a chilling soundtrack to the unfolding events. The imposing elderly master, cloaked in fur, turned to his subordinate, his voice cutting through the wind to demand an update on the brutal test. The grim report came back, only 41 of the 86 trainees had somehow clung to life. Crimson light flared in the master's eyes, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he scoffed at the numbers, 41 survivors after only 3 days. A hand tightened, the subtle rustle of cloth hinting at the coiled power within. Blood splattered across his face, the young leader gripped his knife with chilling resolve, his eyes burning with an unyielding, deadly focus. He conceded that anyone still standing after this gauntlet had to be truly exceptional. A chilling smile stretched across the master's face, as he announced the real test was about to begin. With precise movements, the young leader's hands unfolded a crucial document. A quiet, "Yes, sir," confirmed his readiness, awaiting the next brutal directive. Blades screamed against each other, a shower of sparks igniting the air as the battle reached a fever pitch. But out of the swirling chaos, a grinning pursuer lunged, a deadly knife flashing like lightning. The razor-sharp point of that blade was closing in fast, a death sentence for anyone caught in its path. But the numbers were too much. Bu Yunseal was swarmed, taking a brutal hit, her body sent tumbling under the relentless onslaught. Blood streamed down her face, but even as she fell, her eyes blazed with an unyielding spirit, a silent promise of defiance. But the taunts of her enemies rang out, mocking her desperate attempt to escape. A primal scream tore from her throat, a testament to the agony and sheer will, as she pushed her battered body beyond all reason. And then, in a flash, she was gone. A mere silhouette against a blinding light, leaving her stunned pursuers in the dust. But far from the chaos, the elderly master, his crimson eyes burning, watched it all unfold with a chillingly calculating gaze. His subordinate, holding some mysterious device, was ready to act, declaring they should restrict it right here. But Bu Yunseal, battered and bloodied, was far from broken, her eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. But the leader had a far more sinister plan, revealing a map and dropping a bombshell command: unleash the killer demons in the Fire Rain Sword Sect. The legendary Fire Rain Sword Sect, a potential sanctuary or a deadly trap, stood tall, its name practically screaming for attention. With its massive entrance, emblazoned with those iconic characters, this place was either the ultimate escape or the ultimate trap. She was practically flying up those ancient steps, her every move a desperate plea for sanctuary. Every single footfall was a frantic beat, a desperate rhythm of survival. Her escape came at a price, leaving behind gruesome crimson stains on the clean floor, a chilling testament to her brutal fight. It wasn't long before the hunters caught up, their gazes locking onto the fresh blood, a clear sign of their prey's desperate flight. The massive Fire Rain Sword Sect sign loomed overhead, watching the entire scene unfold. The lead hunter, with one of his crew, scanned the massive building, a chilling resolve hardening his expression. A low, chilling growl, just barely registered, hinting at something sinister lurking. Deep inside, the leader, Nung Wongang, and another hunter stalked through a tight hallway, one of them wondering if their target was actually trapped inside. Peering down a twisting hallway, the leader's face twisted into a sinister grin, knowing his prey was finally trapped. That grin just got even wider, a terrifying declaration of what was coming, as a shadowy, glowing-eyed demon appeared right behind him, ready to unleash pure chaos. Just as the leader of the pursuers is caught completely off guard, a lightning-fast move makes his eyes snap open in pure shock. But Nung Wongang isn't holding back, launching himself into a furious assault, his blade a blur of red energy, cutting through the air with a terrifying whoosh. And the leader isn't far behind, unleashing his own devastating strike, his face a mask of fierce determination as a blazing red blade rips through the air. But then, a shout of pure panic rips through the air, a desperate warning of, behind us, quickly followed by a furious idiot, as the tables turn. The leader's face twists in a furious snarl, a glowing blade practically kissing his cheek, as he defiantly shouts, "You think we would fall for such a shallow trick?" Nung Wongang, ever the quick thinker, snaps into action, his sword flashing as he braces for the next unseen blow. Then, with a blinding flash and a deafening clang, his sword deflects a lightning-fast strike, sending crimson energy exploding outwards. The leader's eyes practically pop out of his head in disbelief, as yet another glowing blade whizzes past, the counterattack speed absolutely insane. He lets out a guttural roar, whether from pain or sheer effort, as the unseen attacker's relentless barrage of red-hot strikes keeps coming. Boom! Another massive impact rocks the air, as a sword barely deflects an unseen power, sending shockwaves ripping through the battlefield. Nung Wongang's hand clenches around his sword hilt, a chilling realization dawning on him: this bastard can read the paths of their sword techniques. The unseen attacker isn't letting up, continuing their brutal assault, their blade a blinding streak of light, moving with impossible, terrifying speed. And just like that, a whirlwind of crimson slashes explodes, tearing through the very fabric of the air. The leader and his crew are instantly swallowed by the unexpected counterattack, a blazing red arc of pure power ripping right through their ranks. The leader gets absolutely rocked, sent flying backward, the impact cracking through the air. He can only snarl, "Damn it," his mind blown as the shadowy blur of his enemy just vanishes before his eyes. Another blade comes screaming in, but a hand, moving faster than thought, snatches a sword hilt, locked and loaded for the counter. With a deafening clang, the attack is perfectly parried, sending a shower of sparks everywhere. Nung Wongang, caught in the middle of his attack, gets his strike shut down, his face twisted in a snarl of pure frustration. His eyes practically pop out, a silent, "What the hell?" screaming in his head as he tries to grasp the insane speed he just witnessed. He lets out a guttural shit, cursing the cramped battlefield that's totally screwing up his game. But before he can even think, Bu Yunseal unleashes her own lightning-fast counter, a pure blur of destruction heading straight for him. Her blade connects with a savage crunch, sending crimson slashes and a geyser of blood exploding outwards. Her razor-sharp blade carves deep, ripping a gut-wrenching scream from him as blood paints the ground. One of the pursuers, completely blindsided by an unseen attack, lets out a furious curse, his face twisted in pure disbelief. Then it hits him: they were totally set up, lured into this trap on purpose. But Bu Yunseal? She's just standing there, cool as ice, her crimson eyes burning in the darkness, a silent, deadly force ready to unleash hell. She knows the deal: in tight spaces like this, her enemies have to pull their punches, making them weaker and way easier to read. A wicked, blood-splattered smirk spreads across her face, her glowing red eyes practically screaming pure, unadulterated confidence. And let's be real, these guys aren't even that good to start with. With this killer advantage, she knows she can totally take them down, one by one. Looking down, the alley is a total war zone, with Bu Yunseal a glowing blur of destruction, tearing through her enemies, while their leader just stands there, watching his crew get absolutely wrecked. Suddenly, one of the goons gets launched into the air, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he flies. His eyes are bugging out in pure terror as the headband-wearing thug desperately tries to block the incoming attacks mid-air, his blade a frantic blur against the unstoppable onslaught. But Bu Yunseal is just too fast, a golden blur of pure power, delivering a barrage of lightning-quick strikes that absolutely shred his guard. And with one last, explosive hit, another one of those chumps bites the dust. Bu Yunseal is absolutely relentless, her movements a lightning-fast blur of pure precision. Launching herself into the air, her whip arcing with absolutely deadly intent. The weapon extends, a dark streak of pure energy, smashing into the alley wall with a thunderous crack. But instead of stopping, that whip recoils with insane force, snapping back to absolutely nail one of the pursuers. He collapses, groaning in agony, cursing the insane rebound that totally blindsided him. With swift, rhythmic footwork, she instantly closes the distance to her next targets. And just like that, two more pursuers are in her path, their expressions instantly flipping from aggression to pure alarm. One of them screams in pure desperation, begging his comrade to just get out of there. A heavy impact echoes through the tight space, as another devastating strike lands true. The targeted pursuer lets out a sharp, guttural cry of pain, his face completely contorted in agony. Another opponent looks up, his eyes wide with dawning horror, finally realizing just how futile their pursuit truly is. A commanding voice absolutely rips through the chaos, demanding to know what his subordinates are even doing. As the unnamed pursuer leader stands there, a dark silhouette against a vibrant red backdrop, his powerful presence radiating an absolutely ominous glow. The very air around him crackles with an intense, claw-like red energy, a terrifying manifestation of his surging power. His voice, now absolutely laced with a dangerous edge, challenges them once more, his eyes glowing with an eerie white light as he asks if they're seriously running away. The sheer force of his presence causes one of the pursuers to recoil in absolute terror, his face contorted in a silent, horrifying scream. A chilling voice cuts through the air, throwing down the gauntlet and demanding to know if their opponent is actually running away. And the pursuer leader's face just melts into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. But before he can even think about reacting, it's already too late. A blinding blur of motion and a searing red flash signal a devastating, unseen strike. Leaving his subordinates, including GM Qiaoliang, to scream in alarm as their captain gets absolutely wrecked. Of course not, GM Qiaoliang tries to play it cool, I just thought that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight here. The attack just keeps coming with relentless, brutal force, shattering the very air with explosive sprays of blood and debris. As the killer demon, eyes absolutely blazing with malevolent light, lands a devastating, sword-driven blow. The impact sends the leader flying, blood absolutely gushing from his form. Yet he just lets out a dismissive tch, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the absolute brutality of his wounds. Turning his back on the whole mess, he just struts away, muttering about how he shouldn't even bother associating with losers that haven't even made it to the advanced chamber. From a shadowed doorway, Bu Yunseal takes in the entire brutal exchange, her crimson eyes sharp and utterly observant. Just as the chaos seemed to subside, a new challenger dropped in, robes flaring, and immediately called out the boss. He stood over the fallen, a silent declaration of his power, and the leader of the pursuers could only manage a dismissive hm. The leader, ever the arrogant one, couldn't help but grin, acknowledging the newcomer's impressive skill. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asked about the sword technique, was it the legendary fire rain sword? The new guy, Wu Muncheng, didn't waste time introducing himself and then, cool as ice, demanded his opponent's name. Still standing tall over the defeated, he waited, ready for whatever came next. Even with a few scratches, Wu Muncheng fired back a compliment, but the leader just burst out laughing. The leader, still laughing, scoffed, who cares about the name of a kid who's about to? But before the leader could even finish his trash talk, Wu Muncheng's sword ignited with raw power, and he cut him off with a chilling, die soon. Then, in a burst of blinding orange and red, Wu Muncheng unleashed a devastating strike, leaving the leader scrambling to react as the attack closed in. His powerful sword strike, blazing with crimson energy, absolutely slammed towards his opponent. Only to be met with a massive impact that sent shockwaves absolutely everywhere. A flicker of pure shock crossed Wu Muncheng's face as he registered the sound of that insane clash. I heard that, he muttered, his eyes going wide with disbelief. The sheer force of the counterattack reverberating with absolutely brutal power. In a blinding flash of red light and shattered fragments, his blade exploded, completely unable to withstand the blow. The leader of the pursuers, a smug smirk plastered on his face, taunted him, revealing he knew exactly about the fire rain sword sect's singular defensive technique. The advanced chamber of the fire rain sword sect taught you only one technique for defense, he declared, a chilling, cruel smile spreading across his face. Wu Muncheng's gaze snapped down to the broken hilt still clutched in his hand. A chilling thought forming in his mind, How could his adversary possibly know about the shining mystique? The question screamed in his thoughts, wondering how such specific, secret information had reached him. How does he know that? Meanwhile, the leader, momentarily thrown off his game, pondered if his opponent possessed some kind of secret information network. Does he have some kind of information network I don't know? Snapping out of his own contemplation, Wu Munqing sharply questioned his opponent's deep thoughts mid-battle. What are you thinking about so deeply mid-fight? Even as the leader's sword began to ignite with a swirling, ominous energy, clearly preparing for the next devastating move. He moved with blinding speed, his blade arcing down in a devastating strike, ready to end it all. A cruel smirk played on his lips, knowing the fight was already over as the attack continued its relentless trajectory. The blade itself became a blur, a streak of pure, unadulterated lethal intent. Red energy flared, a terrifying omen of the devastating power behind the blow. With a deafening crack, Wu Munqing's sword shattered into countless fragments, the sheer force of the impact sending him reeling backward, disarmed and vulnerable. He landed hard, bruised and disarmed, the grim realization hitting him, there was no advantage in fighting in an enclosed space with someone like his opponent. Clutching the broken hilt of his blade, he turned to flee, desperately hoping to create some distance from his relentless foe. But a searing red energy blast erupted from behind, striking him squarely and sending him sprawling, blood splattering from the impact. He skidded across the ornate floor, the brutal momentum carrying him further into the chamber, nowhere left to run. Finally coming to a halt, he looked up to see his pursuer standing over him, sword still raised, the hunt clearly over. Despite the cuts and bruises marring his face, a fierce, unyielding determination burned in his eyes, refusing to give up. The leader looked down at him, his voice dripping with disdain, uttering the chilling words, "I'm disappointed." The unnamed pursuer leader steps up, a total blur of motion, ready to unleash pure chaos. That confident smirk just screams trouble, and you know he's about to drop the hammer. He's not holding back, straight up telling his foe, they're absolutely no match for his insane skills. Then, bam. A massive surge of power, and glowing energy tendrils just explode from his hand, ready to wreck everything. Wu Munqing, already taking a beating, is fighting for his life, trying to block those insane glowing tendrils wrapping around him. He's completely overwhelmed, getting slammed down, his face showing pure agony as that energy just locks him in. The leader holds his ground, hand out, just pumping more power into those insane tendrils, locking his enemy down. He's totally trapped. Wu Munqing is now completely at the mercy of that glowing, crushing energy. Those tendrils are just glowing brighter and brighter, crushing down on the helpless guy. Then, a chilling, evil laugh just rips through the air, a sound of absolute, terrifying dominance. That grin just gets wider and wider, as he straight up promises to end his foe, right here, right now. And those energy tendrils just explode with power one last time, glowing with this terrifying, final brilliance around the completely trapped Wu Munqing. Wu Munqing is pushing his limits, trying to block the relentless assault with his shining mystique. But then it hits him, he just can't output enough power to stop this onslaught. With his eyes squeezed shut, he knows exactly what he needs right now, but it's just out of reach. But the unnamed pursuer leader isn't letting up, his fist blazing with destructive energy as he pushes his opponent to the brink. Boom! A blinding flash of white energy explodes on impact, shattering against an invisible shield with devastating power. You can see the sheer agony on Wu Munqing's face, his eye bulging as red lines of pure pain erupt from the impact. The leader just watches his opponent squirm, his face a mask of cold, calculating determination. He just keeps pouring on the power, a relentless stream of glowing energy blasting from his hand, keeping the pressure on. With Wu Munqing completely ensnared by the glowing tendrils, the leader just laughs, asking if this is all he's got left. Even as the energy crushes him, Wu Munqing knows deep down that his shining mystique just isn't going to cut it. The glowing tendrils go full power, crackling with blinding yellow energy, crushing him even tighter in their inescapable grip. A surge of pure frustration and rage contorts the leader's face, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding determination to end this now. Wu Munqing's eyes snap open, pure shock washing over him as an unimaginable force slams into his defenses. Then, from the heavens, a blinding torrent of crackling yellow lightning descends, exploding with raw, devastating power. The sheer impact sends him flying backward like a ragdoll, his body utterly helpless against the relentless storm of energy. But the assault isn't over. Through the blinding yellow light, the masked pursuer materializes, his eyes burning with pure malice, dagger already poised for the kill. This is it. His power, unrivaled lightning and thunder, erupts, a terrifying declaration of absolute, undisputed dominance. Still, Wu Munqing is sent spiraling through the air, the ornate hall a dizzying blur as the lightning relentlessly chases his fall. He slams into a distant wall with a sickening thud, a violent burst of energy marking his brutal impact. The relentless lightning just keeps coming, engulfing everything, its blinding intensity making it impossible to see anything but the attacker's shadowy form. Barely conscious, Wu Munching fights to push himself up from the ground, his body screaming in protest, still crackling with residual electrical energy. But there's no time to recover. The masked figure descends with terrifying, lightning-fast speed, his dagger glinting with deadly intent through the golden aura. A choked gasp of pure agony rips from Wu Munching's throat, his eyes wide with the horrifying realization of his inescapable fate. The dagger strikes true, carving a crimson line across his arm as blood explodes into the supercharged air. What? He gasps, the sheer impact of the attack still rattling his very core. But the unnamed pursuer leader isn't done, a dark blur of pure menace, still moving with terrifying speed. His face is a mess, blood streaking across fresh cuts, the brutal reality of the hit sinking in. You can see the shock and raw pain in his eyes, the agony just refusing to let go. The leader just watches, a chilling, unreadable expression on his face, silently judging the devastation he's caused. That cold, calculating stare from his eye is absolutely terrifying, sizing up his broken opponent. Munching's long hair flies as he finally collapses, the full force of that devastating blow finally taking him down. A sickening thud echoes as he hits the ground, a desperate, ragged breath escaping him. But wait. He's pushing himself back up, sword still gripped tight, blood splattering the floor around him. What a warrior. The unrivaled lightning and thunder, he realizes its power is insane, far beyond anything his instructor ever warned him about. But then, a violent, gut-wrenching cough rips through him, and he brings a hand to his mouth, blood gushing out, realizing it's way too much. The aftermath of a brutal fight, a deep gash across his palm, a stark reminder of the insane power he just unleashed. But even after that epic win, he knew the truth, he couldn't just spam those moves, not at his current level, the energy drain was just too real. He stood victorious over his fallen foe, letting out a tired, phew, a win was a win, but man, that took way too long. Time was ticking, the restricted zones were about to change, so he had to get moving, like, now. Just as he was about to bounce, bam. A sudden, brutal hit rocked him, leaving a fresh bloody trail on his face and a look of pure disbelief. Then, a deafening "pa" ripped through the air, a clear sign that something seriously powerful just went down. He was sent flying, his body violently recoiling, blood exploding around him as his eyes screamed pure terror. His eyes, now blown wide with absolute shock, couldn't even process what just happened. Through the haze of pain, a dark figure appeared, and one terrifying question screamed in his head, what is he doing here? A chilling, hooded figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with an infernal red, radiating pure menace. Its chest bore intricate, dark designs, a silent warning of the ancient, terrifying power it commanded. Then, the horrifying truth slammed into him, as he screamed the name of his ultimate nightmare, Killer Demon. A hooded figure, eyes blazing with an unholy white glow, just stands there, radiating pure menace. Wu Munching, with his blood-soaked blade, stares down the terrifying presence, barely whispering, what in the world is a killer demon doing here? He's trying to figure out if this zone got locked down while he was busy fighting, but one thing's for sure, he didn't bail on a fight to get here. It's a total stare down, these two just frozen in place, and you can practically feel the tension crackling. Munching's eyes dart around, his face already sporting some fresh battle scars, as he tries to make sense of this whole mess. The killer demon just stands there, perfectly still, framed by that epic archway, like a statue of pure dread. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the silence, okay, he's not even reacting. Munching's face lights up with relief as he instantly gets it, he's free. He can actually leave. He doesn't waste a second, spinning around and bolting past the killer demon, his footsteps pounding through the massive hall. His face is set in a fierce, determined mask as he makes his getaway, leaving that fancy building behind for a world now absolutely hammered by a lightning storm. But wait, deep in the heart of that raging storm, something terrifying is stirring. A monstrous, snake-like beast bursts from the shadows, its single, burning red eye locked onto something unseen. He's still running for his life, a colossal snake-like monster hot on his heels, tearing through this glowing, chaotic world. His dark hair flying, he risks a quick look back, and yep, the chase is still on. With blood on his face, he's pushing through the pain, his resolve burning even brighter. Suddenly, a blinding light explodes, and he's got his arm up, ready to block or strike back. Wounds cover his face, but he's still pushing, the sheer speed of the fight blurring everything around him. He whips around, his black robe a blur, the entire scene warping with intense speed and energy. Then, with a burst of power, his sword flares to life with a blazing red aura, ready to cut through anything. He slams into a combat stance, sword out and ready, facing down a mysterious hooded figure who just appeared. Those glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness, but Munching's bloodied face shows he's not backing down. He's thinking, man, if it wasn't for the wild beast path, I'd be dead right now. But he's not giving up. He charges, his sword a lightning-fast strike aimed right at the hooded enemy. His eyes are locked on target, blade ready as he goes in for the kill. Sword ready, Wu Munching is still standing, even with his face showing the brutal marks of battle. He's gotta stay sharp, telling himself not to fall for the killer demon's chill vibe, because those glowing red eyes under that shadowy hood mean serious business. Every instinct is screaming at him, if he even thinks about making a move. His enemy will unleash a devastating counterattack, instantly turning the tables. Then, a flashback hits him, his master's voice, dropping some serious wisdom about carnivores hunting herbivores. Even if the predator is way faster, the prey doesn't just get snatched up. And then the master's classic question, you know why, right? Little Munching, looking all thoughtful, probably thought it was because herbivores run in a crazy zigzag. Just like a deer trying to juke its way out of trouble. Yeah, Munching gets it, carnivores can't just snatch up these super fast, zigzagging snacks. But then his master dropped the Real bomb, apex predators always get their meal. And the reason is, they strike the instant their prey makes a move, just like a tiger exploding into action at the perfect moment. A deer frozen midair perfectly illustrates the master's point, a brutal reminder of the razor-thin line between life and death in the wild. Munching's mind flashes back to his master's intense stare, the question burning, so, how are you gonna face them? The master's voice cuts through, dropping a truth bomb, they attack on timing, remember? So what's your move, genius? A sharp huff escapes him as the realization hits, his gaze turning razor-sharp, a fresh battle scar already etched on his face. Then, a primal, Yua, rips through the air, and the fight is on. Munching plants his feet, sword raised, a blinding white energy exploding from him, ready to meet whatever comes next. The very atmosphere distorts and blurs, a clear sign of the insane speed heading his way. Out of nowhere, the killer demon unleashes hell, a flash of orange energy and a storm of shadowy blades, living up to its unpredictable reputation. Munching's reflexes kick in, his hair flying as he digs in, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes despite the fresh cuts. The killer demon, a shadowy enigma, glides with deadly grace, its crimson eyes burning through the mask, lining up the next devastating blow. A chilling jiabeek echoes as the killer demon charges, a dark streak across the floor, closing in for the kill. Suddenly, Munching is swarmed by shadowy clones, each with a blade, their tat-attack attacks raining down as raw purple energy explodes around him. But even amidst the storm, Munching's mind is a steel trap, instantly spotting the predictable zigzag motion of the killer demon's attack, the first weakness he needs to exploit. The killer demon explodes forward, a terrifying blur of dark robes and crimson power, its masked face and glowing red eyes locked onto its target. Its foot slams into the ground with impossible speed, launching it into yet another devastating, lightning-fast maneuver. A whistling blur of motion follows its rapid, sweeping attack, the demon just absolutely relentless in its assault. Munching gets absolutely blindsided, swept off his feet, his sword clattering away as he crashes to one knee, staring up in pure shock. He's gotta remember the plan, dodge the predictable attacks, using the wild beast path to stay one step ahead. He barely manages to dodge a deadly sword slash, his body twisting into a low stance as the blade whizzes past his head. His brain is on overdrive, knowing he has to create an opening, using totally unpredictable moves to throw the demon off its game. But despite everything, a fresh spray of blood explodes across his face, his eyes wide with a mix of searing pain and utter disbelief. Another brutal, cutting sound rips through the air, confirming yet another devastating hit from the relentless demon. The killer demon stands perfectly poised, its sword gleaming with deadly intent, its masked gaze utterly unwavering as it coldly assesses the damage. That blade practically hums with dark energy, reflecting the dim light of the arena like a predator's eye. Munching's face twists into a grimace of pure pain and frustration, as he realizes with a gut-wrenching jolt that he was too slow, too late to counter the demon's insane speed. The fight is absolutely brutal. The killer demon's blade flashes with lightning speed, slicing right into Munching. You can practically hear the slish as the blade connects, leaving a nasty cut on his neck and a trail of blood. But then, out of nowhere, the killer demon just stops. Its glowing eyes lock onto Munching, leaving him completely bewildered. Munching is totally confused, thinking, why did he stop? He's trying to figure out if he accidentally stepped into some forbidden zone. They just stand there, frozen, staring each other down across the ruins, the tension is absolutely insane. You can see the pain and determination in Munching's eye, his face already streaked with his own blood. He's thinking, man, I've given it everything I've got, but he still hasn't found a single opening against this monster. But then, a fire ignites in his eyes. Munching finally gets it, he was just a small-time player, frog in a well, completely outmatched by a real martial master. Gasping for air, he struggles to catch his breath, the heavy sounds cutting through the eerie silence of the fading light. His thoughts are a whirlwind, still processing the sheer brutality of the fight, the killer demon's moves were just on another plane, a whole new level of martial arts mastery he couldn't even fathom. That terrifying silhouette, those glowing eyes, burned into his mind, a chilling echo of the raw power he barely survived. And then, the chilling thought of his grandfather's killer, who must wield power on par with that monstrous demon. But a steely resolve hardens his gaze, a fresh wound on his face only fueling the fire in his eyes. He vows to himself that he'll surpass that insane power, that he'll get his revenge, when suddenly, a voice calls out, revealing itself as Yunseal of the Bu family, and this guy already knows who he is. Yunseal just stands there, cool and collected in the woods, watching Muncheng, who's still recovering, sitting on a rock with his blade nearby. Then, with an intense stare, Yunseal drops the bomb. He's been on the hunt for Muncheng for a while now. His blood-stained hand casually rests on his sword's hilt, and then he drops another bombshell. He knows Muncheng learned the wild beast path. He then speculates that, just like some big guy he's familiar with, Muncheng must have been spilling secrets to other people. A cool, green charm dangles from his sword's hilt, a small detail in a moment charged with impending conflict. And then, with a cold, brutal declaration, he states, someone who's about to die doesn't need to know his name. Muncheng wasn't holding back. He brought his sword down in a devastating overhead strike, the blade absolutely blazing with a menacing red aura. The sheer force of his attack ripped through the very air, leaving behind dark, jagged lines as his blade carved its path. He let out a primal roar, channeling every ounce of power into that swing, the red energy around his blade practically exploding. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, shouting, "Here I go," as he closed the distance. But Yunseal? His crimson eyes were locked on, completely unfazed, meeting that furious assault with an almost bored expression. Before that sword could even touch him, Yunseal unleashed a blinding wave of light purple energy, deflecting the attack like it was nothing. That purple energy just exploded outwards, shoving Muncheng's entire attack back with an insane amount of power. Muncheng was thrown back, his eyes wide with shock, a stunned "Oh, incredible," barely audible as he registered the insane power of that counter. Yunseal just smirked, watching Muncheng's reaction, then coolly stated, "You predicted my trajectory with your beast-like senses." He kept going, his voice dripping with a chilling blend of praise and menace, "I'm sure you'll become one of the 10 demon masters in the future." Talk about a backhanded compliment. Muncheng's hand, still clutching his weapon, visibly shook from the sheer power of that counterattack. And then, with a terrifying finality, Yunseal's aura exploded with light blue energy as he dropped the hammer, "Which is why I'll uproot you now while you're still a demon seedling." The gloves are OFF. The tension was palpable as Wu Muncheng went all out, his sword blazing with intense light blue energy. His attack ripped through the air, a wave of pure power ready to obliterate anything in its path. But then, in a shocking turn, Yunseal casually countered, his own power exploding to meet the attack. He could tell Muncheng's flow was totally different now. The clash was over in an instant, and Yunseal's chilling words echoed, calling Muncheng a demon seedling and making it clear he understood everything. With his eyes burning crimson, Yunseal laid down the law, not everyone here was going to make it as a demon master. Muncheng was reeling, a chilling question forming in his mind, could this guy actually be? His eyes snapped open, the sheer magnitude of Yunseal's power hitting him like a truck. Even under immense pressure, Muncheng refused to break, his face contorted in a grimace of pure defiance, his sword still humming with power. A raw cry tore from his throat as he made a decision, he had to clear his head and focus, no more distractions. Then, with a surge of pure will, Muncheng's grip tightened, and a terrifying, crackling red energy exploded from his hand, completely changing his aura. Yunseal was genuinely shocked, a rare look of surprise on his face as he felt this completely new, powerful sensation from Muncheng. Unleashing his new crimson power, Muncheng exploded into action, his red energy slamming into Yunseal's blue aura in an epic, desperate clash. The renewed assault is on, and Yunseal is totally locked in, watching the bizarre energy flow from him. As his power starts to siphon her own chi, she feels herself getting pulled into this wild energy vortex. Their blades collide in an explosion of raw power, red and blue energy just going absolutely wild. A moment of pure shock flashes across her eyes, as she finally gets what his technique is really doing. Suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback. An old master is telling a young kid that the poor soul lying dead right there was taken out by the 5 tiger-severing blades of the Hebei Feng clan. Young Jiam Qiaoliang is totally confused, asking his grandpa, how could this guy be dead with no marks, but every bone in his body is shattered? The old master drops some serious lore. The 5 tiger-severing blades of the Hebei Feng clan is all about pumping chi into your enemy when your weapons clash, and he's got no clue why this guy would ever mess with a martial artist from the super-secret Feng clan, who barely ever show up in the Jianghu. And just like that, we're back. Yunseal's eyes are blazing with pure rage and recognition, that clan name just hitting her like a truck. Muncheng is just standing there, totally blindsided by her sudden, furious reaction. He's absolutely stunned, yelling, how in the world did she know that? Taking a fierce stance, Yunseal drops another bombshell about the 5 tiger-severing blades, it's got a crazy powerful absorption technique. Yunseal's mind races, grappling with the concept of an absorption technique, knowing it's a core chi manipulation. A flashback reveals the elderly master detailing its vortex-like power, sucking everything inward, giving users the ability to yank anything nearby. The goal? Mess with the enemy's weapon, twisting their blade and setting them up for a total takedown. A massive tiger spirit roars to life, perfectly capturing the essence of this brutal fighting style. This is the signature move of the Hebei Feng clan, fighting with the raw power of a tiger. Qiaoliang, wide-eyed, asks if this makes them the strongest sect, and the master just laughs, admitting the absorption technique is seriously powerful. But he warns it's a risky move, a double-edged sword, because it means getting up close and personal with your enemy. Now, back in the present, Yunseal's eyes blaze with crimson fire, and she's ready to unleash that absorption technique herself. She grips her sword, a powerful surge of energy exploding from the blade. She blasts forward, a blur of motion, ready to twist her enemy's sword right back at them. Her form blurs, leaving a dazzling trail of light in her wake. Out of nowhere, a figure drops from the sky, dropping a bombshell intro, "I'm Feng AK of the Hebei Feng clan." And he's not holding back, twisting in mid-air, ready to throw down. He's not just here to fight, he's here to represent, shouting out his clan's name with pure power. His eyes are absolutely blazing, and you can practically hear the battle cry ripping from his throat. And he's not just talking smack, he's promising to uproot you demon seedlings with zero chill. He's got that laser focus, eyes narrowed, totally locked on his prey. Then, bam. Feng AK goes for the kill, his sword flashing towards Bu Yunseal like lightning. The clash is intense, a massive whoosh ripping through the air as their weapons collide. But wait, what's this? Feng AK is totally caught off guard, shouting, "What?" His mind is blown, utterly baffled by the move. He plunged his sword into the ground. Then, boom. A blinding white energy explodes from the ground. Bu Yunseal just unleashed her absorption technique. Bu Yunseal is absolutely owning it, her crimson eyes glowing as a massive blue energy vortex rips out from her sword, sucking Feng AK right into its inescapable pull. Feng AK's relentless assault was still going strong, a blur of red energy trails painting the air as he unleashed a rapid, multi-strike attack. Every single strike packed with pure, raw intent, his body a literal whirlwind of motion, pushing his advantage to the absolute limit. But then, the very ground beneath him started to warp and twist, a massive blue-white vortex of the absorption technique ripping into reality, its insane gravitational pull instantly starting to drag him in. Totally blindsided, Feng AK let out a desperate "Luak," as he was violently sucked into the swirling energy, his entire body fighting against the insane, irresistible force. And Bu Yunseal? She was absolutely locked in, her gaze razor-sharp and totally focused, her sword plunged deep into the earth, anchoring this insane technique like a boss. That blade was holding firm with a satisfying sound, a total testament to her iron will as the vortex kept doing its thing. A faint, confident smirk played on her lips, her eyes practically glowing with satisfaction as she realized, it's working. A razor-sharp blade slices through the air, and the attacker screams, "How dare you pull a dirty trick?" Feng AK charges in, his giant sword a deadly blur, unleashing a powerful strike. Wu Munqing takes the hit, but he's already thinking, "It landed, but I barely scratched him." He quickly processes the situation. Okay, he's been training forever, so it makes sense, but I've got his number now. A spark ignites in his gaze, his eyes narrowing with fierce resolve. He flashes back to the elderly master's sage advice, "Hold your ground. Let them make the first move." The master's voice rings in his ears, a battle mantra, "When you finally clash, if you can just be a hair faster, that's the real game changer." With a lightning-fast draw, Wu Munqing whips out his blade, ready to strike, vowing to use the energy-absorbing technique to gain the speed advantage. Feng AK unleashes a primal scream, launching himself forward with insane speed. His hand blazing with fierce blue energy, ready to deliver a devastating blow. But Wu Munqing, his sword already pulsing with a subtle purple glow, is locked and loaded for the counterattack. He explodes into the air, a blinding blue aura ripping through the space behind him, hitting impossible speeds. The very air screams around him as he becomes a pure speed blur, his figure almost gone in the swirling power. Then, with a sharp TTAAK, he pulls off a lightning-fast maneuver, twisting his body in midair. He knows the secret isn't fighting the power, it's riding it, proclaiming, "I'm gonna do the opposite and flow with it using my sword." His plan is genius, to twist the very fabric of the fight, and then if I change the trajectory at the last second. But Feng AK isn't waiting around, he lunges again, his attack a raging blue storm, totally blind to the insane countermove coming his way. And then, in a blinding explosion of white light, their techniques smash together, sending a shockwave through everything. The sheer force of their collision screams through the air, a monument to the raw power unleashed, as this fight hits its absolute peak. Wu Munqing lets out a guttural grunt, his face twisted in agony as Feng AK's devastating strike slams into him, leaving fresh scratches on his cheek. The sheer force of the blow sends residual energy spiraling, leaving dazzling blue light trails in its destructive path. But Feng AK isn't just watching, his mind races, a chilling question forming: did his foe just weaponize his own energy-absorbing technique? The sheer scale of his power is undeniable, his energy-absorbing technique can literally yank a boulder from miles away. But a nagging doubt gnaws at him: it's practically impossible for even the most legendary swordsman to perfectly control such raw, devastating power. His mind reels in utter disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend how a mere youth could possibly unleash such an impossible technique. But Wu Munqing isn't done. He explodes forward again, a fierce declaration on his lips, as blinding blue energy erupts around him. The very air screams with his escalating power, as dazzling blue energy coalesces and swirls, ready to unleash pure destruction. Then, with an earth-shattering roar, he unleashes his sword technique, cracking the very ground as a tidal wave of blue energy explodes forth. Faced with this unstoppable onslaught, Feng Ak's mind screams, realizing that all hope of resistance is utterly gone. Wu Munqing's eyes blaze with raw power as he devours more energy, knowing that every ounce absorbed fuels his ultimate transformation. His blade vibrates with an unholy hum, crackling with raw power, morphing into a conduit of pure, devastating energy. Then, a blinding blue energy exploded from Wu Munqing, blasting Feng AK backward, completely overwhelmed by the raw power. Munqing was a blur of motion, a dark, menacing energy trailing his every move. As Feng AK screamed in disbelief, demanding to know how long this insane tactic could possibly last. Munqing's sword, now a terrifying conduit of crimson power, pulsed in his tightening grip. His expression shifting to one of intense focus as he absorbed the taunts. His eyes, burning with an unyielding resolve, promised an unstoppable counter. But Feng AK, still arrogant, just scoffed, arrogantly claiming he didn't even need his energy absorption technique to win. Big mistake. Because in that very moment, Munqing's hand ignited with a brilliant blue energy. And with a thunderous, "Take this," he launched himself forward, his blade a lightning strike. He closed the gap in a nanosecond, leaving Feng AK absolutely no time to react. Whose face was now a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Feng AK's face is a mask of pure intensity, jaw locked tight, bracing for the ultimate showdown. With a fierce glint in his eye, he declares, "I have been waiting for this." Just as he's ready, a blinding wave of crimson energy explodes, unleashing the devastating fire rain sword first technique. Then, Wu Yunxiu explodes into action, a crimson whirlwind of power, her sword a deadly streak, igniting the air with glowing particles. Her eyes burn with fierce determination, the crimson power around her surging to critical levels, a force of nature unleashed. The attack reaches its peak, exploding into a blinding flash as she unleashes her signature shining mystique. The crimson power detonates on impact, a cataclysmic explosion of light and raw energy, shattering everything in its path. Feng AK's eyes blaze white in pure agony as the attack consumes him, his defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. The crimson storm rages on, ripping through the very fabric of reality, a maelstrom of pure, unadulterated destruction. Wu Yunxiu seizes the moment, driving her blade home, as Feng AK is sent flying, his body utterly broken by the force. Her gaze is locked, her resolve absolute, a warrior's spirit burning bright in the chaos. But from the sidelines, a mysterious figure watches the carnage unfold, a chillingly confident smirk gracing his face. The blinding flash of crimson energy absolutely consumed him, the sheer force of the impact ripping right through his defenses. A guttural grunt of pure pain ripped from his lips, as the crimson aura of the attack pulsed violently around his entire body. Blood and debris absolutely exploded outwards, a brutal testament to the devastating power unleashed. Feng AK coughed, blood absolutely splattering from his mouth, his mind scrambling to grasp the attack that had somehow transformed a defensive technique, the shining mystique, into a full-blown, devastating assault. The crimson energy just kept tearing through the air, leaving an absolute trail of destruction in its wake. His body buckled under the relentless assault, the impact absolutely forcing him to his knees. Even his outstretched hand trembled, still vibrating with the residual shockwaves of that insane attack. Coughing again, he struggled to form words, barely able to articulate his utter disbelief at the technique that had just struck him down. From a short distance, Wu Yunxiu's voice cut through the air, confirming his absolute worst fears with a simple, chilling, yes. Her face, streaked with blood from the sheer recoil of her own power. Even she acknowledged the inherent risk, muttering that was dangerous, a chilling admission of its raw power. The young martial artist, blood still marking her features, reflected on the technique's true nature, a single, lethal move, originally defensive, now transformed into an all-out, full-scale attack. Blood paints the ground, a brutal testament to the power unleashed, as she realizes she had to draw every single attack directly to herself. Feng AK, still reeling from the devastating blow, can barely process what just happened, muttering he never would have imagined this, as he demands to know if she's just going to leave. But she cuts him off, declaring he's not part of her plans. Blood gushes from his mouth and neck, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and agony as he desperately clings to his sword. A choked gasp escapes him, his mind reeling, wondering if someone with her terrifying power could actually be from the demonic sects, finding the whole idea strangely interesting. Her face, still streaked with blood, hardens, as she coldly states they should never, ever see each other again. Her dark hair whips behind her as she decisively turns her back, leaving the brutal scene behind her. Her footsteps echo, fading into the vast, desolate landscape. As she vanishes into the horizon, Feng Ak is left utterly broken, sprawled on the ground, his sword abandoned beside him. His hand trembles, then slams onto the earth, the sickening thud echoing the absolute finality of his crushing defeat. His gaze drops, his voice barely a whisper as he questions the unseen presence looming over him. Then, with a desperate flicker of defiance, he forces his eyes up, demanding to know if this new arrival is here to finish him off. A mysterious hooded figure, wreathed in a faint, ominous purple aura, looms over him, addressing him by his full name, Feng Ak of the Hubei Feng clan. The mysterious hooded figure just stands there, a dark silhouette against the eerie, muted backdrop. Their voice dripping with cold indifference, "You were actually pretty useful for someone from the orthodox sects. What a total shame." Feng Ak, totally battered and broken, can only weakly gasp, "Ha! You knew from the start." The hooded figure's eyes just glow with an ominous white light. As they coldly declare, "You seriously underestimate the Demon Palace." A final, chilling word escapes their lips, "Goodbye." The figure's hand tightens around their sword, its blade practically vibrating with an otherworldly glow. And with a lightning-fast, decisive motion, they strike, the very air ripping apart from the sheer force of the blow. A violent crimson burst just erupts, leaving behind a landscape absolutely cracked with glowing red fissures. Before the scene abruptly shifts to a desolate, jagged mountain range. Then to a tranquil, submerged world, as if all traces of the brutal encounter have been completely washed away. Suddenly, the serene forest gives way to a tense new reality, a dense, misty expanse glowing with an eerie light, where towering trees cast long shadows over an almost otherworldly, silent landscape. But this peace is instantly shattered by the frantic, desperate flight of a lone figure, their footsteps a blur as they tear through the forest, pushing past every limit. But just as quickly, a powerful, unseen force snatches her from behind, the sudden, brutal grip stopping her dead in her tracks. The attacker's grip tightens, tearing into her flesh and leaving a gruesome, bleeding wound, blood gushing as a sinister poison begins its work. Then, with a brutal, bone-jarring shove, she's hurled against a massive tree trunk, the impact rattling her very soul and leaving her gasping for air. She collapses to the forest floor, a choked cry of agony tearing from her throat, her weapon clattering away as all strength drains from her body. Her face twists into a mask of pure agony and utter exhaustion, each ragged breath a desperate fight for survival. The shadowy pursuer looms over her, a chilling, silent presence, their dark form a stark silhouette against the dim forest light. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the air, uttering the ominous words, "You got unlucky, Seo Jinha." The mysterious pursuer stands victorious, a towering figure of menace, gazing down at the broken Seo Jinha, her weapon a forgotten relic beside her. Seo Jinha's eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a raw, furious energy radiating from her as she struggles against the inevitable. As she fights for every breath, the pursuer's cruel laughter echoes, "Did you seriously believe you could escape after being hit with the hellish Blood Castle's special poison? You're a dead woman walking without an antidote. Ha ha ha." Trapped. Seo Jinha is completely surrounded by a disciplined squad of swordsmen, but she's not backing down, her blade already singing. But a frustrated sigh escapes her, because she's just realized the true nature of her predicament, cursing the fact that she hadn't anticipated such an organized force. Her crimson eyes are practically burning with fierce anger, as she acknowledges the group's deadly combination of stealth weapons and poison arts. But despite the impossible odds, she's preparing for the inevitable clash, a faint white aura already shimmering around her as she braces for impact. The circle tightens, and one of the pursuers taunts her, asking if she intends to fight them with only her left hand. The leader of the group, a man with a low ponytail, smirks, acknowledging her talent even as he highlights her disadvantage. He continues his taunts, asserting that a right-handed swordsman cannot suddenly become adept with their left. A wave of agony washes over Seo Jinha, her face contorting in pain as the poison, or perhaps a hidden attack, takes its toll. With a chilling smile, the leader delivers his final demand, telling her simply to give up. Overwhelmed, Seo Jinha is struck down, collapsing to the ground amidst a burst of blue and purple energy. The attackers close in, their blades flashing, a relentless assault against her fallen form. Yet, even on the ground, Seo Jinha refuses to yield, her sword rising to deflect an incoming blow with a desperate surge of blue energy. Buyunseal is a whirlwind of motion, unleashing a devastating kick that deflects an unseen attack with incredible force. The sharp clang of metal ripping through the air as she keeps her guard up, ready for anything. Her blade transforms into an impenetrable shield, deflecting a barrage of projectiles that was past her at breakneck speed. But even her lightning-fast reflexes can't dodge everything, as a sinister glowing purple needle slams into her arm, forcing a scream of agony. Her crimson eyes blaze with a desperate fury, as the horrifying truth dawns on her: the poison has found its mark again. A terrifying realization hits her: if she doesn't get an antidote in 15 minutes, it's game over. In a desperate bid for survival, she bolts through the forest, but a relentless pack of enemies is right behind her. Her expression hardens with fierce resolve, even as the deadly poison starts to drag her down. But the sheer numbers are just too much, and she's finally overwhelmed, crashing to the ground with a desperate, final scream. As her vision fades, she spots something totally unexpected: a new player in the forest, sparking a confused, desperate question. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, Wu Munching is caught in a brutal ambush, lying on the ground, surrounded by 3 shadowy figures, demanding to know who dared attack him. Then, a bone-jarring thwack rings out, confirming the brutal assault is far from over. Just as the ambushers thought they had him, Wu Munching exploded with power, his sword becoming a blinding beacon of light, slicing through the air and leaving his enemies absolutely stunned. The sheer, raw power of his move sent a jolt of terror through the entire enemy squad, their expressions morphing from smug confidence to pure, unadulterated panic. His eyes, burning with an inferno of resolve, showed no mercy as he pushed his assault, completely locked onto his objective. Bu Yunseal isn't playing around. With a lightning-fast draw, her blade screams out, and those crimson eyes are locked on target. She's a blur, a total phantom, and that sword? It's a whirlwind of destruction, taking out multiple enemies in one insane, sweeping attack. It's a bloodbath. Her attack is absolutely relentless, every single hit is perfect, leaving these guys no chance to fight back. But wait, after all that chaos, a moment of pure shock hits her, her eyes are huge as she stares at the bloody mess she just made. Thud. Bodies are dropping everywhere, and she's just standing there, a total boss, over her defeated enemies, her sword still humming with power. Seriously, more bodies are just sprawled out, and the only sound is the low thrum of her incredible power. She's just standing there, all alone, with her bloody sword hanging loose, looking super calm but also kinda lost in thought, like she's weighing the price of all this power. That blade is absolutely drenched in red, standing out against the pale ground, a chilling reminder of just how deadly she is. But just like that, her calm breaks, her eyes go wide with shock, and she lets out a little gasp as she feels someone new approaching. Then, a new challenger steps into the arena, their steps slow and steady, hands up, trying to talk their way out of a fight with a desperate plea of no bad intentions. Bu Yunseal is not holding back, standing over her defeated foe, ready to end this. She's got him by the throat, and he's gasping for air, totally at her mercy. But then, he drops a bombshell, telling her the bottle she's holding is actually the antidote. Her intense gaze locks onto the bottle, a hint of intrigue in her expression as she processes his words. He's barely clinging to life, gasping and struggling, clearly in agony. She starts to walk away, but he screams for her to wait, knowing this is his last chance. She stops, giving him a chance, and he reveals he's been poisoned by the hellish blood castle. His face is a mask of pure pain, bloodshot eyes screaming for help, and he's got less than 10 minutes before the poison takes him out for good. But Bu Yunseal is ice cold, shutting him down with a brutal reminder that she came here to kill everyone, including him. She turns her back and walks away, delivering the ultimate insult: he's so pathetic, she doesn't even need to kill him. He's practically begging, blood dripping from his lips, admitting he's just another rival for her to kill, but he'll die if she leaves him. Then, with a gut-wrenching scream, he throws out one last, desperate offer, his face a picture of pure terror. Clutching his chest, the poison pursuer makes a desperate plea, offering to spill everything if she just gives him the antidote. Bu Yunseal just stares, her face giving absolutely nothing away as she processes his desperate offer. Then, she finally speaks, her tone ice-cold as she challenges his desperate plea. He quickly lays out the grim reality, telling her there are still 20 people out there, all with their own crews, making it clear she can't take them all on solo. A crimson aura explodes around him as he doubles down, warning her that even with all her power, she can't take on an entire army by herself. His voice cracking, he sweetens the deal, promising to spill all the secrets of their martial arts, a game-changer for her fight. His face twists in agony, blood dripping from his lips, a stark reminder of the deadly poison coursing through him. In a last-ditch effort, he swears an unbreakable oath: save him, and he'll never, ever betray her. Bu Yunseal's crimson eyes blaze with fierce intensity, her mind racing, weighing every single word he just uttered. She thinks it over, admitting he's got an ego and loves doing his own thing, but ultimately decides he's not the kind of guy who'd pull a fast one or stab her in the back. Breaking the tension, she finally speaks, cutting straight to the chase and demanding to know the exact terms of his deal. Her eyes, sharp as ever, lock onto him, waiting for his next move. Still poisoned and on the brink, the pursuer leader makes a desperate, last-ditch plea, proposing an alliance that would see them through to the very end. He swears they'd be an unstoppable duo, working together and never, ever betraying each other. Bu Yunseal takes it all in, her face a mask, calculating every angle of his desperate offer. Her eyes flash with a chilling crimson glow, revealing the raw power simmering beneath her calm exterior as she makes her decision. After a tense beat, she pulls out the antidote, the very thing that could save his life. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she launches the gourd right at him. He snatches it out of the air, a mix of shock and relief on his face, barely managing a choked, "Thanks." A sharp gulp cuts through the silence, as the antidote goes down, sealing their fragile pact. With the antidote coursing through his veins, he chugs it down, Bu Yunseal's gaze fixed on his every move. But just as the tension eases, a chilling sound rips through the air, raising an alarming question: did another restricted zone just pop up? Her crimson eyes ignite with intense power, as the new threat makes itself known, changing everything. The now-recovered pursuer leader shouts, "We gotta bail," but Bu Yunseal, sharp as ever, instantly counters, "Hold up, I don't think this is a restricted zone." She had to think. Her face contorting with intense focus as the chilling reality of the new restricted zone slammed into her. Most of the island was already locked down, but another restriction. That just cranked the danger up to 11. The very ground pulsed with an ominous, crackling energy. And across the way, the pursuer leader's face twisted into a terrifying, glowing grin, his eyes burning with pure menace. His crew was on high alert, every one of them looking deadly serious. One warrior's hand tightening around a wicked, curved blade. As the entire squad braced for an unseen, electrifying threat, the tension practically vibrating in the air. A blazing crimson restriction symbol erupted behind the leader and his comrade. Confirming his chilling realization, everyone left was about to be funneled right here, and it was already way too late to escape the ultimate showdown. Bu Yunseal's eyes narrowed. And then, Nung Wongang and GM Qiaoliang appeared, their faces mirroring the sudden, brutal shift in their world. With a sly smirk, a mysterious figure silences the air, a striking red ribbon accentuating his dark, tied-back hair, hinting at a dangerous game. But across the island, a chilling realization dawns on Bu Yunseal, her intense crimson eye narrowing with a sudden, unsettling thought. Across the battlefield, a chilling assessment is made: that man is different from the others, followed by a cynical challenge: what? Are we just checking each other out to see who will kill? A sinister grin spreads across Feng Ak's face, his blade glinting, as he praises their target's formidable sword skills and cunning, emphasizing that underestimating her would be a fatal mistake. Wu Munqing's hand, marked by a distinctive red string, cuts through the air, declaring their immediate priority: I think we can agree on killing these two here first. The chilling discussion zeroes in on Bu Yunseal, the formidable master of the wild beast path from the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The leader of the pursuers and Feng Ak exchange a knowing glance, solidifying Xiao Jinha's place as their next target. The strategist among them ponders the target's unusual solo status, deducing that their lack of a visible group must mean they're secretly collaborating. As Bu Yunseal stands with Nung Wongang, a chilling truth hits her, the stark realization that, they know about me and Xiao Jinha, sending a jolt through her. Her crimson gaze locks with Nung Wongang's sharp green eyes, a silent understanding passing between them, the grim reality of their predicament etched onto their faces. A surge of power courses through Bu Yunseal, her arm igniting with a fierce, crimson glow, a clear sign that she's ready to unleash her full might against the coming storm. Nung Wongang's eye snaps open, a sharp "I see," echoing his grim understanding, as the full weight of their deadly predicament finally sinks in. A sinister voice booms, dropping a bombshell: they're about to hit Bu Yunseal with the poison of the hellish blood castle. But with her crimson eyes blazing and a wild purple aura exploding around her, Bu Yunseal is absolutely ready to throw down, knowing this power-up just gave them a real shot. And just like that, Nung Wongang goes full beast mode, blasting a wave of purple energy that absolutely wrecks the incoming pursuers, leaving them stunned. The unnamed pursuer leader is totally caught off guard, his face twisting in disbelief as he wonders if this purple chaos is even the poison of the hellish blood castle they were supposed to be using. He claps a hand over his mouth, eyes bugging out as the weird purple haze just keeps on rolling in. But the mist doesn't even slow him down, as Nung Wongang keeps on tearing through the enemy, a total whirlwind of fists and fury. The leader and his buddy are just staring, jaws on the floor, watching their whole master plan go up in smoke. Then it hits him like a ton of bricks: this purple cloud. It's not poison. With Nung Wongang still laying waste to his crew, the leader screams, totally fuming that they just got played. Meanwhile, Feng Ak, chilling in the shadows, can't help but smirk, totally impressed by how well that smoke powder fooled everyone. Bu Yunseal, with her laser focus, quickly figures out that this wide-open space is a death trap for them. A plan instantly clicks in her head: they need to bolt for those rock formations and their hidden caves for some serious cover. On the run, Bu Yunseal's mind raced, silently asking if her partner was on the same wavelength, thinking the exact same thing. And just like that, Nung Wongang dropped the bomb, confirming their shared goal to find a cave for a showdown, and get this, he already knew the perfect spot. He wasn't just talking any cave either, he meant a strategic fortress with a tight entrance and a corridor that stretched on forever. Bu Yunseal's eyes narrowed, a fierce resolve mixed with a hint of shock flashing across her face. Her mind was blown, how did he have everything so perfectly figured out? But then, a more shocking realization hit her, it was almost impossible to believe he'd actually learned the legendary wild beast path. But the chase was far from over, as Feng Ak pushed his limits, his mind burning with one question, just who was this guy? The world became a blur of speed and adrenaline, as Nung Wongang and his crew tore through the landscape, the relentless pursuers practically breathing down their necks. An aerial view showed the sheer intensity of the chase, two figures desperately sprinting through the forest, their relentless enemies gaining ground. The thick forest provided only momentary concealment, as they plunged deeper into the untamed wilds. Then, like a beacon in the storm, the cave entrance appeared, a gaping maw that promised both sanctuary and a brutal new fight. The jagged rocks around it practically vibrated with raw power, a natural fortress ready to become their last stand. She shouts their arrival, a raw urgency in her voice. Her crimson eyes blazing with a mix of relief and apprehension, as they finally hit their mark. They plunge into a cavernous abyss, instantly swallowed by a dense, unnatural mist that pulses with ominous purple energy, its glowing particles swirling like a deadly dance. A shocked, "Huh," rips from him, as the bizarre atmosphere hits him hard. She demands to know if this fog is new, her gaze razor-sharp and on high alert, sensing something is deeply wrong. Nung Wongang's hand snaps to his sword hilt, his face a mask of grim determination as he growls, that this whole situation is seriously messed up. Then, from the heart of the swirling purple chaos, a hooded figure materializes, its face lost in shadow, but a single, malevolent red eye burns with an unholy light, locking onto them with predatory intent. Another identical figure phases into existence, both cloaked in shadow and radiating that same chilling purple energy, making it clear this is no accident, it's a trap. Bu Yunseal spins around, her eyes locked on the swirling purple power, the chilling realization hitting her, they've walked right into a death trap. These are the killer demons, and this is their restricted hunting ground. Nung Wongang, his green eyes like slits, lays it out, the demons are watching their every move, they picked this restricted zone specifically because they knew exactly where our heroes were headed. Bu Yunseal's face hardens, her eyes burning with an intense resolve as she takes in the dire circumstances. The tension is palpable as Nung Wongang breaks the silence, his voice sharp with urgency, demanding to know their next move. Bu Yunseal, ever the strategist, points out the obvious, the glowing purple energy a stark reminder that the demons won't strike unless provoked. But the seasoned hunter understands the grim reality, if a battle is coming, they need to pick their battlefield. Nung Wongang stands his ground, blade in hand, staring down the eerie, glowing-eyed shadows that emerge from the swirling mist. With a defiant stance, he asserts that this location, even with the ambush, isn't the worst place for a showdown. Bu Yunseal's eyes narrow, her mind racing, calculating the severe tactical blunder of fighting with their backs to the restricted zone. The grim truth dawns on her, this is a death trap, no different than being cornered in a cave. A heavy sigh escapes him, as Nung Wongang accepts the inevitable, they have no choice but to fight. His gaze locks onto his blade, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, ready to unleash hell, even as blood already streaks his arm. His hand tightens around the hilt, a silent promise to meet the coming storm head-on. Bu Yunseal's crimson gaze sharpens, mirroring the lurking shadows, a silent vow to unleash her power in the coming battle. Bu Yunseal is locked and loaded, sword in hand, as the atmosphere gets supercharged with tension. Then, a sudden, sharp sound just rips through the quiet, and you know it's about to go down. The pursuer leader then steps up, his voice dripping with pure challenge, demanding to know if they're finally done running. But before they can even answer, one of his crew just charges in, sword flashing in the gloom. The leader just grins, watching it all unfold, as his squad gets ready to absolutely crush their enemies. Right next to Bu Yunseal, Nung Wongang is also totally geared up, his sword out and ready for the epic showdown. Meanwhile, from the super creepy, misty restricted zone, the killer demons are just silently watching, their glowing eyes locked onto the insane action. Then, another massive energy surge just rips through the air, cranking up the tension for the coming fight. The pursuer leader's face twists in pure rage, a sick red aura exploding around him, as he screams that these guys are way more trouble than they're worth. Then, these ominous red particles start swirling through the air, a chilling sign of the chaos about to drop. And with one last, absolutely furious roar, he unleashes his entire army to attack all at once. Just like that, a pursuer launches himself forward, sword blazing with purple energy, going for a lightning-fast strike right at Bu Yunseal. The pursuers rain down from above, blades flashing, but Bu Yunseal is ready, her sword rocketing up to meet their coordinated aerial assault. And then, boom! A blinding explosion of purple energy slashes rips through the air, blasting debris everywhere. This isn't just a fight, it's a full-blown power clash. Under a massive, stormy sky, two mysterious figures stand on a desolate cliff, their gazes fixed on the rugged, distant horizon. Meanwhile, an ancient warrior, his white hair and beard flowing, contemplates the gravity of the situation. This is probably But his thoughts are cut short by a chilling declaration from a shadowy, demonic entity with glowing white eyes. This is going to be the last battle that decides the 10 demon masters. Then, the scene explodes into action. Bu Yunseal, her crimson eyes blazing with power, stands at the epicenter of a chaotic storm, her blade poised as a horde of black-robed enemies swarms her from all sides. Without hesitation, she unleashes a lightning-fast strike, her sword a deadly blur. Suddenly, a blinding burst of energy explodes outwards, shattering incoming attacks, a testament to her raw, unbridled power. Then, in a flash, she closes the distance, a blur of motion as she charges the leader of her enemies, her sword glowing with deadly purple energy. Steel meets steel in a thunderous clash, sending explosive purple energy tearing through the battlefield. The sheer power of their collision sends a massive shockwave ripping through the area, obliterating everything in its path. And just like that, Bu Yunseal delivers a devastating, blood-soaked blow, her sword tearing through an enemy with ruthless precision, leaving a gruesome trail of destruction. She was a blur of motion, her blade flashing like lightning against the dark-robed assailants, effortlessly deflecting a strike. The battlefield was pure chaos, her sword singing with every clang of impact, as she absolutely shredded through the relentless figures surrounding her. With a defiant leap, she plunged her blade downwards, a crimson stain already on her leg, showing just how brutal this fight was. She was moving so fast, it was insane. Just streaks of light were left behind as she tore through the battlefield. A primal roar escaped her, and her eyes flared with an intense crimson glow, unleashing the raw power within. Her sword, now crackling with a fierce red energy, slashed forward, creating an explosive burst of light on impact. Her attack was so powerful, it ripped right through an opponent's arm, leaving a shocking ripple of blue energy in its wake. Another black-robed figure was launched through the air, absolutely blasted by the sheer power of her strike. Another heavy impact echoed across the field, as she took down yet another enemy. Her long hair whipped around her with every lightning-fast move, a dark, flowing cascade against the chaotic backdrop. Then, out of nowhere, a new challenger entered the arena. Wu Munqing stood back-to-back with her, both absolutely ready to face down the remaining threats, their combined resolve radiating pure power. The battlefield was a mess, littered with fallen enemies, but the fight wasn't over. More black-robed figures still stood, swords drawn, ready to keep the assault going. The battlefield is a chaotic mess, bodies everywhere, and the fight is still raging. But amidst the carnage, a bloodied sword is clutched tight, its blade dripping with the grim reality of battle. The blade hangs heavy, each drop of blood a testament to the fight. Bu Yunseal, battered and exhausted, looks inward, a chilling question echoing in her mind, is this really the end for me? A lone tear escapes her tightly shut eyes, a raw moment of vulnerability in the face of death. But then, a fierce determination flashes in her eyes as she defiantly states, I poured my entire soul into this fight, so I have zero regrets. But a haunting voice cuts through her resolve, challenging her, and no regrets? Suddenly, the focus shifts to an old man, head bowed, as torrential rain pours down, setting a somber mood. He lifts his weary gaze, extending a hand, a desperate plea lost in the relentless storm. His eyes are shut tight, and his face is a canvas of pain, with what looks like blood or tears streaming down, a truly heartbreaking sight. His drenched robe clings to him, a visual representation of his overwhelming grief. The final shot is a gut punch, crimson blood pooling on the ground, a chilling end to this somber sequence. A crimson glow ignites in her eye, a raw surge of power and pain exploding through her very being. As the intense energy flares around her, a desperate, guttural cry tearing from her throat. Deep within, her resolve hardens, a silent, burning vow echoing through her mind, she absolutely cannot die here. Meanwhile, the air crackles with a different kind of tension as two shadowy figures, their eyes glowing ominously, close in on Wu Munqing, weapons already drawn and ready to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he begins to draw his own blade, the hilt snapping into his grip with lightning speed. His fingers wrap around the sword's grip, a silent, deadly promise of violence in his every fiber. Then, in a blinding blur of motion, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, his blade carving luminous, deadly arcs through the air as two of the hooded figures are sent absolutely flying. One of the attackers crashes to the ground, the sheer force of the impact leaving them sprawled and utterly defeated. Another pursuer reels back, blood erupting from his neck, his companions staring in wide-eyed, absolute horror at the sudden, brutal efficiency of the counterattack. Wu Munqing moves like a phantom, his blade a deadly extension of his will, cutting down multiple assailants in a whirlwind of motion and crimson spray, leaving a trail of destruction. Not relying solely on his sword, he delivers a powerful, bone-jarring punch, the impact absolutely rippling through his target with devastating force. As one hooded figure tumbles to the ground, another is met with a swift, decisive strike, Wu Munqing's relentless assault continuing unabated, a true force of nature. He kept up the brutal assault, his sword a lightning-fast blur, those crimson eyes absolutely burning as he sliced through another enemy. Blood just exploded everywhere, and one of the attackers couldn't help but scream, that bastard. Two more pursuers just stared, absolutely stunned, one of them yelling, "What kind of sword technique is that?" But as the chaos intensified, a sharp command cut through the air, "Kill him first." But despite their numbers, he stood there, completely alone amidst the fallen, a chilling testament to his sheer, overwhelming skill. He paused for a beat, a silent reminder to himself, "Move as your senses." His hand touched the ground, a silent anchor as he finished the thought, "And instincts tell you to." But then, from the shadows, the leader of the pursuers, a man with a wicked tattoo, stepped forward, a taunting grin spreading across his face as he challenged, "You've already learned my sword technique, have you not?" The leader's tattooed hand tightened into a fist, his eyes locked onto the fight, a silent, deadly challenge. And in that moment, his eyes, now blazing an even more intense, terrifying red, ignited with raw power and an unyielding resolve. Then, a blinding flurry of lightning-fast strikes just exploded, a dazzling, white and purple energy tearing through everything. The air was thick with the sound of impacts and bodies flying everywhere, as he unleashed a relentless, bloody assault, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. Wu Munqing's blade was absolutely drenched in blood, still dripping from his last devastating strike. Meanwhile, the leader of the pursuers was locked in, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, watching the carnage with an almost terrifying focus. Another one bites the dust, collapsing to the ground, just proving how unstoppable this swordsman truly is. And then another. Their weapon flew from their grasp, their body twisting in a desperate, futile struggle. The third one went down hard, their hand reaching out, as if trying to grab onto anything before they hit the dirt. But then, the leader's eyes widened as he recognized the move, realizing, Pavilion Master Sa Wu's sword arts. If it's this, perhaps. This changes everything. And just like that, Wu Munqing's eye ignited with a blinding blue light, unleashing a raw, explosive aura of power that shook the very ground. He was a whirlwind of motion, his glowing sword a streak of light, blasting another pursuer clean off their feet with an insane burst of power. The leader's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face, completely stunned by the raw, explosive power he was seeing. Then, with a cold, confident smirk, Wu Munqing declared, "Got you. Game over, dude." A blinding, razor-sharp streak of purple energy, launched straight at the now terrified leader. The leader flinched back, his face contorted in pure terror, as that glowing purple attack bore down on him with unstoppable force. An insane surge of purple energy just explodes from Wu Munqing's hand. Smashing right into the leader with a crackle, the force of it sending shockwaves everywhere as his arm gets rocked. That insane blow just launches him backward, absolutely demolishing the ground as he's sent flying. But the purple energy just keeps coming, a non-stop torrent of raw power from the swordsman. The leader gets absolutely launched, a purple blur as he's sent flying across the entire area. The leader, somehow back on his feet, just smirks at the chaos, bragging that it's a shame, but the guy is, basically good as dead now. But then, Buyunseal's eyes just glow crimson, her face twisting into a desperate, furious no. She's screaming for him to get up, her voice absolutely desperate. But Wu Munqing is just lying there, broken, blood all over his face, eyes shut tight from the pain or unconsciousness. A painful groan rips from him, showing just how badly he's hurt. Suddenly, Buyunseal is kneeling, surrounded by a vibrant purple aura, and she's screaming, "That's the restricted area." And the ground around her just starts glowing with that same intense purple energy, it's a full-on power-up. That raw, unbridled purple energy, unleashed by Buyunseal, just kept exploding outwards, swirling with an insane, palpable force. Her crimson eyes were absolutely blazing with an unwavering intensity, a wild contrast to the blood on her cheek, as she poured out her insane power. The aura around her face was just throbbing with raw energy, a total declaration of her iron will. Even the terrifying killer demon figure, cloaked in shadow and that creepy white mask, got totally swallowed by the purple haze, its own red eyes flaring up in defiance. But hold up, the demon wasn't going down that easy. Blinding white energy started blasting out from its body, pushing back hard against the purple invasion. The epic clash of these opposing forces created a total maelstrom of light and shadow, as that white energy ripped right through the purple, a direct challenge to Buyunseal's territory. With eyes burning crimson, a hooded figure unleashes an absolutely devastating white energy blade, surrounded by a powerful purple aura. And that ethereal weapon just slices through the air with impossible speed and force, leaving behind these incredible trails of brilliant purple energy. The impact is instant and absolutely brutal, causing an eye to just widen in sheer terror and pain, reflecting the violent purple energy of the attack. A hand recoils violently from the blow, the sheer force of the strike evident in the blurred motion. The hand continues its desperate retreat, just unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Even the attacker, Buyunseal, her hair now stark white and eyes glowing crimson with power, shows a flicker of distress, perhaps at the sheer magnitude of what she's done. Wu Munqing screams in raw agony, his mouth wide in a silent, desperate cry, while Nung Wungang watches the unfolding tragedy with a grim, unmoving expression. The force sends Wu Munqing reeling backward, his body contorting in midair, as Buyunseal, her black hair now returned, and Nung Wongang remained witnesses to his suffering. His face etched with profound distress, Wu Munching reaches out a desperate hand, as if grasping for something lost or seeking a reprieve from his torment. Elsewhere, under a brooding, cloudy sky, a bearded man with a dragon tattoo on his chest stands beside a mysterious masked figure, both holding formidable swords, looking ready for anything. Wu Munching, his back to the viewer, observes the masked figure, his gaze absolutely fixed on the enigmatic newcomer. Munching's face is a canvas of shock and agony, blood streaking his features after taking a devastating hit. But elsewhere, a tense exchange is happening as a younger warrior confronts his elder, addressing him as master with palpable tension. The pain is etched onto Munching's face, his wide eyes still haunted by the brutal impact. Munching is free-falling, a helpless target, as someone screams for haste. Yunseal is there, hovering over his broken body, frantically yelling for a medic, desperate to save him. Meanwhile, Wongang is going head-to-head with the bearded elder, fiercely demanding to know why the third trial is being halted. The elder, however, remains completely calm. And coolly states he'll take full responsibility, his back to the challenger, ending the debate. The elder's presence is undeniable, a silent, powerful statement of his command. Wongang glares, a storm of frustration and defiance brewing in his green eyes, clearly not backing down. Then, the elder turns, a knowing smirk on his face, declaring he's finally found his target. He then mentally assesses his discovery, recognizing their lightning-fast reflexes, deadly intent, and unbreakable will, a perfect, balanced warrior, a true gem. Wu Munching is down, severely injured, held up by masked attendants, his body screaming from the brutal attack. A voice booms, demanding to know what he was even thinking, especially when he's supposed to be a genius, a future demon master. Back with Nung Wongang, he's laying out the master plan to the head instructor. 10 were supposed to join the 10 demonic sects, plus 2 more geniuses to be the eyes and ears for the demon masters. That's 12 total. Suddenly, a new player steps onto the scene, it's Demon Palace's Elder Hua Wimiang. Elder Hua Wimiang isn't holding back, laying into Nung Wongang, telling him he ended the trial with 2 extra people and now he's gonna pay. But Nung Wongang just shrugs it off, coolly stating he was prepared for exactly that. His eyes flash with resolve, his face set in an unyielding gaze. Elder Hua Wimiang lets out a heavy sigh, then turns to the bearded man, revealing that the emissaries from the 10 demonic sects are about to show up. Hua Wimiang is playing chess with fate, wondering how the big players will react to his moves, but he's got that calm confidence, knowing it's all gonna be fine. With a confident smirk, he declares, there's no way the 10 demonic sects are sharper than him. He's got this. The scene shifts, revealing the vast, open sky, with clouds just chilling, setting a calm vibe before the storm. Meanwhile, birds are just vibing, flying high above some epic old buildings, their chirps the only sound breaking the silence. But hold up. The focus shifts to Wu Munching, who's just chilling in a bed, looking like he's out cold, but something's about to change. Then, bam. His eye shoots open, a sudden spark of life igniting his vision. He bolts upright, eyes wide, scanning the room, totally disoriented and wondering, where in the world am I? He catches a whiff of something familiar, and it hits him, it's the smell of medicine, meaning he's in a hospital or a healing ward. His jaw drops in pure shock, a look of utter disbelief plastered across his face. He rips back the covers, checking himself over, and what he finds is absolutely mind-blowing, his wounds are perfectly healed. It's a miracle. The physician from the Demon Palace, a figure of quiet intensity, was on the job. His dark hair flowing as he focused on his task, a subtle air of mystery surrounding his every move. Seriously, his skill was way beyond what anyone expected, a shocking realization hitting someone hard. Meanwhile, a door slid open with a soft rustle, giving a peek at what was on the other side. And Wu Munching stood at the threshold of a long, ornate hallway, his eyes taking in the totally unfamiliar, traditional architecture. An attendant came up to him with a welcoming smile, telling him he was awake and asking him to come along. As he walked down the grand staircase, the attendant just waited patiently at the bottom. Each step echoed softly, marking his slow progress through this totally new place. His eyes, wide with a mix of confusion and wonder, were soaking in every single detail around him. He looked up, still a bit bewildered, like he was trying to figure out how he even got here. Finally, he ended up in a spacious room, where several people were chilling on mats, and the whole place felt super calm. He was gently laid down on a mat among them, the soft rustle of fabric just adding to the chill vibe. Inside the ancient complex, a round window framed a view of the surrounding buildings, hinting at the grandeur of this mysterious location. Munching, still reeling from his recovery, demanded to know where they were, and the physician dropped a bombshell, the center of Hell Island. The weight of that statement hit him hard, the very mention of the center, sending shivers down his spine. A sudden clarity washed over him as he stared out, remembering this exact area was a no-go zone during his last visit to the island. Now it all made sense. Just as his mind raced with new information, the physician's voice snapped him back to reality, asking if he wanted to order anything. The physician, ever the accommodating host, made it clear, they could whip up anything he wanted, no matter how specific. He paused, a moment of contemplation passing over his face, before making his decision. And with a straightforward answer, he declared, noodles. Holding up 2 fingers, he clarified, make it 2 bowls of noodles. And just like that, with a satisfying chalassak, 2 perfect bowls of noodles appeared, ready for him to devour. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips as he looked up, prepared to finally enjoy a well-deserved meal. A flashback hits, showing an old man with a warm smile, sharing some serious noodle action with a kid, both totally locked in on their food. The memory widens, showing more people chilling in the room, watching the peaceful meal unfold, a rare moment of calm in this crazy world. Flash forward to now, and Seo Jinha, the physician, is totally amused, staring at the 2 bowls of noodles and asking, seriously, you love noodles that much? You actually ordered 2 for yourself. Then, he pivots to Wu Muncheng, his face getting a little more serious as he asks, Seo Jinha, what's up? And Muncheng just gives him a hesitant, well. Seo Jinha's face instantly shifts, a worried look flashing across his eyes, he's clearly got something on his mind. He lets out a quiet breath, closing his eyes in a moment of pure, heartfelt thanks, whispering, seriously, thank you for saving my life. He's dead serious, his voice heavy with emotion as he adds, honestly, if you hadn't stepped in, I'd be pushing up daisies right now. Muncheng just takes it all in, his face giving nothing away, a silent, powerful presence. Muncheng brushes off the thanks like it's nothing, saying, what are you even talking about? I just took out the bad guy in front of me, simple as that. Then, a sudden shift, wait, what? You don't know. Seo Jinha's eyes pop open, a shocking realization hitting him as he drops a bombshell, dude, only 12 people were supposed to make it through the 3rd trial. The physician, looking super thoughtful, starts to spill the beans, but then he just stops. While Wu Muncheng drops a bombshell, revealing the head instructor swooped in to save him, totally messing up the survivor count to 14 instead of the original 12. The physician, looking relieved, totally gets it, and thanks him for saving his life. But Wu Muncheng, ever the stoic, clears his throat, basically saying he's not into all that mushy stuff, and brushes off the thanks. The physician just stares, then realizes Wu Muncheng had no clue how long he was out, dropping the bomb that way more time has passed than he thought. Turns out, a whole 4 days have flown by since he passed out, and his mind is totally blown. His eyes go wide with shock, as the reality of those missing days hits him hard. He's like, wait, I thought it was just 1 day, and the physician just laughs, telling him he got super lucky. Then, the physician drops another bomb, the legendary mad physician just happened to be around, and his knowing smile makes you wonder what else he's hiding. Suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback, revealing the tragic tale of the world's greatest physician, the legendary Divine Hand, who, despite all his power, couldn't save the one person he loved most from a deadly disease. That crushing failure absolutely broke him, sending his mind spiraling into total instability. The irony is insane, this guy was supposed to be able to save literally anyone, but when it mattered most, he couldn't even save himself from despair. The physician drops another bombshell, his eyes locked on his companion, stating that he's the one who saved them, as long as they're still alive. His mind races, a chilling thought crossing his mind, could his own grandfather have crossed paths with this enigma before his demise? Then, with a sudden change in tone, he announces, he's got even more secrets to spill. Wu Muncheng, ever the pragmatist, just shrugs it off while slurping his noodles, telling the physician to just think of it as a favor from an old friend. But the physician isn't done yet, dropping a bombshell, those murderers, they fought. They were way more than just some random thugs. No, he clarifies, they were elite martial masters, sent directly by the 10 demonic sects themselves. And get this, their whole purpose was to evaluate, and then choose the next generation of successors. It all clicks for Wu Muncheng, as he finally understands why those guys were fighting like actual instructors. A beat of silence hangs in the air, then Wu Muncheng, his mind reeling, just manages to stammer out, do. Then the physician hits him with the real question, does he even know why the head instructor bothered to save him in the first place? Wu Muncheng, still slurping his noodles, confesses that's exactly what he was wondering, speculating that maybe the head instructor saw him as a future 10 demon master, perhaps because of his background or some secret connection. But the physician just shakes his head, a hint of mystery in his eyes, stating flat out, he had no prior connection to the guy. The physician drops another bombshell, revealing the head instructor got seriously punished, losing his position and getting sent back to the demon palace. You can see the gears turning in his head, as he processes just how big a deal this punishment really is. Wu Muncheng is totally baffled, like, why would this guy, who has zero connection to him, sacrifice everything just to save him? But then, a huge, booming clang rips through the silence, a massive bell ringing out with a seriously intense vibe. Both the physician and Wu Muncheng whipped their heads around, totally shocked by the noise, the physician barely able to get out a confused, this noise. But then, his face hardens with a chilling realization, he knows exactly what that bell means. Wu Muncheng's eyes go wide as he connects the dots, that bell is calling everyone left on Hell Island. The physician just nods, confirming the insane truth, it's all about to go down. And right on cue, a massive, glowing doorway bursts open, and there they are, the executives of the 10 demonic sects, ready to make their grand entrance. Check out this epic, multi-tiered building, just chilling there, its dark roofs popping against the sky. And then we zoom out to see the whole massive, imposing thing surrounded by green. But inside, things are getting serious. A massive squad of black-robed figures is lined up on this super fancy floor, and you just know they mean business. Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal is watching all this go down from afar, her eyes totally locked on the action. Then, bam. A crazy, tearing sound explodes, with glowing particles flying everywhere, something just went down, fast. And check out the leaders. Wu Muncheng, rocking a new, epic red robe, is front and center with the old man Hua Wimiang and some mysterious blonde dude, all of them looking super serious as they lead their black-robed crew. Then, just a tiny rustle, and boom, everything goes dead silent. It's super creepy. Bu Yunseal's eyes go wide, totally shocked and worried by how quiet everything just got. Even with tons of people around, it's so quiet you can't hear a thing, and then we see one of the black-robed guys totally knocked out on the floor, with impact lines everywhere. And right next to him, the blonde guy is also out cold, both of these pursuers just totally taken down by something we didn't even see. A final, soft, whoosh sound ripples across the floor, and the whole place is left in this super mysterious, silent aftermath. A new scene unfolds in a massive, opulent hall. An ancient figure, staff in hand, faces down a silent line of black-robed individuals. The tension is palpable, as everyone holds their breath, waiting for the elder's next move. The elder, Bull Sa, takes a moment, a low rumbling from him, his eyes piercing through the silence. Suddenly, with a sharp, commanding motion, he points directly into the crowd, singling someone out with a powerful, "You over there." The cloaked figures remain frozen, their identities hidden, as the tension ratchets up. Bull Sa, the vice master, then drops a bombshell question, "Are you the demon master of the necromancer sect?" A close-up on his aged hand confirms it, this is none other than Bull Sa, the vice master of the necromancer sect. Meanwhile, a young woman in the crowd watches, her eyes wide with a subtle shock. The young woman, standing next to a wavy-haired man, looks utterly bewildered, asking, "Me?" But Bull Sa cuts through the confusion, calling out clearly, "Yes, young Manhwa. Step forward." The ultimate question drops, hitting hard, will he step up and become a demon master of the necromancer sect? He's totally caught off guard, confessing he's only ever trained with a sword, and has literally never touched a spear. But Bull Sa just brushes it off, saying it's no big deal, because this guy was literally born to wield the necromancy spear. He drops the bombshell, his body and talent were so perfect for spearmanship, that it actually held him back from truly mastering the sword. Bull Sa makes his point crystal clear, his body was literally holding him back from being a sword master. Then, turning his back, Bull Sa gives him a simple command, "Follow him if he gets it." A look of pure understanding washes over him, and young Manhwa manages to stammer out, "Why yes." Bull Sa's face is a total mystery, his eyes fixed on something far away, deep in thought. But hold up, new, seriously creepy character just dropped, this old dude is Jik Yahan. This guy isn't just any old man, he's the vice-castle master of the Hellish Blood Castle, and he goes by the terrifying titles of Venerable of 10,000 Poisons and Red Wild Soul. Bull Sa and another mysterious figure watch on, as the narration drops a chilling fact, Jik Yahan, the Venerable of 10,000 Poisons, is a poison arts master who can wipe out everything within 30 paces with just one hand move. And that other mysterious person? That's Seo Jinha, looking super intense and taking everything in. The ultimate challenge is laid bare, will you become a demon master of the Hellish Blood Castle? A hand reaches out, offering a dark pact, a chance to seize unimaginable power. Her eyes snap open, crimson irises blazing with shock, the sheer audacity of the proposal hitting her like a physical blow. He's asking her, the legendary sword genius, to join them. The audacity is unreal. But the offer isn't just for power, it's to join the Hellish Blood Castle, the very den of poison artists. Hua Wimiang, with a knowing smirk, drops a truth bomb, the scariest poison in the world is a poisonous heart. But before the third part of their twisted game even began, the true horror was already unfolding. Her crimson gaze burns as the accusation rings in her ears, "You used a girl from my castle to kill all the trainees." And the old man twists the knife, claiming that after her failure, she was silenced permanently. But Bu Yunseal's inner fury screams back, that's something she offered first. Her face twists in a furious roar, the truth bursting forth, and it was her who tried to kill me first as well. But Hua Wimiang, ever the manipulator, simply shrugs off her outburst, coolly stating, saying I killed her to silence her is a stretch, I'm not blaming you. Hua Wimiang drops another bombshell, stating that her ruthless ability to eliminate countless lives for her ambitions proves she's a natural for his castle's deadly poison arts, even going so far as to call her fantastic for her cold-blooded efficiency. Then, he completely trashes her sword skills, claiming she's deluded if she thinks swordsmanship alone will make her a Murim legend, because only the absolute chosen few can truly dominate the martial world with a blade. His words hit like a poisoned dart as he doubles down, declaring her true power lies in poison, not the sword, a brutal blow to her very identity. The elder's words hit hard, and her hand visibly trembles, a subtle, almost hidden glow flickering from her palm. A single, burning tear escapes her crimson eye, a raw testament to the emotional war raging within her. The phrase, chosen ones triggers a flashback, showing Nung Wungang and others, their backs to her, as she wrestled with her own path, a stark reminder of the different destinies they faced. She remembers hearing about Wu Munchen, who first picked up a sword during the brutal 10 Demon Masters exams, a testament to his sheer grit and determination. Her mind flashes to a vision of him, battered and kneeling, surrounded by menacing shadows, a powerful image of his brutal struggle. She realizes his martial power, honed through unimaginable trials, mirrors her own strength, earned after a decade of relentless training, a shocking parallel between their paths to power. Her fist tightens, a fierce determination blazing in her eyes, as she makes a game-changing decision. She turns to Hua Wimiang, her voice unwavering, and drops the bombshell, she's going to the Hellish Blood Castle. A single boot lands with a decisive thud on the gritty ground. While Hua Wimiang's lips twist into a sly, knowing grin, a low, satisfied chuckle rumbling from his chest. His voice, dripping with calm authority, then commands, follow me. And just like that, she steps through an ornate doorway, following him, leaving her old life behind for a destiny shrouded in mystery. Her resolve, now forged in steel, screams her inner declaration, it's my turn. Elsewhere, a new player emerges, draped in striking red and white robes, radiating an aura of quiet power, his long black hair a wild cascade around him. A golden, ethereal glow pulses from his very being, amplifying his already formidable presence. Meanwhile, Bu Yunxiu strides forward, unwavering, her new red and black robes a stark declaration of her chosen path. This absolute powerhouse is revealed to be Wai Hyakun, the undisputed strongest swordsman in the entire demon path, the legendary Fire Rain Sword Sect Sword Demon. His legendary status sends shockwaves, causing a ripple of concern, as an unseen observer's eye snaps wide open in pure astonishment. The observer's mind races, connecting the dots to his formidable lineage, the Fire Rain Sword Sect's previous sect leader's disciple. His face contorts with a mix of awe and dread, as he finally utters, the strongest swordsman in the demon path. Wai Hyakun stands there, a silent judge, his mind racing, pondering the monumental choice before him, who will he pick? The air crackles with unspoken desire, a desperate plea hanging heavy, please choose me. Then, with a decisive, almost chilling tone, his voice rings out, you. He locks eyes with the young woman, a hint of recognition in his voice, Bu Yunxiu, was it? She meets his gaze, confirming her identity and revealing a surprising depth of knowledge, even the Pavilion Master's philosophy. As he turns to leave, Wai Hyakun offers a cryptic challenge, acknowledging her immense potential and the unfathomable depth of her swordsmanship, urging her to push beyond her limits. From high above, the two stand on an intricate crimson floor, the weight of their exchange settling around them. Meanwhile, a formidable bearded figure watches, his intentions shrouded in mystery, while a close-up on Bu Yunxiu's eye betrays a storm of emotions, apprehension, but also a fierce resolve. Her expression shifts, a powerful blend of shock and unwavering determination now etched across her face. She begins to speak, a tremor in her voice. But then, with a sudden, defiant surge of conviction, she drops a bombshell, she will not join the Fire Rain Sword Sect. Wai Hyakun's reaction is immediate, a sharp, stunned gasp, as her unexpected refusal hits him like a physical blow. He's absolutely stunned, his face contorting in disbelief, like he can't even fathom what just hit his ears. His hand flies to his sword hilt, a menacing red energy flaring around him as he practically roars, how dare you reject a demon master of this sect. The entire room practically vibrates with his raw power, his loyal crew frozen in place, feeling the full force of their master's explosive rage. His face twists into a terrifying snarl, the crimson energy around him practically exploding as his fury goes off the charts. A visceral hitch rips through the air as his power surges, his hand practically vibrating with the sheer intensity of his rage. But Bu Yunxiu? She's completely unfazed, her eyes locked on him as she coolly responds, what I've heard. And she doubles down, her voice as steady as stone, declaring, I'm allowed to reject offers. The sword demon whips around, his long hair flying, the crimson power still radiating off him, a clear sign his fury is far from over. Then, with a chilling edge to his voice, he demands, where is the place you want to go? His piercing gaze locks on her, his eye narrowing as he presses, after rejecting a my sect. Bu Yunseal takes a deep, steady breath, her face a mask of unwavering resolve, even under his terrifying glare. With a fierce glint in her eye, she meets his stare and boldly declares, "I want to go to the Wandering Beast Pavilion." Bu Yunseal just dropped a bombshell, and you can practically feel the temperature drop as a chilling blue light ignites in Wei Hyakun's eye, his calm facade absolutely shattering. He can't even believe what he's hearing, repeating her words with a dangerous edge, "You said, the Wandering Beast Pavilion?" And the disrespect just keeps coming, his voice absolutely dripping with disdain as he asks, of all places, the declining Wandering Beast Pavilion? His face twists into a furious snarl, red energy absolutely exploding around him as he rages, "Are you trying to disdain my sect?" The sheer, raw power of his fury is absolutely crushing, his jaw clenching as his aura goes into overdrive. Bu Yunseal is getting absolutely crushed by the sheer, overwhelming pressure, her body screaming in protest. "My body feels like it's going to rip apart, just from his energy alone," she thinks, barely holding on. The very air around them is practically exploding with raw power, a terrifying, mind-blowing display of this immense strength. Standing tall, absolutely radiating power with his eyes glowing with fierce determination amidst a swirling red aura, it's none other than Wei Hyakun, the strongest swordsman in the demon path. His overwhelming presence just keeps engulfing everything, a terrifying testament to his legendary, fearsome reputation. The sheer, overwhelming red aura, already unleashed, just kept getting stronger, absolutely saturating the entire area with its crushing energy. And right there, in the heart of that swirling crimson, Wei Hyakun stood, his entire being just radiating raw, untamed power. The very ground beneath his feet was literally cracking and warping from the sheer pressure of his aura, a terrifying display of his absolute dominance. And then, with an explosive surge, that aura just detonated into a shockwave, blasting everything backward with insane force. Bu Yunseal and her crew were thrown back, their faces twisted in pure terror and agony from the insane pressure slamming into them. His eyes practically burning with rage, Wei Hyakun locked onto her, his voice a guttural snarl. His voice sliced through the tension, roaring about how some mere secret pavilion master even dared to get in his way. The raw power of his will just shoved Yunseal even further back, her body fighting against an invisible wall of energy that felt like it would flatten her. He clenched his fist, and the red energy around him just exploded even brighter, a terrifying display of his absolute, unchecked power. Her allies were practically cowering, one of them barely able to whisper, "He must be crazy," in utter disbelief. Yunseal, still getting rocked by the attack, somehow managed to gasp out a question about Elder Sa. Wei Hyakun's voice absolutely thundered, accusing her of trying to cross the line because she was tight with Pavilion Master Jean. Wei Hyakun, cloaked in his signature red, starts to unsheath his blade, a chilling clang ripping through the silence as raw red energy explodes around him. But across the hall, Yan Munho watches the terrifying spectacle, a chilling realization hitting him, if the sword demon goes all out, everyone else here is toast. He knows he has to step in, to somehow stop this madness before it's too late. The sword's hilt, now fully exposed, practically screams with an ominous red glow, unleashing pure, unadulterated power. That golden hilt just explodes as the blade rips free, a torrent of explosive red energy unleashed. His grip tightens on the weapon, red energy swirling like a vortex, poised for absolute destruction. The sheer, raw power of that draw leaves a lingering crimson haze in the air, a terrifying echo of what was just unleashed. But across the chaos, Feng AK just smirks, reveling in the sheer panic radiating from everyone else. Then, a single, powerful word slices through the escalating tension, a voice booming, "Enough." Wei Hyakun stands victorious, his blade now fully out, with Feng AK chillingly composed right next to him, watching the aftermath. Bu Yunseal is on the scene, facing down two powerful figures in a lavish room, the tension already palpable. A hand, decked out in rings, extends a mysterious golden pouch, what could be inside? Bu Yunseal's eyes are blazing crimson, pure fury radiating from her, as a hint of blonde hair signals her opponent's presence. The blonde-haired guy is down, defeated, barely able to gasp out a name, Dan Chong. But wait, Dan Chong, the vice-master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, is back on his feet, flashing a desperate smile and begging, "Just let it go this one time, please." This is no ordinary guy, he's the Wandering Beast Pavilion's vice-master Dan Chong. Later, Bu Yunseal is with the wise Hua Wimyang, who just laughs and says, "Yeah, let's do it. The Wandering Beast Pavilion needs to take someone anyway." But elsewhere, a chilling blue light bursts from a mysterious, sharp eye, signaling something huge is about to happen. And then, we cut to the unnamed bearded man and a young boy, watching two other figures in the distance. What are they planning? Bu Yunseal lets out a heavy sigh, her face showing she's got a lot on her mind. Dan Chong, the vice-master of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, lays down a challenge, declaring that if they're going to take him, they better do it now, because he's about to draw his sword if they keep him waiting. And Bu Yunseal, ever the composed one, simply gives a subtle bow, thanking him for his understanding as he makes his exit. Dan Chong flashes a sly grin as he walks away, leaving behind a trail of unspoken intentions and a hint of his true nature. Elsewhere, Wu Munqing is visibly shaken, his mind reeling from a terrifying power he just witnessed, a raw, untamed force that left him breathless. Dan Chong makes his exit, while the imposing bearded man leads the young boy away, a simple, let's go, and okay, marking their quiet departure. The fear is palpable on Wu Munqing's face, sweat beading on his brow, the memory of that overwhelming power still fresh and terrifying. He can't shake the memory, whispering to the mysterious figure, that the sheer power he felt earlier was absolutely lethal, aimed directly at him. He shudders, the thought chilling him to the bone, imagining the grim fate that awaited him if someone hadn't stepped in. The mysterious blue-eyed figure remains a stoic, powerful presence, their dark hair cascading down their back, a silent force that leaves a lasting impression. Wu Munqing's jaw is set, his expression hardening, a clear sign that even after facing death, he's not backing down. The bearded man, the young boy, and Dan Chong are seen walking away, their story taking a different turn from the intense encounter of Wu Munqing and the blue-eyed enigma. A final close-up of Dan Chong reveals his confident, almost smug, smile, his unique accessories glinting as he makes his exit, leaving us to wonder what he's truly thinking. Chapter 23 kicks off with a shocking revelation. Someone's noticed some serious gains, dropping the line, "You have improved quite a bit in the time I haven't seen you." Dan Chong lets out a casual, almost mocking laugh, his footsteps light, totally unfazed by whatever just went down. But wait, there's a twist. Dan Chong, walking with the bearded man and the young boy, drops a bombshell. "I didn't expect you to choose the Wandering Beast Pavilion, though." Then, with a smirk, he reveals his true motives. "I just felt like the values of the Wandering Beast Pavilion best lined up with mine." What's he really up to? Dan Chong's face lights up with that signature, sly grin, you just know he's got something up his sleeve. Get ready for the grand reveal. We're soaring high above the incredible Wandering Beast Pavilion, a massive, ancient complex hidden in a sea of green. Zooming out, you can see the sheer scale of this place, a bustling hub of activity, way bigger than you'd ever imagine. Meanwhile, Wu Yunxiu's expression shifts, her eyes widening, clearly taken aback by what she's seeing or hearing. Inside the pavilion, it's a whole different vibe. A guy's cracking up in the market, while another dude's like, "I was expecting it to be silent and serious." Talk about a plot twist. Dan Chong, now chilling with Wu Yunxiu, drops some serious knowledge about the pavilion. Unlike the other sects that have taken over the nearby region's commercial rights, our pavilion prioritizes self-sufficiency. This place is built different. Wu Yunxiu's face is a whole mood, her eyes locked in thought, you can practically see the gears turning in her head. An old-timer, surrounded by his crew, drops a heavy question, wondering if anyone his age is even left in this place. Dan Chong, flashing a knowing grin, hits back with the harsh truth, spilling the tea on their grim reality. He lays out the brutal facts, most of their old crew either bailed out or got wiped during the insane training, a fiery flashback showing desperate figures bailing from a burning building. The grim memory hangs heavy, a haunting shot of a lone figure scrambling away, the fiery red of chaos just fading to black. Wu Yunxiu, her crimson eyes popping with a touch of shock, takes in a new living situation, giving her nod of approval that the spot looks good. The humble wooden building, chilling in the middle of some sweet greenery, is officially their new pad, the spot where they're gonna be crashing from now on. She gets the lowdown, if anything breaks, hit up this one dude, and he'll hook her up with all the tools she needs. A hand reaches out, maybe pointing the way or handing something over, as soft footsteps hit, signaling a change of scene. The dude they're talking about? It's Wang Gul, the blacksmith, a total unit with a massive beard, hammering away at his forge like a boss. Wu Yunxiu then pivots to the young kid, Sa Wu, giving him the signal, that it's time to roll out. As they start to peace out, she throws a quick look back, dropping a final, chill farewell, wishing the blacksmith good vibes. The bearded man is about to bounce, but Sa Wu, the little dude, hits him with the classic, "Yo, you dipping already, master?" The bearded man drops a bombshell, Sa Wu is the secret pavilion master, but he's got zero power or authority to stand up to the sword demon and keep them safe. Meanwhile, Dan Chong is all smiles, thinking, oh yeah, Sa Wu's gotta pay the price for being too weak to protect anyone. Wu Yunxiu hears, pay the price and is instantly like, hold up, what price? What are you even gonna do? She glances down, giving the kid a calm, don't even sweat it, vibe. The bearded man grins, playing it cool, nah, it's just a little punishment, gonna be over before you know it. Then, with a playful tap to her head, he warns her, don't you dare mess around just 'cause I'm not here, and chuckles, this guy's gonna be watching your every move. Wu Yunxiu's face is still stone cold, her eyes locked on something unseen. Her eyes are burning with resolve, showing she's ready for anything, no matter how tough it gets. A quick, take care, and then, whoosh, the wind blows, as she and the kid are off. Dan Chong, meanwhile, is just chilling, watching them leave with a sly grin, his eyes practically sparkling with mischief. The young boy is all ears, but then gets hit with the cold truth, he's not a real disciple of the Wandering Beast Pavilion yet. His pardon says it all. Dan Chong, ever the smooth talker, drops a bombshell. Even if you're one of the 10 demon masters, that doesn't mean you're officially in the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Laying down the law, he makes it crystal clear, if you're a weakling, you're out. No place for the feeble in the Wandering Beast Pavilion. Dan Chong's face is a picture of smug confidence, his green eyes practically sparkling with a "you get it now" vibe. Woo Yunseal's crimson eye snaps open, her mind racing as she tries to grasp the full implications of what he's saying. Her voice tight with a desperate hope, she presses him, is strength really all it takes? Nothing else? Just tell me. He lets out a foo-foo, yes laugh, sealing the deal, and then casually drops that they're not about pointless rules or silly traditions. He drives his point home, showing off powerhouses like Nung Wongang and Bol Sa, declaring that every single disciple is the Wandering Beast Pavilion, no less. More epic visuals, like a bald warrior with wicked claws and a mysterious masked swordsman, flash by, as he declares they don't need loyalty oaths or forced belonging, just chill and focus on what matters. With a huge grin, Dan Chong lays it out, just train hard, get stronger, and that's it. He makes a final, emphatic gesture, declaring that this is the only way to earn your spot in the Wandering Beast Pavilion. The pavilion's light blazes, a beacon of power, promising incredible strength to everyone who dares to walk this path. Sa Wu, a total powerhouse, just dropped a bombshell, introducing a new mentor to Woo Yunseal and Nung Wongang, setting the stage for some serious training. Woo Yunseal's jaw drops, totally caught off guard by this unexpected twist. And Dan Chong, ever the provocateur, just grins, dropping more truth bombs about what it really takes to make it here. He lays it all out, it's not about who you know, it's about proving yourself, because these mentors aren't just handing out lessons for free. The pressure is on, and you can practically feel the energy shift, as the real test is about to begin. Next up, we're at this insane, misty mountain peak, and you just know it's about to get real for our heroes. It's none other than the legendary Iron Peak, a climb that separates the legends from the wannabes. You can practically hear the struggle, as every single breath is a desperate huff in the brutal mountain air. Woo Yunseal is absolutely pushing her limits, her face screaming exhaustion, but she's still grinding through those brutal gasps. This mountain is just massive, a total beast, with trees barely holding on to its sheer rock faces. But she's not giving up, her tiny figure a symbol of pure grit, just scaling that rock face, inch by agonizing inch. She finally hits a small ledge, thinking she's almost there, but then the brutal truth hits, climb the Iron Peak tomorrow, this was just the warm-up. Get ready, because a voice just dropped a bombshell, someone's here to teach the ultimate internal energy cultivation technique. Dan Chong, with that signature smirk, just dropped the news, and you know it's going to be epic. The calm before the storm, as the view pans to a tranquil, empty space, building the tension for what's coming next. The vast sky above, with fluffy clouds drifting by, sets a deceptively peaceful mood. A rough stone path lies ahead, ready for whatever journey is about to unfold. Woo Yunseal, ever the stealth master, is peeking over a wall, and you can practically hear the dramatic SHH as she scopes out the scene. Her jaw drops as she blurts out, "Wait, are you seriously one of the 10 demon masters?" The shock is real. A bald monk, radiating power, stands overlooking an epic mountain range, his back to us, but his presence is undeniable. His robes flow around him as he stands rooted to the spot, a picture of absolute resolve. The monk pivots, facing Woo Yunseal, and reveals that Vice Master Dan already spilled the beans about her arrival, instantly figuring out she's here for some serious internal energy training. But then he hits her with the ultimate challenge, asking, "You've already got one technique, so why aren't you satisfied?" Talk about a mic drop. Woo Yunseal's face is pure shock, her mind blown by the monk's unexpected question. The bald monk is absolutely fixated on Woo Yunseal, sensing the raw, undeniable true chi radiating from her. A power so intense, it's like she's been grinding at it since she was practically a baby. But hold up. She's flashing back to her childhood, and it wasn't about training, it was about being a mortician, totally flipping his whole theory on its head. She's straight up denying it, claiming she's never touched a cultivation technique in her life, and he's just like, "Oh, so you learned it in your dreams, huh?" With her flat-out refusal, the monk narrows it down, there are only 2 ways her insane power could exist. He locks eyes with her, dropping the bomb, "You're either a total liar." They're practically nose to nose, the air crackling with insane tension, his accusation just hanging there, daring her to respond. But Woo Yunseal doesn't flinch, holding his gaze, doubling down that she's telling the absolute truth. She throws the gauntlet down, daring him, "Go ahead, check it yourself." His face turns stone cold as he processes her challenge, then he drops the ultimate test, "So, you'd let me obliterate all your true chi?" Before she can even blink, he snatches her wrist, his grip like iron, leaving no room for escape. Even with his hand clamped on her, Woo Yunseal doesn't back down, her eyes burning with resolve, uttering a single, chilling word, "Of course." Under a vast, open sky, the tension from the previous confrontation still hung heavy in the air. As the bald monk maintained his firm grip on Buyunseal's wrist, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that promised a deeper, more unsettling discovery. A flicker of disbelief crossed his features, his mind reeling from what he sensed within her, a silent exclamation of, "This kid," echoing in his thoughts. Within her, a swirling vortex of pure energy pulsed, a raw, untamed power that defied all conventional understanding. His touch confirmed the impossible truth, her body was brimming with true chi, yet it wasn't circulating at all, a phenomenon that should have been fatal. This meant she had somehow collected true chi into her lower dantian without any energy technique, a feat utterly unheard of in the martial world. Such a thing simply shouldn't be possible, his internal monologue screaming at the defiance of fundamental cultivation principles. Meanwhile, the pressure of his grip and the invasive probing of her chi caused Buyunseal to grimace, a pained "you" escaping her lips as she endured the ordeal. Still holding her wrist, the monk looked down at her with a mixture of awe and suspicion, the sound of crackling energy filling the air around them. His grip remained unyielding, as he demanded, "Who was it?" His face, etched with a mixture of anger and profound confusion, stared up, awaiting an answer that could explain the anomaly before him. With a final, piercing glare, he pressed further, "Who taught you to collect true chi?" Her eyes are absolutely blown wide, a mix of shock and pure dread. Buyunseal's face is a canvas of raw emotion, showing just how much the monk's relentless interrogation is getting to her. In a flashback, a bald monk is seen patiently guiding a young boy's hands, imparting ancient wisdom with a calm demeanor. Back in the present, on a desolate, cracked ground, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding, "What do you mean?" Buyunseal is down on one knee next to the monk, whose hand is wrapped in bandages, and he's got a crucial question, ahem, "Has anyone ever taught you how to calm your mind, or how to breathe before?" The monk, flashing back to his youth, reveals, "Yeah, my grandfather actually taught me a breathing technique way back when." A quiet "phew" escapes Buyunseal, his eyes shut tight, focusing intensely for what's coming next. He takes a massive, resonant breath, the sound cutting through the stillness. Then, standing tall, Buyunseal unleashes a brilliant blue aura, shimmering particles exploding around his hands as a mystical blue flame ignites between his palms, showcasing the technique with absolute mastery. The monk's eyes practically pop out of his head, a realization hitting him like a truck. He's doing it while standing up. Does that mean he can circulate his chi in any position? His mind races, the implications of this power blowing him away, and that's not even getting into how insane this technique is. But before he can even finish that thought, the monk cuts him off with a sharp, "Stop." Buyunseal keeps his cool, completely unfazed by the monk's growing shock. Still reeling from the insane power, the monk can only stammer out if his grandfather taught him this, and Buyunseal just casually drops a "yes." Suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback. An old, bearded master casually drops a bombshell, talking about playing with corpses like it's no big deal. This master taught a young version of Buyunseal this wild technique, claiming it's the ultimate way to breathe even when you're 6 feet under. Back to the present, Buyunseal drops some serious knowledge, explaining this isn't just some basic breathing trick, it's a hardcore method for collecting true chi in your dantian, a full-on chi circulation and breathing practice. The monk's mind is blown, realizing this isn't like any other internal energy technique, it's a whole new level, not just using chi, but actively collecting it. He can practically feel the raw power pouring off Buyunseal, realizing he's already got a decade's worth of internal energy packed into his dantian. A dazzling blue aura explodes from Buyunseal's core, a jaw-dropping display of the sheer internal energy he wields. Completely floored by the power, the monk demands to know, "What's your grandfather's name?" The monk's eye sharpens, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his gaze, eagerly anticipating the name that could change everything. Buyunseal, looking a little taken aback by the monk's intensity, finally reveals the name, Bujanyang. The monk's mind races, a shocking realization hitting him like a truck, because there's only one legend in the entire Murin with that name. The monk's revelation hits hard, painting a vivid picture of a shadowy, purple-clad powerhouse, once hailed as the ultimate swordsman of the demon path and even the former vice-master of the demon palace. This absolute unit, now fully revealed in his dark, flowing robes, is just radiating raw, untamed power. And the name that drops like a bombshell? It's Bujanyang. Buyunseal is absolutely floored by this bombshell, his brain struggling to process the sheer magnitude of it all. All he can picture is his grandpa, that sweet, smiling old man from his past, and the question screams in his head, was that guy really the vice-master of the demon palace? It's a total mind-bender, completely clashing with everything he thought he knew, and he's left wondering why a legendary figure would ever settle for being a mortician. Buyunseal stares at the monk, desperate for some clarity, his face a total mess of confusion and disbelief. The monk, seeing his shock, just keeps dropping bombs, spilling the tea that Buyunseal's grandpa's breathing technique actually comes from the legendary Shaolin sect. Shaolin? From the Orthodox Murim? This new info just sends another jolt of pure shock through Buyunseal. His eye practically pops out in a moment of shocking clarity, as he's forced to confront the insane idea that his grandpa was actually a martial master from the Orthodox Murim. A terrifying vision explodes in his head, a lone figure engulfed by menacing shadows, the chilling thought that if this secret ever gets out, it could unleash absolute chaos. Everything just got super intense, a blood-red filter slamming down to show just how serious this situation is. The bald monk isn't holding back, spilling the tea that if this secret gets out, he's not just losing his spot as a demon master, he's losing his life. Yunseal's face is a whole mood of OMG, what, while the monk just stares him down, totally unbothered. The monk's got this sly grin, basically saying, yeah, I know you get it. This is serious stuff. The monk keeps dropping truth bombs, pointing out that the demon palace would have already dug into Yunseal's past, but there's no way they'd know about his secret breathing technique. Then, with a dramatic finger point, the monk lays it out, he's gonna train Yunseal to keep his promise to the Wandering Beast Pavilion. His hand is still out there, and he's like, I don't care if you're orthodox or demonic, just get it done. But then, he spins around and drops a bombshell warning. If Yunseal even thinks about teaching this technique to anyone else, it's game over. His face twists into a demonic snarl, glowing red with pure menace, making it crystal clear that even a hint of this technique getting out is a death sentence. His hand literally glows with dark, murderous energy, and he drops the most chilling threat, I'll wipe you and everyone you know off the map. Yunseal turns away, his face a mask of intense thought and newfound resolve, the monk's terrifying warning echoing in his mind. Then, with a lightning-fast, determined move, he snaps his hands into a perfect martial arts stance, a crisp, tack sound punctuating his resolve to master this power. The bald monk, a figure of immense power, stands tall, his back to us, facing Yunseal under an expansive sky. His robes catch the wind, flowing with an almost mystical grace, while Yunseal, a mere speck in comparison, watches his every move. That intense, unyielding gaze. You can feel the sheer determination radiating from him as he's about to drop some serious knowledge. Then, with a powerful turn, he drops the bombshell, my name is Hyol Jumgang. Yunseal's mind is racing, his eyes wide with shock, wondering why a monk, of all people, would have a name like Hyol. Hyol Jumgang then hits him with a crucial question, does he even know the difference between orthodox and demonic internal energy cultivation? Yunseal's answer is a blunt, no. The monk dives deep, explaining that the orthodox Murim's internal energy cultivation is all about natural methods, building up that inner power the organic way. But then there's the demonic path, a single drop of darkness in a bowl of chaos, they'll use any means necessary to get what they want. This no-holds-barred strategy lets them stack up massive power right from the jump. But there's a catch. These extreme methods, shown with a bowl-shattering and eerie skeletal visuals, are fundamentally unnatural and go against everything the human body is designed for. And that's why, after years of dedication, the orthodox Murim's masters ultimately come out on top, wielding far superior true chi and internal energy. And then, the mic drop. The technique he's about to teach is so next level, it's beyond even the demonic martial arts. Hyol Jumgang wasn't holding back, hyping up his cultivation technique as the absolute pinnacle, the most miraculous path to power anyone could ever imagine. But then, a brutal flashback hit him, a hand clenching in pure, unadulterated agony, hinting at the insane price of this power. He didn't sugarcoat it, his voice dropping to a serious tone, revealing that this kind of power always demanded a brutal cost. Yunseal's eyes widened, her face etched with worry as he laid out the grim truth. The training was so excruciating, it was almost unbearable. He relived the nightmare, his face twisting in pure agony, blood dripping from his fingers, a chilling reminder of the extreme measures he took. The memory was so raw, he admitted, he literally ate his own fingers in a moment of sheer madness. He declared that only the absolute toughest, those who could push past unimaginable pain, would ever achieve a body perfectly synced with internal energy, his hand flaring with intense golden power as he made his point. Then came the bombshell. He used to be a martial master at the legendary Azure Dragon Temple in Yunnan, but a frame-up for murder got him kicked out, his internal energy completely sealed. During his brutal journey to get his internal energy back, he got a massive assist from the Wandering Beast Pavilion, and to pay them back, he swore to teach them his insane cultivation technique. Looking straight at Yunseal, he laid down the law, if she couldn't hack this technique, he'd have failed his promise, so he was going to put her through a trial right now. His scarred face was dead serious as he revealed the technique's insane endgame, blasting all 365 acupuncture points with true chi, all at once. The reason for this insane demand, he spelled out, was simple, every single one of her vessels had to be absolutely pristine to even attempt this god-tier technique. He lays it all out, revealing this process usually takes forever, demanding insane precision, but he's about to crank it to 11, warning it's gonna be excruciatingly painful. With an intense stare, he dares her to back down, telling her to quit if she can't handle the sheer agony coming her way. Yunseal's gaze locks in, a fierce determination burning in her eyes, she's not backing down from this insane test. A wicked grin stretches across Hyol Jumgang's face, and suddenly, golden energy starts to crackle and glow around him. Then, with a thunderous roar, he unleashes a blinding wave of golden power, screaming at her to make sure she doesn't regret this. The golden power explodes, surging forward like a tidal wave, an unstoppable force of pure cultivation energy. Bu Yunseal stands her ground, hands out, as the blinding golden energy slams into her, her face a mask of pure concentration and the first signs of agony. The energy goes wild, swirling around her in dazzling, complex patterns, every single thread of light pulsing with unbelievable power. Suddenly, with an earth-shattering burst, the golden energy explodes, swallowing her whole in a colossal, expanding aura of raw power. The sheer power keeps blasting outwards, literally shaking the entire area with its incredible force. And just as the golden light starts to dim, it morphs into a pulsating, electric green, signaling a massive, game-changing shift in the energy itself. Hyeol Junggang is locked in, watching the golden energy he just unleashed swirl with blinding intensity. He knows this isn't just some light training, using true chi to puncture every acupuncture point is like scraping bone with a blade. The real question is, can she even handle this insane pain? He's thinking, how long can she even last through this? But then, a shocker hits him. The golden energy is absolutely exploding around her, a pure storm of raw power. But get this, even with all that power raging, she's totally composed, not making a sound and looking completely chill in the eye of the storm. She's completely swallowed by the golden glow, a shining symbol of pure, serene power. And here's the kicker, no nasty smells, no impurities getting purged. Her internal system is unbelievably clean. Then, out of nowhere, a single, shimmering, Ongmin, tear rolls down her face, and Hyeol Junggang is like, wait, am I actually seeing this right now? The tear drops with a soft, ddok sound, sending out a shimmering ripple of light as it hits. At the same exact moment, her hand starts to glow with intense light, sound blasting out as the energy inside her goes wild. Hyeol Junggang, watching from behind, lets out a soft, huyup, totally blown away and maybe even a little impressed by what he's seeing. The golden aura finally starts to fade, and both master and student are left standing face to face, the air practically buzzing with the insane energy left over from that epic cultivation. Hyeol Junggang was absolutely floored, realizing she had zero tainted energy in her system from the start. Bu Yunseal just stood there, eyes closed, radiating an insane level of calm. He couldn't help but let out a low, satisfied laugh, a sound of pure delight, which quickly turned into a full-blown, delighted chuckle as he kept his eyes on her. Then, he hit her with the big question, is your name Bu Yunseal? And without missing a beat, he dropped the bombshell, I'm gonna teach you my internal energy cultivation technique. Golden power exploded around him, ready to transfer his incredible technique. The sheer, raw energy pulsed, a spectacle of power. Fast forward half a year, and everything's different. Massive mountain peaks now cut through the clouds, a truly epic training ground. Bu Yunseal is now a total boss, standing tall on a mountain peak, her silhouette screaming power. While Hyeol Junggang was nearby, looking super deep in thought, clearly impressed. Hyeol Junggang, with eyes blazing, is about to unleash some serious power on this massive rock. He lets out a primal roar. And with one insane kick, he sends that giant rock soaring. That rock is just flying, a clear sign of his strength, and Bu Yunseal is taking it all in. She's locked and loaded, eyes glued to the flying rock. The sheer speed of it whipping up the air around her. Taking a deep breath, she's about to unleash her own insane power, with the very ground around her seeming to tremble. And then, boom! She absolutely demolishes the rock, sending fragments flying everywhere. She's standing tall over the completely obliterated rock, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust and debris. The dust clears, showing off her incredible physique, and you can practically feel the power still in the air. Hyeol Junggang walks up, a huge grin on his face, totally impressed. You've absolutely crushed it, he says, beaming with pride. Up in the heavens, where the clouds drift endlessly, the name Bu Yunseal is whispered, a powerful reminder of her incredible growth. But then, a force of nature emerges. His long, dark hair whips around a chiseled, powerful physique, as his intense gaze pierces through the very air, ready for anything. A close-up reveals his hand, crackling with a faint, almost invisible energy, hinting at the devastating power he holds at his fingertips. Bu Yunseal, shirtless and with his dark hair wild, was locked in intense focus, a soft gasp hinting at the power he was channeling. Every muscle in his body was defined, a testament to his relentless pursuit of power, the very atmosphere bending to his will. Hyeol Junggang watched, impressed, muttering about how Yunseal had mastered in mere months what took him years, proving he was a prodigy beyond all expectations. And that wasn't all. With the circulation technique finally mastered, Yunseal unleashed the true chi he'd been holding back, a surge of raw power. This wasn't just an improvement, it was an explosion of potential. He tapped into a new level of power, his body crackling with energy, transforming him into a healthier, stronger warrior in record time. Facing his master, Hyeol Junggang, Yunseal received the ultimate challenge, then let's get started. The real training was about to begin. In a rare moment of calm, Yunseal sat, deep in thought, the weight of his journey etched on his face. He'd crushed the first level, thanks to his master's guidance, but for Yunseal, that was just the beginning, it simply wasn't enough. His mind raced, contemplating the true scale of his challenge. This circulation technique wasn't just one level, it was 8. He's not holding back, stating his absolute resolve to hit the second level before he even thinks about leaving. The energy crackles around him, a dark aura building as he dives deep into his focus. The master's eye snaps open, a shockwave of realization hitting him as he processes what's happening. Barely getting out of wait before a full-blown "this is" escapes him in utter disbelief. His body is practically exploding with light, muscles bulging as he hits the second level, the legendary realm of untainted bone and muscle. This isn't just a power-up, it's the ultimate upgrade where bones and muscles hit peak performance. You can practically see his body rewiring itself, every fiber glowing with pure, unadulterated power. But hold up, these insane internal upgrades aren't coming without some wild, sudden changes. This power comes at a cost, and the sheer burden of it is crushing his body. He's screaming in pain, blood dripping as the red energy goes absolutely wild around him. Just as he's about to break, Hyeol Jumgang swoops in, grabbing him as a massive red aura explodes, engulfing them both. The master's voice cuts through the chaos, yelling at him to ditch all distractions and just focus, pulling him back from the brink. But Yunseal's body was going haywire. Hyeol Jumgang watched, horrified, as the true chi inside him went completely out of control, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. This was bad, really bad. If this kept up, Yunseal was looking at some seriously messed up internal injuries. It was a desperate move, but the elder had no other option. He was going to unleash his own primordial essence, his very life force, to save Yunseal. Then, boom! A fiery explosion of energy engulfed them both as Hyeol Jumgang poured his life force directly into Yunseal. The energy was going absolutely wild, a chaotic storm of power that could rip them both apart. Then, a sudden, sharp sound. A gasp of pure shock as the energy transfer hit its absolute maximum. Yunseal was screaming, but no sound came out. His eyes were burning with crimson energy, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated pain and power. The fire faded, and Yunseal looked up, his hand reaching out, a look of pure shock and confusion spreading across his face. He was sitting up, and his body was practically shimmering. Tiny, sparkling particles floated around him as the incredible power finally settled. His eyes were huge, filled with a sudden, shocking realization, as the full weight of the elder's sacrifice hit him like a truck. Yunseal was finally calm, but Hyeol Jumgang was completely drained, kneeling beside him, utterly spent after giving up so much of his own power. Staring at the exhausted elder, Yunseal's voice was a mix of shock and concern, demanding, "You gave me your true chi. Why would you even do that?" Hyeol Jumgang just brushes off the concern, a soft thud echoing as he speaks. Sternly reminding Yunseal that he can't just bail on the Wandering Beast Pavilion if he doesn't get his act together. But Yunseal's face is just racked with guilt, his eyes showing the heavy weight of the moment. He makes a solemn vow, promising to never forget the insane sacrifice made for him, and you can see the tension in Hyeol Jumgang's clenched fist. Yunseal stands his ground, totally rejecting the idea of forgetting, but Hyeol Jumgang just hits him with the ultimate dismissal, "Forget I even exist." He's literally telling him to erase him from his memory. And with that mic drop, Hyeol Jumgang just turns and walks away, leaving Yunseal to process that bombshell. The words, "forget it," hang in the air, but Yunseal's eyes are burning with a new, fierce resolve. He's thinking about how impossible it is to just forget something so massive, whether it's good or bad, you just can't erase it. A thought bubble pops up, "Why does everyone keep telling me to forget?" his face a mix of confusion and deep thought. But then, Hyeol Jumgang's voice cuts through his thoughts, laying down the ultimate challenge, "If you really want to pay me back. The mission is clear, he needs to hit the 8th level, the legendary realm of great origin, and a blinding light explodes, showing him the way." Hyeol Jumgang, absolutely radiating power, stood silhouetted against an explosion of pure, white energy. He laid down the ultimate challenge, the only way to repay him was to push past his own limits, because even he could only reach the 5th level. The young disciple's face was a mask of intense focus, taking in every word. A single, powerful declaration, "I understand." Hyeol Jumgang wasn't holding back, explaining that advanced techniques were useless without first mastering the absolute basics of martial arts. He pointed the way to an epic training ground, the towering cliff at the western edge of the Wandering Beast Pavilion, where true mastery awaited. Yunseal's eyes burned with an unshakable resolve, ready to conquer any obstacle. A deep, respectful bow, a promise to take care, and the stage was set. With every step, he was forging his own legend, walking away towards his destiny. The elder, his face etched with experience, watched his protégé depart, a silent testament to the journey ahead. A final, powerful exchange of respect, a shared understanding of the path forward. And just like that, 3 months flew by, setting the stage for what comes next. High above the world, nestled against towering mountains, a cluster of traditional buildings stood silent under a cloudy night sky. Inside one of them, the air hummed with quiet conversation, as Bu Jianyang sat at a low table, while Hyeol Jumgang stood nearby. Taking a sip from his cup, Bu Jianyang remarked that the founding divine squad had returned that very morning. He speculated they had been eliminating the Azure Dragon Pavilion, a mission that made perfect sense, given how they had harmed their disciple. Bu Jianyang then questioned who else but the founding divine squad would undertake such a formidable task, while Hyeol Jumgang, with a wide smile, found the news refreshing. Hyeol Jumgang then wondered aloud if it wasn't about time for the Wind Cloud squad to return as well. As if on cue, a faint whooshing sound echoed from outside, and Bu Jianyang's smile widened as he saw a shadowy figure streaking across the distant sky. Hyeol Jumgang's eyes widened in surprise, uttering the old adage, "Speak of the devil." With a soft thud, one of the shadowy figures landed on the rooftop, prompting a wry thought about why they couldn't simply use the doors. More members of the Wind Cloud squad followed, their dark forms cutting swiftly through the twilight sky. They moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion above the rooftops, their arrival heralded by a rushing sound. Another member landed with a precise thud, confirming the squad's full return. A lone figure drops onto the rooftop, their arrival sending a ripple through the quiet night. The ancient tiled roofs of the pavilion stretch out, setting the stage for what's about to go down. But someone's already watching, framing the whole dramatic entrance, ready to call them out. The Vice Pavilion Master wastes no time, calling out the new arrival, asking if they're trying to get their picture painted. He's not holding back, demanding to know why they didn't just walk right into the Azure Wind Pavilion, instead of putting on a whole show. And just like that, the masked warrior is revealed as none other than Baek Yun, the legendary leader of the Wind Cloud Squad. His dark robes flow with an undeniable presence, solidifying his status as the Wandering Beast Pavilion's Wind Cloud Squad leader. The Vice Pavilion Master, with that signature smirk and piercing gaze, finally addresses Baek Yun directly. Meanwhile, a long-haired, charismatic figure reminds the Vice Pavilion Master to drop the formalities when it's just the two of them. He brushes off the Vice Pavilion Master's worries as pure nonsense, declaring the pavilion's rules are already way too lax. Then, with a knowing look, he turns to Baek Yun, declaring his arrival perfectly timed, because he was planning to meet up with him anyway. The long-haired man, still rocking that confident smirk, faces off against the Vice Pavilion Master, who just lets out a massive, frustrated sigh. His face just snaps into a serious glare, and the Vice Pavilion Master hits him with the hard truth. "I heard you snagged someone with insane potential, someone who was supposed to be one of the 10 demon masters." And he doesn't stop there, his voice dripping with accusation. "You were totally against this plan at first, so why the heck did you bring him here when he was literally supposed to join the Fire Rain Sword sect?" The long-haired man just lets out a chill hum, eyes closed, a smug grin spreading across his face. Actually, it was totally his call. He makes a subtle, almost dismissive gesture, driving his point home. Yeah, he straight up rejected the Fire Rain Sword sect's offer. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, the long-haired man asks, "Right? I almost had to throw down with that crazy sword demon geezer." He practically glows with pride, asking, "Come on, aren't you proud of him, though? He picked us." His open robe flaunts his chiseled physique, draped with those signature necklaces, as he just stands there, radiating pure confidence. The Vice Pavilion Master's face is still locked in a serious stare, his eyes lost in thought as he tries to wrap his head around all the consequences. The long-haired man keeps dropping bombs, revealing that, because of this, the Fire Rain Sword sect totally skipped out on choosing any of the 10 demon masters. Even their leader is super bummed about it. The Vice Pavilion Master just lets out a quiet, "I see." But the Vice Pavilion Master's concern just spikes, and he snaps back, "Dude, you know the Demon Palace has been super wary of us. We've already been getting treated like trash because of it." The long-haired man just flashes a dismissive smile, brushing off the Vice Pavilion Master's worries. "Honestly, I think you've been stuck in the Jianghu for way too long. The Wandering Beast Pavilion's whole mission is to master martial arts, after all." The Vice Pavilion Master, looking stressed on a rooftop, makes it clear, this isn't about political power. But the long-haired man just brushes him off, calling those concerns nothing more than ideals. And then, he drops the bomb, revealing there's something critical he absolutely has to do. The Vice Pavilion Master lets out a frustrated groan, his face etched with worry, desperately asking, "Where is this demon master?" The long-haired man's face is dead serious as he reveals the truth. The demon master's spot among the 10 demon masters is on the line, right now.